my fault. This is 1,000% my fault. What do you got? What do you got?
No, this is not my fault.
No, it's not yours, Arman. It's me. It's me.
I don't know if we are
That's
back or
it.com.
No.
I'm waiting to see it on end to end.
Oh, wait. We're back.
I see. Yep. Hello. Hi, everyone.
Wait. So what does this mean for the actual clip afterwards? Are we back?
We're back.
Okay. Tell me when we're actually back.
We're back.
We're back?
Yeah, we're back, man.
I just nuked the whole thing?
Nuked the whole thing.
We were rolling. We had like 3,500 people watching.
Despite you saying multiple times that you did something, it's being blamed on me.
Yeah.
I love it. Chat never change.
Yeah.
Never change.
We need that speech you gave once we went to members only about how you fucked this up.
Oh, that's right. They didn't get to see
They didn't get to
it.
see that speech that you just gave. How you just
The most
fucked us.
humble we've ever heard Ariel, and now he's just going to stay quiet.
I just want to make sure that I'm actually back. I'm waiting for this.
Yes, bro, you're there.
Okay, we're back.
You're there.
Thumbs up to the chat. Okay, we're there. Okay, everyone, I do want to let you know. I screwed up. This is on me, 1,000%. We were rolling. We were flying high. And then I saw a little thing. It's YouTube's fault. I saw a little thing. There was a little like one that popped up. And I was like, oh, this is new. I've never seen this. And it said, start a members only chat. So I was like, oh, you can have 2 chats at the same time for our OG fans, for our number ones. And so I clicked on that, and then it turned the whole show at members only. I didn't even know you could do that.
God damn it.
Please just don't touch anything.
I'm done.
Hey, we
You
got
just
it.
know
You're
Rick
not
is
dumb, you just
watching
made a
from the
mistake.
air.
I made way too many plane references. I was like, all right, we're on the runway, people. We're about to take this puppy into the skies. And then once we were off live, I was like, we got her in the air. We're good to go. We made it. And then Helwani was like, gee.
That jacket must have made you feel real
Not for
hot.
nothing.
Yeah,
Five
you
new
can see my
members.
head fucking glistening over here.
What was that, Frankie?
Not for nothing, we did get 5 new members because
Hey.
they were like, hey, it's members only.
great.
Let me join.
That was not my intention. In fact, what I'm going to do, just to make it up to all of you, wait a second. I don't even know where, I think I might have
We
closed
talked
it.
about you not touching anything.
I know.
So just
Wait.
You could do it later.
Show
It's
your
fine.
support.
Someone in the chat said, Ariel definitely clicks on those you just won a free iPhone app.
100%. Okay,
How much of money have you sent to a Nigerian prince?
I'm sending 5 memberships to everyone just as a mea culpa, as a I'm sorry for screwing this all
Oh, this
up.
is good. So next time we switch to members only mid-show, they'll be able to keep watching.
Oh, you see?
It's fair play.
I'm
this
sorry.
is now Rick is just gonna bank this one for the next time he has a performance review meeting.
Does
what
that
happens? What happens when I'm not there?
Does that mean when the show is over, the VOD will be 2 clips?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a nightmare.
oh.
It's a nightmare, bro.
There's going to be I can't wait for the comments. Hey, your show is in 2 parts. So there's going to be like 30 minutes of us talking, and then it's just going to pick up mid.
We're gonna have to figure something out.
And then it'll be 20 minutes of you reflecting on the mistake, and then we'll go back to the show.
I just feel so awful.
Yeah, we're gonna be
Look,
efforting.
man, these things happen.
We're gonna
Okay.
be efforting.
Well, back to the regularly
I'm
scheduled
going to mention
program.
this at my review, by the way.
Yeah. You know, these things happen. There's a first for everything. People make mistakes. Joe Pyfer wins. Joe Pyfer had a really interesting week where he talked about finding God. And then in the post-fight interview, he talked about being on the verge of suicide not that long ago. He said a couple of weeks ago, I think he said. And then he talked about, some personal issues in the post-fight. And I felt, GC, like people went through a different kind of roller coaster with Joe Pyfer throughout the week where they were like, okay, what's with all the religion talk? Holy crap, what a win. Holy crap, you wanted to, commit suicide? And then we heard about some stuff in the post-fight. It was a strange journey for him this week. It's kind of hard. It's hard to, I'm looking forward to speaking to him about it because it seemed like he was going through a lot. Whether, you agree with the way in which he went about it, whether you agree with what he was talking about, whether you agree with, I don't know, the stance, I don't know, but this is a big spot for him. And we have seen him in a big spot before. We saw him against Jack Hermanson, and that didn't go his way. This time, it went his way, and it was huge. And now he has arrived, and now he's probably going to get a really big fight next, one would think. I mean, that's Israel Adesanya that he just beat. but it feels as though the fans should be really behind him today, and it doesn't quite feel that way. Now, everyone's fickle and people move on and all this stuff, but that's some heavy-duty stuff that he was talking about. And so I'm curious to see where he's at and how he's feeling in the aftermath of all of this. And it does seem like Izzy, for the most part, is handling it well. He did post on social media, I think this morning, about it. He didn't do the post-fight press conference. We do have Pyfer's up on the page. Casey was there. I know it's hard on my people seeing me fall. I promise you it's harder on me. Regardless, we respawn and go again. Izzy is showing no signs of wanting to depart the sport, stop fighting. And I do think that there's a place for him, and I do think he's very popular, and I do think he can win some fights. But this is a tough stretch. And I think the matchmaking has been fine. Even the Imavov fight, like he could have won that fight, in my opinion. I don't think that they're putting him in there against wrestlers. They're not putting him in there against, like, you can't sit here and be like, man, just give me a fun Izzy fight. Like, no, these are fun Izzy fights. Now, Joe Pyfer had a good game plan. He took him to the ground, and that's what you should do against someone who's as good on his feet as Izzy. I don't know what else the UFC can do, but I still think that there's a home for him despite the 4 fights that he's lost in a row. And if he wants to keep going, we've seen fighters with 5-fight losing streaks, 6-fight losing streaks. There's no reason to part ways with him. Michael Chiesa had a tremendous retirement fight. The stuff retirement fights are made of, the dreams. People dream of retirement fights like this. He won in 63 seconds via rear naked choke. It was electric in there. You said that was the loudest pop. Louder than Michael Chiesa? Grasso was louder than Chiesa?
Yes.
Really?
Actually, on the walk to the octagon, I was saying to Rick and TST, I was just like, man, I hope they give him a better pop than this. Like, his walk to the octagon, there was some, cheers, obvious respect and everything like that. And when he eventually did, put the gloves down and everything, and when he got the finish, it was big pop and people went crazy. But I think it was just how jarring that Alexa Grasso finish was. That's why it got the pop that it did. But there was still a big support for Michael Chiesa. It was an incredible moment watching it live. The family, everything there. Cuts a beautiful promo after an unbelievable performance. Unfortunately, at the hands of Nico Price, who was also retiring. And I don't know. I actually wanted to ask you this. I don't know if they were showing this on the broadcast, but Nico Price immediately took the gloves off, and then it looked like he was looking for an interview with DC, and they didn't grant it to him, and then he had to walk out of the octagon when they played Chiesa's video package.
Yeah, so I saw some of that stuff. I was very focused on Chiesa. I saw everyone talking about it afterwards. Just a tough spot. I mean, I don't know what the right thing would have been. That was obviously about Michael, and Chiesa was, had been talking about this for a while, this being the retirement fight. Essentially, not quite off the bat, but essentially since the fight was announced. Shortly thereafter, he talked about it with us, with other people. Nico was a late replacement, and this whole thing, state of Washington, it was the Michael Chiesa show, and it was unfortunate that his retirement fight had to be against the guy that was also retiring at home and winning like that. It would have been awesome to get 60 seconds with him. Michael Chiesa had a better career than Nico, but Nico deserved, 60 seconds on the mic to say goodbye and thank you. One thing that annoys me is Michael Chiesa got a video package and this guy didn't. Like, everyone has a different relationship with the UFC. Some people, remember, Stipe Miocic never said that was a retirement fight. So the UFC isn't going to do a video package for someone who doesn't say it's their retirement fight. Historically, they do this when you tell them 2-3 months in advance, regardless of where you are on the pecking order. And so this thing, like, Michael Chiesa deserves a retirement package. I'm sorry. Michael Chiesa deserves that moment. He was a great fighter. He had been in the UFC for well over a decade. He had some amazing moments, amazing finishes. He was at home. I don't understand why anyone would be bothered by that. And it was amazing to see. It was amazing to see the emotion. As I said on the night, these are the moments that remind us why we love this so much. For moments like that, emotional moments, exuberant moments, emphatic moments. It was beautiful to watch. His family's there, his mom's there. We were introduced to him on The Ultimate Fighter when his dad was sick and then unfortunately ultimately passed away. I was very, very happy for Michael. I wish Nico would have had his moment as well, but unfortunately this whole thing was centered around him. He wins, he's at home, and they were maybe caught up in the moment, and there just wasn't, I I don't know, there wasn't an opening. It would have been great if Nico would have had that 60 seconds or so to just get on the mic and thank his family, thank the UFC, whatever it is. But even his decision to make this his retirement fight kind of came midweek when, you know, everything was really centered around Michael. So tough spot. I definitely feel for Nico, but to me the feelings were predominantly about Michael and everything that he had been through and him getting this moment. The question is, can you truly walk away from that? You know, can you truly walk away from that? You have to, but like, man, this is a drug. He's on a winning streak.
I'm pretty sure, didn't they say that he tied his longest winning streak in his UFC career? You have to, though, man. This is like, you go out on top at home. You get the mom there, the wife there. It's this incredible emotional moment. I was getting touched a little bit. I was like, this is fantastic for Chiesa. You got to go out like that, man. You've already established the career in broadcasting at your age and like the win streak that you're on. Like, it's not like we're going for titles. I understand you want to continue to fight and everything like that, but you have to go out like this. You know, we're seeing the other side of it, unfortunately. Right now with Israel Adesanya, like that's 4 straight now, and who knows how long he's going to go for. He got on the mic and cut a promo of, "I'm not done. I'm never going to be done. You can never get me away. I might keep losing, but I remain undefeated." Obviously, mentally and everything like that. So, like, Chiesa to get a moment like this, it's just like the Robbie Lawler, same thing at the hands of the same opponent. Just you got to walk away.
I think it's very easy for us to say. I can't imagine someone in 6 months being like, "Man, I'm kind of on a roll right now.
This is
I'm
his
kind
life.
of feeling it."
Yeah, it's all he knows.
I hope, for his sake, that storybook, it's amazing. But I would not be surprised if at some point he's like, "Man, I got a little bit more in me. Like, I want to keep going. I'm on this run. I'm beating guys. I'm stopping guys. Maybe I'm not going for a belt, but I can still win some fights." I don't know. That was incredible, and not that many guys get those moments, especially at home. He's such a big Seattle guy, loves all the sports teams, reps them, reps the state of Washington, has never left the state of Washington, still trains with the same team, Sick Jitsu, Rick Little. It was amazing, but golly, he's still kind of on a roll. His post-fight interview was great with DC. The package was great. Loved everything about it. We'll talk to him about it later in the program as well. Larian Douglas with a great win over Julian Erosa. You guys were singing his praises on the post show as well. That was one of the finishes on the main card. That was finish number 4. Yusri Belguri with an incredible win over Mansour Abdul Malik, who I have been very, very high on. Are you the Abdul Malik kryptonite? I feel like you've seen his 2 worst performances.
As I was watching the fight, I was obviously at his UFC Atlanta fight that ended up being like a wonky draw against Cody Brundage, changed later on. As I was watching, I was like, man, 2 for 2 on being in person for Mansour Abdul Malik, being like wildly cautious and patient, and against the guy who's an elite striker in Yusri, has had kickboxing matches against Adesanya and Pereira. I don't think the game plan, being patient like that and waiting for Yusri to come to him and not really going for the takedowns as hard as he possibly could, I just don't think it was a good game plan. I honestly don't even think he should have gone out for that 3rd round. I mean, he got smoked at the end of that 2nd round.
Brutal
he was
knee.
Wobbling off the stage.
Belguri with Alex Pereira and Glover Teixeira in his corner. Tremendous.
I'm talking about biggest pops. The biggest pop might have been after Yusri finished talking, he shouted out at Alex Pereira, saying, "I'm going to go spar with him to help him for his heavyweight thing." And they showed Pereira on the Jumbotron, and the audience erupted for that dude. He is
great. The smile on his face and everything. Yeah, it was great. It was great. Seeing them working out in the background in the locker room was great as well. And he has a history, by the way, with Izzy. Some people calling for him and Izzy to fight. What do you think of that? They fought in glory, right?
Yeah. Is that what's next? Like we're doing
those types of fight. Yeah.
It's really tough. I'm really interested because from the way he's talking, we're definitely getting another Adesanya fight, if not a couple more in the UFC. It's just like, who do you start matching up with? Where do you put him on the card? It's just like, do we continue to have him?
He can still headline fight nights.
Of course, he's a star. I mean,
co-main events.
He's a star, but it's just like, man, I don't know. It's a difficult place for where he's at in his career.
Terrence McKinney, another quick seconds into the fight finish. This time, 24 seconds. Defeats Kyle Nelson. Still no bonuses for the guy.
I don't understand how it's possible. He's only ever won in the 1st round. And even when he loses, it's like fight of the night type stuff. Like the Drew Dober loss should have been a fight of the night. I don't understand how this dude is this deep into his UFC career and there's been no bonuses. I know he tweeted that he got taken care of, but that should have been a quick $25K for the finish, $100K for performance of the night. I mean,
there were a lot of great performances.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it was a tough night to get one, but man, it just feels like one of those nights.
It's
where
weird
Dana
that he hasn't gotten
like,
one.
Yeah, it felt like Dana should have been like, we're gonna give out a few extra tonight because it was such an unbelievable card. I mean, I had friends texting me who I didn't even think watched UFC, and they were like, "Man, that card tonight was incredible." I was like, "Hell yeah, hell yeah!"
Card of the year, no doubt about it. Like just what the doctor ordered for Paramount Plus, by far the best card of the Paramount era, and one that they desperately needed.
Gonna be tough to top too.
Yeah. Card of the year, maybe knockout, submission of the year, photo of the year, a whole bunch of stuff. Tofik Musayev defeated Ignacio Bahamondes. That won the fight of the night. Great fight. Bloody affair. Lance Gibson Jr. Mr. Muckleshoot defeats Chase Hooper, gets his first win. And it looked like, I don't know, it sort of looked like Chase may have broken his orbital, but I have no intel on that. Probably should have checked in, but it just felt like one of the shots, there was that delayed reaction that sometimes we hear about when someone suffers an injury like that. But that was vicious stuff from Lance, who has fought obviously in that region. So a big win for him. We actually had two Bellator or ex-Bellator fighters fighting back-to-back, and both of them won. Tyrell Fortune beat Marcin Tybura. Initially, there was a bit of a mix-up. I was going to ask you about that, but apparently you weren't in the building for that one.
Yeah, I was making my way over.
Yeah.
I got no shame in this.
No.
Call me main card Connor, man. It's all right. It's all right. I own that title with pleasure. 7 hours sitting in an arena it's just too long for me.
Fuck no, man. Fuck Connor.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dustin.
It's tough. It is tough. It was great to see Casey O'Neill, like I said, her first fight since August of 2024, her first win since August of 2024. She defeated Gabriela Fernandez in the first round. Tremendous stuff, a first round stoppage. So great stuff from her. Navajo Sterling got a second round win. So it wasn't completely a bad night for Team CKB, defeating Bruno Lopez. Ricky Simone and Adrian Yanez fought to a majority draw, and Alexia Tainara defeated Bruno Brazil. You guys even went deep into that fight on the post-fight wrap-up. Off the top of the dome, you were breaking it all down.
Yeah, I think that deep breakdown was Alexia Tainara beat Bruno Brazil.
Hey, shout out. All right, we're going to talk to Arman Tsarukyan soon. Arman Tsarukyan had the big win at RAF, was Itauma. We have, of the 5 events, 3 of the main event winners on this program. In addition, tomorrow we'll have Johnny Eblin, so that's number 4. Not bad for a little outfit that doesn't know how to go live and screws up the stream. Is the stream okay now?
Stream's okay, man. Let's just not touch it.
Yeah.
Who's to check?
Let's just let it be. Let's just let it be.
Dana White spoke to the media afterwards. We can squeeze in a couple of things here. Let's squeeze in this one. He was asked about Islam Makhachev and Conor McGregor's future. Islam's manager, Ali Abdelaziz, last week saying they're looking at July. Dana White came out and said, no, it's more like August. You know why it's August? Because they want Conor McGregor to fight in July. And to me, what he said about Conor, which you'll see in this clip, is as close to a confirmation as you'll get, because if he really wants to say it's not true, he will tell you it's not effing true. Listen to what he says. Look at him as he's saying it. Here we go.
Then I saw you post on Instagram on a page that Islam Makhachev is fighting in August. Is that true? And do you have an opponent for Islam yet?
Well, Ali was out there saying July, and it's August that we're looking at.
Is Conor McGregor fighting in July?
Possibly.
Do we have potential?
Nothing's done.
Okay. But
Nothing's even remotely close to being done.
Okay. But is that something you would look forward to doing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, emphatically, possibly. Nothing's done. Don't get crazy. Wait till we announce it. But the reason why Islam will not fight in July is because they want Conor to fight, and they're not going to have those two guys fighting on the same card. There's no doubt about that. So, not quite there yet. As I've said the whole time, I've never said it was a done deal. But what I've said is that's who they want on the July 11th International Fight Week card, Conor McGregor. Max Holloway's front runner, 170 pounds. Not done just yet. Let's wait. Okay. Talks have gone well. Everything's gone well. things are moving along in a very good fashion. And I feel like the way in which he said that was an indication that things are going well, and he just doesn't want to announce it because they're not ready to announce it for whatever reason. Other people who may be a little bit newer to this would be like, no. We know when Dana feels very strongly about something, and that was him playing a little bit coy. And so a back-to-back stretch in the summer. White House, Ilia Topuria in June, Conor McGregor in July, Islam Makhachev in August is pretty much a dream for the UFC. And oh, by the way, Khamzat Chimaev in May, that's a pretty damn good stretch of numbered events. Business picking up. Love that. Now, he was also asked about John Jones. And you know what? Let's save that part. Maybe we'll talk about the AI question because everyone's going crazy over that. Here he is talking about some, AI pictures, videos being used on UFC broadcasts, and everyone's very upset about this. Let's take a listen.
AI in the UFC in general, I've seen fans complaining about.
Oh, yeah? What are they complaining about?
I guess I've seen people saying that the UFC should be paying artists instead of using generative AI, stuff like that.
Give me a fucking break. AI is coming, and if we're using AI, who gives a shit? People are upset about it. We should use artists.
So is it a UFC internal choice?
Who gives a shit? It has nothing to do with Paramount. Paramount's not telling us how to run our production. We run the production.
Sure.
So every time we change, we go from Fox to ESPN, and then we go to Paramount. People are like, ESPN's doing this, and Fox is doing that, and Paramount, they're not doing anything. They have nothing to do with our production. They do create some of their own spots for fights, but we do all our, everything from the artwork to production to music, everything is done internally and always has been at UFC. How about this? Shut the fuck up and watch the fights.
I have a hard time deciphering what's AI, what isn't. GC, people who have a creative eye and are good at all this stuff have a much easier time doing that. And so when I see stuff, I don't know, like we were talking about the Carlos Praches, betting sponsor ads. Is that real? Is it not? Who knows? If I were Dana White, I would take it as a compliment that people care so much about all the bells and whistles that go into the UFC. The broadcasts, the promos, the posters, like we love this shit. We love it just as much as you love it. You love it for other reasons. It's your baby. You're financially invested. We love it as fans. Some of us are financially invested. We cover it. And so for the response to be shut the F up, who gives a shit, to me it's so tone deaf. Because the reason why the UFC is successful is because there are fans who love it as much as they do and care about the details as much as they do. Part of the reason why the PFL isn't successful right now is because fans don't care. If they use a smart cage or not, if they change it from PFL to a new brand, if they change the logo, they don't care. They're not connected to it. Fans love the UFC. And so, yeah, there are people online and, they're like, multi-billion-dollar company, like you could use better stuff. Like, I don't think it's a bad question. I think the response is very tone deaf. Listen, I get it. You guys love it. We're trying out some things. There's a very good chance, by the way, he has no idea what you're talking about. Like, people think that Dana is so involved in every single facet. He has told us time and again, marketing, DVDs back in the day, merch, that is not his business. What he has told us is he's the bells and whistles guy. He'll put on the fight, he'll make it look nice, and then the fighters have to produce. Well, this is bells and whistles, if you ask me, to be honest. Like the UFC Seattle logo, the way in which it looked, it's like, that's bells and whistles. People love that stuff. This apparently is AI.
Yeah, and this is like textbook AI right here.
And people are bothered by this.
Yeah, I'm bothered by it. You're $1 billion company, and like you're using like this. What is this? This is the 326 promo? Who is this? Let's play the full thing. I mean, we got Max Holloway walking out to an octagon on the beach.
This is all fake.
Yeah, this is all AI. Look at this is the face-off. It's about to show the Charles. That's not them. They didn't do this.
Yeah.
326.
People get mad about this. And
I mean, people are into the art. They're into the promotion. They have such an opportunity to make sick stuff. And for Dana just to like brush it off to like, someone asked him where it comes from. He's like, I don't fucking know. Who gives a shit? It's they're asking you because people give a shit. That is why. And for him to say to these fans that support this sport to be like, how about you just shut the fuck up and watch the fights? Like, imagine any other commissioner saying that. It would
owner.
Yeah, owner, president, whatever, saying this. It should be insulting to the fans. Like, it's just like, we're just gonna put that slop out there, and whatever the fuck we put out, you better watch it and shut up and enjoy it. It's just like, all right, man, for sure. Like, we care about this promotion. We want it to be as good as possible.
You want the fans to be apathetic? Do you want them not to care? Do you want them to be disconnected? No, you want them to care about every single facet, from the posters to the fight order. That shows that you have a good product. And so to dismiss them because maybe you don't care, or because maybe you don't even know the answers to these questions and you're not involved, is to me extremely tone deaf and disappointing, because he should care that people care. It should mean something to him. Let's talk to one of the biggest stars in the sport today. He had a phenomenal weekend once again in his side quest journey, if you will. It's been an incredible run. He hasn't had to fight once. He hasn't had to have an actual UFC fight, but he continues to win doing these other things, and he was successful on Saturday at RAF 7, defeating his now former rival, I guess you could say, Giorgio Poulos. He's the one and only Arman Tsarukyan, the pride of Armenia, kind enough to join us. Hello, Arman. How are you, my friend?
Hello. I'm good. How are you?
Hey, Arman, people are now saying that you're a regular on the show, that it's like the Arman and Ariel show here.
Yeah. I want to take over your show.
I don't know if I could afford you, if I'm being honest.
No, but I'm doing this for fun, so you can. I'm doing interview for free, and it's
No,
okay.
I know. I meant you being the co-host of the show. You're a very busy guy, and so I know that you command top dollar.
Yeah, maybe when I'm done with my career, so we do something together.
No problem. Well, congratulations on another great victory. I felt like there were no theatrics, there were no, extracurricular, no issues. This one, compared to the first one against Giorgio, was very clean. Would you agree?
Yeah, it was so clean. He didn't even punch me once, and I didn't accept. I thought it's gonna be a kind of same, a little bit cleaner, but kind of same dirty. He is gonna play dirty game, but he was just wrestle he's supposed to wrestle, and I was surprised that when he was losing, he didn't want to cancel. And one thing he did, that he was resting, saying oh, my fingers, I got a tape, when he got tired.
And so why do you think that happened that way? Why do you think it was so different than the first match?
Maybe because when they said, you want a rematch, I said, guys, I want a rematch, but first of all, if he's gonna be clean, if he wants to fight, I can fight anywhere, anytime. I'm a fighter. It's a thing that I'm living for. I wake up, I go to the gym, I fight, and this regular guy, he wrestle and go to the beach and do his influencer thing. But I fight every single day. And it's my thing. And somebody wants to come and punch me in the wrestling, of course I'm going to punch him back. But if you want to see me in the rematch, keep it clean. Let's do the wrestling. And to show everybody who is the best wrestler, not just the best fighter.
And what about that throw at the very end there? That must have felt good, huh?
Yeah, that one was Arman's airline.
Yes, Air Arman, as I say, or you say Arman.
Air Arman.
Yes, you should run with
Arman airline.
It was beautiful. And then you gave him a little hump at the end there, too.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe something gonna be again, and I was waiting. But that day I was waiting already.
So nothing in the back, no issues, no theatrics, no nothing, right?
No. And then he came, shake my hand, said, I'm gonna give you back your money that I lost first time. And I said, okay. And that money we give for the charity for the kid who is sick, and the young kid. And this money not going in my pocket. This money is going to help the kid.
Can you tell me, this is the interaction right here, right? When he gives you the money?
Yeah. I was showing him who is exactly that kid, not just I'm saying, oh, charity and like nobody
Yeah.
gonna know, but exactly he gotta see like who we help. And because of this video, a lot of people reach out me and said, please let me help. And like a lot of famous people too, you know. And I'm so glad that this video went very viral, and a lot of people now helping this kid.
Can you tell me about this kid? Who is he and what's he going through?
This is my brother's friend's kid, you know.
Okay.
My cousin, no, my cousin, he has a friend, and it's a friend, my cousin's friend's kid. So it's like I met them a lot of time, you know, when we celebrate something, and I know this family. And I want to say everybody thank you so much who reach out me and send me money, and thank you Ali Abdulaziz. He sent me 10K for this kid too. So
Wow.
I'm so glad that people helping me.
Wow. Okay, this is very nice. You know, we have our website.
I'm getting money from you too.
I'll send you money, no problem. How can I send money?
I'll send you the link. $500, brother.
I got you, no problem. With pleasure. If Ali sends money, I have to send money too. 100%. That's how we do it. Can I ask you a question? We on the website we cover all the combat sports, and RAF on Saturday, more traffic than UFC, more than PFL, more than the boxing. Now you've done it, I think it was twice, right? This was twice or 3 times for RAF? No, 3 times.
3 times.
3 times, yeah.
Third time.
It seems like they've got something here, right? It seemed like the crowd was very hot. It seems like they have something special.
Yeah, they do so good show, you know, the firework, this, that, music, and like they doing very good job and like promoting, bringing like a stars. Like there is a legit wrestlers, like can imagine Olympic champion wrestler with Olympic champion. It's like one of the best card, you know, ever. Like Kyle Dake, Snyder, Tajudin, and then the Georgian Hingirashvili. Like maybe in this card was like 6, 7, maybe 8 medals from Olympic Games. It's like and then yeah, main event. Common event, we are MMA fighters, but we can bring a lot of eyes. It's good, you know, for promote this sport. And some of MMA guys or some of the wrestlers say why MMA guys is fighting wrestling in the main event. Why we are Olympic champions wrestling in the in the main card, not main event. But like they gotta understand we do this for them too, and. Because of all their names is going to be bigger as well.
Yes, I think it's very smart. More people are tuning in for you guys, and hopefully they find out about the Kyle Snyders, the Kyle Dakes, the Kennedy Blazes, etc. I watched the press conference, Arman, and it seemed like when he made the joke about Nina Drama, you got very upset. It seemed like a different side of you came out. Is that accurate?
No, I got upset before that when Colby Covington and Dylan Dennis was there and started talking about family, sister and mother. And one guy, the interviewer asked about Dylan Dennis' mom or whatever. And like when Giorgio asked about Nina, and I said this guy who asked about the mom or whatever, or mom or the sister, and I tell him too, like, bro, like you cannot like talk about family, sisters, daughters, and like friends. If you have something to me, ask my thing, you know. And yeah, I was mad on Georgia too, because you gotta be respectful to the Nina, and she's my friend, and for my friends I can beat anybody, you know. I don't like disrespect, because everybody knows that we are making content, we are good friends, and like we make the jokes, you know, that people think we have something between us, but nothing. We're just friends, good friends, you know, and making good content that people like it.
So you and Colby would be a huge deal for RAF. Obviously, he beat Dylan Dennis, and at the post-fight or the post-match, post-event press conference, you're sitting right next to each other, and you're going back and forth, and he's saying he took you down, and you're saying you never wrestled him and all this stuff. Do you think that there's a chance that this could even be made in RAF, or do you believe that the UFC doesn't want it to happen because you're two active UFC guys?
To be honest, I don't know what's going on. If UFC let us do this, would be great, because we fight in the different weights. I fight in 155, he fights in 170. So, and we're never gonna fight each other. And right now, he's not on that level, even like contender anymore. He's just a regular fighter who has a name, and he can talk a lot. So we can bring a lot of eyes and make it something big. And it's easy money for me, you know. I just go there, wrestle with a bodybuilder, and now I'm gonna wrestle with Colby. It's like the beer guy, drinking beer every day and doing extra exercises during the night, never train. So easy money for me.
Are you or your team going to ask the UFC if they'll allow you to do this?
I think we just let the RAF figure out, you know.
Okay, they'll
Figure
ask.
out that. Yeah.
Okay.
They ask, and yeah.
Last time we spoke, it was before the event in Las Vegas, and you told us that you were going to meet with the UFC out there. Did that happen?
No, but we talked about what's going on next for me.
So you did speak, but just not there?
Yeah.
Okay, how did that go?
Good. I'm gonna be like I'm gonna train to be in shape. If something happened in main event in White House, I'll be back up, so I'll fight there. And then they announced my next fight after when Ile versus KG, when they fight. After that, they announced my next fight.
Okay, will you weigh in at the White House and all that?
No, I don't wanna. I don't wanna cut my weight. I'm gonna be low. Even if they call me like before 4 or 5 days, I'll make my weight. But I'm not gonna cut and stay on the scales 155. You know.
Okay, and is it fair to assume you're fighting the winner of that fight?
Most likely.
Okay, so are you okay with that?
There is a couple different things that can happen.
Oh, really? Like what? Could you tell us?
No, because they told me I cannot tell what
Okay. No, it's okay. I don't
But can be good.
Okay.
Should be good.
I saw you at the event. You had the handcuffs on.
Yeah.
What were you trying to say? What were you trying to say when you had the handcuffs?
That I'm not gonna beat anybody here.
Okay. I thought you meant like the UFC was handcuffing you, not letting you fight.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, people think like that, but my main thing was, okay, I go there with handcuffs, and if someone gonna talk shit, I cannot punch him. You know, my hands is like locked.
Okay. That makes a lot of sense. So when you were there, you didn't meet with the brass? You didn't meet with Hunter or Dana or anyone?
Yeah, I met Dana. I met everybody there.
Oh, and how did it go when you saw Dana?
Yeah. Good, very good.
Did he tell you what?
Just, hey, how are you?
It wasn't
Good.
like, hey, Arman, I'm not happy with you. You need to do this. None of that stuff.
No. But if they told me I shouldn't wrestle, they just gonna call me and tell me. But they let me do this, I'll do it. You know, if they gonna say, Arman, you shouldn't wrestle anymore, I'm not gonna wrestle, because my main thing is UFC, and it's just side quest, and I just make money, have fun. You know, because wrestling, you don't get hurt and you don't get punched. So it's just go there, make have fun, make money, and travel around the US. You know, it's so fun, good show, and it's easy for my mentality too. You know, when you fight every month, you cannot, because it's hard. You know, if you lose, it's a lot of pressure on you. But wrestling, it's no pressure. You go there, just wrestle. You know. Maybe because it's not my sport. That's why
Sure.
I take it easy.
But did you hear Kurt Angle? He said he thinks you could be an Olympian.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe.
That'll be another
But,
side
I
quest.
think-
Imagine you do an Olympic side quest.
It takes time, you know. And right now, if I was a UFC champion, I could think about that. But right now, no. And there is no money. There is no just for the country. Yeah, you can bring the medal. But like, can imagine guys training 25 years, 20 years only freestyle wrestling. They wrestled for 20 years, and it's gonna be difficult to compete with them. It's different level, you know.
What's brilliant about this is it keeps you in the news. Every couple of weeks now, you're competing. So all of a sudden, people are following you and getting more into you. It's been a brilliant thing that you've done. We saw you a couple of weeks ago in the Hype event. And now, like the moment this match is over, there's another report. Can you tell us, is this true? You versus Dylan Dennis in Hype? Is this a real thing?
It's not confirmed yet. We're still doing negotiate.
Okay.
They still going back and forth. So
Because that's in like 2 weeks. No, that's next week, April 8th.
next week. But for me, it doesn't matter. I can wake up and go to wrestle Dylan Dennis. He's like, he's easy money for me.
But this is submission grappling, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So that's more his domain.
Yeah, but he's gonna get tired in 3 minutes.
Okay. Did you watch him against Colby?
I watched. Yeah, I watched.
Did he do better than you thought?
He's better than I thought. I thought he has no wrestling, but he could get points
Yeah.
from Colby. And I was telling Colby, bro, your sucks in the wrestling. How Dylan Dennis could get the points from you?
Yeah, no, that was a little bit surprising to at least the true wrestling fans. And so what do you think the likelihood of this happening next week is? Like, is it close or is it 50-50 right now?
No, it's 50-50 because Ariev wants me to wrestle, and
Again?
if we're gonna pick, if I'm gonna pick the grappling or REF, I'll pick REF most likely. We'll see who pays more.
Yeah, of course. Like Rampage Jackson once said, the cheddar makes it better, Arman. You know what that means?
Yes,
Sort of. The
Almost.
more money makes it better.
Yeah, of course. I want to make money, you know, because I don't want to go there for free and they use me. Nowadays, it's already made my name in UFC, you know, that's why they gotta pay me.
Who does RAF want you to compete against?
Colby Covington. Yeah. Colby Covington and then Chandler.
Oh,
Just easy fights, you know. Just go there, like kick their ass.
yes. And go
Get
home.
Get the bag, go home.
Yes. Colby very upset that he's not on the White House card. What do you think of the White House card?
To be honest, main event and co-main event so good, but it's a 6 fights, right? Or 8 fights?
6 fights.
6 fights. That's why, like, we see the names. 6 fights. That's why it's not like enough for us. If it was a 12 fights or like UFC 300, it was 14 fights or something like that. It was like a lot of people, like a lot of title fights, a lot of stars. But here you cannot bring a lot of stars, and you need the USA. Especially, it's hard to pick like USA fighters right now because not a lot of superstars from US. John Jones is gone. Chandler, he's trash can. Who else? Colby, trash can.
Sean O'Malley.
Sean O'Malley, good.
Yeah.
He's there.
Yeah.
Who else?
Kayla Harrison injured.
Yeah, she's injured.
Yeah. There's not a lot.
It's just Gagey. That's why they put Gagey there. And Sean O'Malley.
Bo Nickel.
Common event is so good, and main event is good. And just people was thinking like it's gonna be 6 title fights,
Yeah.
6 contender fights. That's why. But it's impossible. They cannot do that because they have different shows. So for me, it's good because it's in my division in 155 the main event, and who knows, maybe I'll fight there. For me, it's good. That's why I was happy when I saw main event.
It has to be you next. If it's not you next, then we have a massive problem.
Me,
It has to be you, Arman. Come on.
problem gonna have my fans with UFC. Me, I'll stay out of the problem.
There's no one else. It's one of the biggest fights the UFC can do. You versus Ilya, if he wins, and I think he's going to win. It's a gigantic fight.
Yeah, can imagine me versus Ilya on the White House. Everybody gonna talk about that fight.
White House, no White House.
Yeah.
Who cares? Put it
Yeah.
anywhere. Put it in Madrid.
Yeah, great fight because we are both on young and on our prime, and like 50% gonna think I'm gonna win, 50%
Oh
gonna
my
think
God.
Ilya gonna win, and it's gonna be like a massive fight.
What did you think of all the talk of Ilya moving up to 170 to fight Islam? Did you think that was going to happen? Do you think that would be smart? What do you think of that?
I think if it's gonna be smart for him to move up and make a lot of money, and even if he lose to Islam, people say, oh, he took he take the chance to fight for the third belt, and can imagine if he beat Islam, he's gonna be a legend in this sport. 3 belts, no one done it before.
But that means if he would go up there and win, then you don't get to fight him.
What about if he lose? He comes back and I beat him again, and the UFC got him out.
Yeah.
That's the best thing.
He just signed a big deal with Richard Millet. You know Richard Millet?
Of course I know.
Yeah. So what about you? You have to counter with a big deal yourself.
I already told about that. It's one of the best brand. I like Richard Mille, so, and maybe I'll sign with them too. Maybe because I know the who runs out the Richard Mille. So
Okay. You could buy
Yes.
Richard Millet, right? Like you don't need a sponsorship.
yeah, for me it's easier to go there buy, and I shouldn't tag them and promote them, and
Right.
but like if it's good marketing, it's good because if you tell me which brand you want to work, it's a Richard Mille,
Okay, that's
because it's a sport watch. We are in the sport, it's easy for us to wear. So for example, Patek, they never work with anybody
maybe you.
because they don't need that.
Right.
It's like a OG brand.
How many watches do you own?
After every event I'll buy one, so I got this one.
Okay, you just got it.
No, the from the, which one I got? From the Makayev.
Okay, yeah. Wow, that was a good one. So
Now I'm looking for the new one.
every time you compete, you buy a watch after.
Yeah,
So how many you have now? 20 something?
we gotta count.
Okay. And why do you need to do that? Like, what is it about competing makes you want to buy one?
When I saw this watch, oh, this is Bakayev's head. Whatever it is, this is
Okay.
Hooker's neck.
Right. What was it like?
And then like,
It reminds you of your victories, of your conquests.
yeah.
Makayev was
And,
an interesting
as much-
opponent.
Not really, but like it's better than nothing.
Sure. Small.
And it was a big risk. It was big risk for me. Can you imagine if I wouldn't choke him? I got so much hate.
You were so much bigger than him, right? So you have to win.
Yeah, I have to win, and it was a risk for me.
Because when people
if I
expect
couldn't,
you.
yeah, if I couldn't choke him out, can you imagine? You cannot like choke him out. How are you gonna choke out Ilya Topuria?
Right. No, that's fair. That is a lot of pressure. You were there in Vegas for that BMF fight, and now I'm hearing that it's going to be Max versus Conor. That's what they want. How do you think that goes at 170?
BMF Max versus Conor.
No BMF, but you saw a Max fight, right, against Charles?
Yeah,
And now I'm hearing in July they want to do Max versus Conor.
That's a good fight, but I think it's stylistically a good fight for the Conor.
You think it's good? And 172, Max, doesn't historically fight at that weight.
Yeah, Max is done already. He's just going make money and then retire.
You think he's finished?
Yeah, he's not that Max anymore.
Okay. What makes you say that? Because in his
He
last
looks
fight,
so bad.
yeah,
His last fight, he looked so bad. That's crazy.
you were surprised.
How? I was surprised how you cannot wrestle, like zero wrestling. You've been in this sport like 20 years and like you cannot even like defend takedown from Charles Oliveira. Charles Oliveira has no takedowns. He has good like jiu-jitsu. But like wrestling, I've never seen him wrestle very well. But he cut him down like he was like a masterclass, from wrestling from Charles.
Yeah.
And I thought he went to Dagestan for 2-3 years and then come back.
Or maybe he should go, right?
It's too late.
Yeah.
It's too late. Yeah, he has like 3-4 fights left and then he's gonna retire. Our division is gonna change soon. So and the king is gonna be me. And we're gonna have the big new names that coming up, because the all I don't know why they give these old guys chances. KG, Oliveira. I wouldn't surprise if Oliveira fights for the title again.
Not before you.
Not before me, but still,
Yeah, because they're known commodities. People love them. They're draws.
Yeah, but we need new names like. The new names coming up and give them chance, like for example from top 10, top 15, someone who just got there, give them a chance to fight with top 5 and like maybe switch the names.
Sure. Like you. It's about freaking time.
Bro, I was beating everybody. Like, what do you mean? I was top 15, I beat top 14. I was top 14, I beat top 13. I was top 13, I beat top 10. I was top 10, I beat top 5. I was top 5, I beat top 1. And then I became a number 1.
No, I understand, but I'm saying you're a huge star and they're not booking you in fights.
Soon.
Okay.
They're gonna give me good fight.
So you feel like you're in a good spot with them? You feel like you're in good standing now?
I have no idea when. I gotta see the contract first.
Okay, that's right. Yeah, that's a good way to find out.
Yeah.
How much they want you.
Yeah. So, but I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing. I wanna like become a star before I fight for the title and bring so much eyes. They're gonna be shocked that people love me in US.
I feel like you're there already. I think you've done it.
Yeah, but we need a little bit more.
I see you hanging out with Speed. I Show Speed. That's big time stuff.
Yeah, Speed. He's so funny guy.
Yeah, look at
Good
you.
person.
You're
I
big
was
time.
wrestling.
You're A+ celebrity now.
I was wrestling him.
You're gonna teach him a little. Look at this. He's a strong guy, right?
Yeah, he is strong. He's strong. Jacked.
Jacked, yeah.
Yeah,
Natural? You think he's natural?
Yeah, he is. He's so young.
Yeah.
He is black.
By the way, Arman, I wanted to ask you. So, is your new team over in Southern California? You, Hamzat, at the Santos studio over there. Is that the new team for you?
It's not new team. I've been training there like almost 1.5 years, and but I go to ATT, come there. I like to live in LA in LA and train there because for my lifestyle it's easier. But like when I prepare for the fight, I go to ATT as well. So
okay, but Hamzat is there, so you'll be there, right?
Yeah, we train with Hamzat right now. He's preparing for this fight. Huge fight is coming up. I think this fight should be in White House as well. And if they add him there, would be great. Like 3 title fights and Hamza's there in the White House.
Yeah, seeing you guys train together, I saw you doing the flips, the back thing that you do over there, and he was doing it too. Khalil Roundtree couldn't do it. I think you have to be a certain type of guy to do that. You know what I'm talking about? These things right here.
Yeah.
This is crazy stuff that you guys just...
It's from freestyle wrestling. Hamza, he wrestled when he was young. He does like a lightweight that things. He's so flexible and explosive. But Khalil, he never wrestled, and of course he cannot do that.
Wow, what a room that
But he's a good striker.
Yes, of course.
He's a good striker.
Will you be in Khamzat's corner?
But he's getting better. Most likely, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. If they ask me to be there, I'll be there. So
is this
anyway? I'll be there.
Of course. But does this feel different for Khamzat? Like it's become very personal. Do you sense that he's very upset?
No, he seems so cool, and he never tell me, "Oh, I'm gonna kill him there" or something. I said, like, you gotta be so quiet. No matter what he's gonna talk during the fight, try you, make you angry, and like you're gonna like do mistake, and you shouldn't do that because that type of thing he can like. He can beat you in that type of thing, talking and like make you angry, and then he can do mistakes. So be calm, and we're gonna try to keep him calm and do his job, and get the victory.
The following week, your cousin is competing on the MVP card in California, right?
Yeah, May 16.
David Magoyan?
Yeah, David, we're going there. He's preparing. He's so excited. Thank you, MVP, for that opportunity. Big fight coming up for him. He's fighting with a good fighter, ex-UFC fighter, champion, UNF, and I train with Albert, who he's fighting. Very tough opponent.
Okay, yes.
So excited.
You'll be there to corner him?
Yes, of course.
Okay, that's a big opportunity for him. Big card.
Yeah, big card, big money for him, It's good.
There it is. Another Armenian.
Yeah, another Armenian coming up to 145. But he's so young. That's why we just he need a lot of experience, and then he can go to UFC.
Okay. By the way, you mentioned 145. I know you tweeted after the Movsar fight, maybe I should go down to 145 to save the division. Is this a serious thing? Like when you spoke to the UFC, did this come up at all?
Yeah, it came up, and I wanna do that because I wanna be a UFC champion, and I don't wanna just fight just for fight, because I fought so many times, and I deserve fight for the title. If they told me we're not gonna give you title in 155, we can give you in 145, I'll make it 145 and fight there and stay there as much as they want me.
But now, I mean, like that feels like something you do after you win 155.
No. If I win 155, I'll stay there. I wanna break the record. It's like 4 defenses.
Yeah.
Right? How much Islam defend the title?
Oh gosh, top of my head, I don't remember. Maybe 5?
Yeah, it's 4.
4 or 5? Okay.
No, 4.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to do 7 at least. And then we'll see, go down or go up.
Realistically, how many matches do you think you'll do, side quests, before you have another UFC fight?
Whatever you see. If I fight in August or July, so I'll do maybe 2-3 more.
Wait a second, July, Arman? If you're fighting in July, you're not fighting Ilya.
I'm just saying, like.
Don't tell me you're
July,
fighting someone
August.
else. Don't tell me you're fighting.
Yeah.
Nah, you're not. You have to fight the winner of Ilya versus Justin, and the winner is probably going to be ready October, November, December.
Yeah. Okay, August or September. When is it gonna be back? Gage or
5 months, 6 months. These guys don't fight every 2 months.
Okay, I'll do 25 matches.
I'm trying to get a gauge of when they told you, yeah, maybe you, Madison Square Garden, November, something like that?
Yeah, but it's too long.
I know, but
What I'm gonna do?
realistic.
I'm gonna break all these grapplers, wrestlers.
It's too. That's what I'm worried about. So they didn't
Yeah,
give you a
maybe-
timeline.
Yeah, maybe if it's gonna be November, I would like to box in Zuffa Boxing.
Yeah, you brought that up too?
But I heard the Dana White doesn't like that idea.
Yeah, he doesn't like
someone asked him, "What do you think?" And he said, "No, I want a UFC fighter fight in UFC." And
Yeah.
but I think it's good because, like, for example, like me, I'm so active. I have nothing to do. I love this sport, and I don't want to wait like fight or 2 times a year. I would like to fight 6 times, and especially if it's gonna be boxing or wrestling.
Yeah. I think he wants to keep it separate.
Yeah, but I think it's good for the boxing too. If some UFC stars can go there and box and make more money and make their name bigger.
What do you think of the boxers
What do
getting?
you think?
I think it would be good, but I'm curious what you think of the boxers getting paid a lot, and then some of the UFC fighters saying, "Hey, how come you're not paying me as much as them?"
I don't think so. Boxers makes a lot of money. Just top boxers they make. I think when the Zuffa boxing is signed, they maybe get paid less than a UFC fighter. It's my opinion.
Yeah.
I don't know the numbers, but top fighters they make a lot of money.
They paid one guy, Conor Benn, $15 million, who's not a champion or anything.
For one fight.
One fight, yeah.
But let him fight, and then we'll see if they pay him or not. So I don't know.
Like someone like you is more popular than him, I think.
Yeah, but the boxing is like from when this boxing started, this sport.
Sure.
Long ago, right?
Yeah.
Long ago, and a lot of competition between boxing, and then like he can come here or go there. He can like do negotiation, and like get the bigger check.
That's fair. That's fair. Let me ask you a couple things, and then I'll let you go. I saw you on the boat yesterday eating sushi. How many pieces you eat?
Yes,
How many pieces is this?
all of them. All of them, because I cut weight. I was on the diet 2 weeks. So
Look at this life. This is unbelievable.
now I wanna get the yacht and do yoga on the yacht.
That's what you're going to do today?
No, today I wanna film with Nina something. Nina is here too,
Okay.
so I'm gonna take her on the fake date.
Arman, I thought I was your favorite interviewer, and now it feels like Nina's your favorite interviewer. I'm getting a little jealous.
She never get interview from me.
What do you mean?
Just 1, 2 times. 2 times in my life.
What do you mean never?
We just do-
12 hours.
We just do the live streaming.
That's an interview. That's a kind of an interview.
No. But interview just you.
Just me. Okay, because
Nobody pay as much as you pay me.
that's true. That's a good point. I get you for 30 minutes. She gets you for 12 hours.
She's more beautiful than you,
That is true also. That's fair.
and she's my friend, close friend.
What? When you say things like this, Armin, then it makes people make jokes, and then she gets upset.
I mean, like best friend. Like we're good friends.
Okay. All right. I don't want any problems with you or her. I saw her go up to Giorgio.
No problem.
She went up to Giorgio like she was pissed.
Yeah, she's she's so angry.
Yeah.
I thought she was gonna slap him.
She was disrespected.
No. And then we figure out he came and say I apologize.
Okay.
I was wrong. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He just said I wanted to promote this fight, this that, and kind of he did. So now we're talking about that.
That's true. And by the way, what's this off-roading? I saw you doing off-roading with a Rolls Royce. That's crazy, man. What is this?
Yeah.
What's wrong?
This is first Rolls off-roading.
Yeah. No one's doing that. Where was this?
Yeah. This is in Big Bear. We went to Big Bear with Hamzat for 2 weeks. And I said, okay, here I gotta drive Rolls Royce.
Where do you get that? Where do you get that Rolls Royce?
It's my friend's Rolls Royce.
Golly.
Yeah, but what was so good, and and my dad called me and said, bro, like, you don't have even Rolls Royce, and we don't have you here Rolls Royce in our city, and you're like driving on the mountains Rolls Royce. What's going on with you in US?
When are you going back home?
When I get the title.
Okay, all right. Oh, we lost him again. Did we just lose? I was literally just about to say goodbye to Arman.
Maybe you asked the wrong question.
Golly, why does this always happen to me? Did his phone die or something?
It must have, but
Oh my God.
He lives on the edge, man.
Why does he always do this to me?
Constantly hopping in with like 15% battery.
Did he tell you that beforehand?
No, but it just feels like that. I feel like this is the third time now we've lost him due to a dying battery.
And every time just as about to say goodbye.
Yeah. Yeah, and we're framing up Moses now. It's,
Oh, no.
Traffic jam's getting caused.
What's
back there.
happening? What do I do?
By the time he gets his charger and everything, I mean, it took him like 10 minutes last time.
Oh no, I'm gonna call him real quick.
Yeah. Say goodbye on the phone.
Yeah.
Oh, it's gonna go straight to voicemail.
Oh, we're screwed now. Watch this. Is he popping back in?
Nah, I don't see him yet.
Uh-oh. This is my worst nightmare.
A lot of nightmares today.
Golly, this is what happens when Rick leaves, right?
This is the greatest thing to ever happen for New York Rick.
What?
The PR on New York Rick, because obviously it's 2 videos now. The other one is done so people can comment on it.
Oh no!
All the comments are just like, Rick leaves for 1 day and this is what happens.
Oh,
I'll never
no.
hate on New York Rick again.
What do I do? Is he coming back?
Nah, man, I'm pretty sure that phone died.
Is our next guest there?
Yeah, he's sitting right here. I'm looking at him.
Oh my God, what a nightmare. Let me try it one more time. His phone's dead, right?
It has to be. That's all I can. That's all I can think. Why like Zooms don't just shut out like that.
This happened last time too,
I
and I had
know.
to come.
Not last time, like 5 times.
2 times.
He's a regular on the show at this point. But
All right. Well, we'll reconnect. We'll
figure it out.
We'll figure it out. For now, though, can I go to the next guest? Okay, not okay.
wow, Frank with the
Jeez.
hard, absolutely not.
Well, then maybe Arman can come back to say goodbye.
I'm trying to see. He hasn't jumped back in yet.
What a guy, that Arman Tsarukyan. He better freaking fight for the belt next. I'll tell you that much. Although him coming to New Jersey is exciting. Maybe we can have him in studio again.
That'd be incredible. Looking at his Tapology, it's just ridiculous how there's like 8 fights now since the Dan Hooker actual UFC fight.
It's just grappling, wrestling,
Mixed
RAF.
rules, yep.
Yo, if I'm RAF, I try to sign this guy to an exclusive and say, all your side quests are with us. You want to compete every month? Compete every month. We have a show every month. Don't let him go anywhere else. But maybe that's not something that they want to be, in getting involved with, because they want people to be able to go back and forth. They don't want to be tied up as far as UFC fighters not being able to compete on their events. So maybe they don't want to do the same. But it does seem like they can have him on literally every month and get anyone other than a UFC fighter. Although he does bring up a compelling point about Colby Covington not being in his weight class. So it's not like they're going to make that match anyways, that fight anyways. So why can't they actually compete against each other? And that would probably do bananas. Shaheen telling me that RAF 7 is going to be Uncrowned.com's most trafficked event of the month. Over BMF, over Izzy, over Fundora, over all those guys. All right, let's move along and say hello to our next guest, another guy who headlined this past Saturday. This time, we're talking about an event that happened at the Co-op Live in Manchester. Oh my God, what more can we say about Moses Itauma? 14-0 now, 21 years young, and he does what the likes of, Anthony Joshua, Dillian White, many others couldn't do, and that is finish Jermaine Franklin. And he did it with an unbelievable uppercut. We showed it to you afterwards, a couple of punches, just to add to the sequence at the very end there. But it really was the uppercut that was his undoing. And he looked so on point. He looked so relaxed out there. It was a beautiful thing to see. He's kind enough to join us right here and now after the victory. What a pleasure it is to be joined by the youngster Moses Itauma. Hello, Moses. How are you?
What's going on there? Are you good?
I'm doing great, my man. Congratulations on the win. Wow. Have you come down from that? You don't really get too high or low or anything, but I'm wondering from that, do you feel like you've come down a little bit, or are you at a high? Where are you at?
So I've walked through the doors like 5 minutes ago, so I'm straight on the interview.
Fucking hell. That's what it's like being a superstar, right?
I mean, I had a choice, but yeah, no, I mean, I don't really get too high off the highs and I don't get too low off the lows. You know, I was saying with people, like, in order to know what good day is, you need to go for a bad day. And like, obviously myself, I've never lost, so I don't feel like I fully can appreciate or know what a win really is.
When you say that you just walked in, do you mean like you just came home from Manchester?
I literally just came home from Manchester like 5 minutes ago.
Wow. Well, I do appreciate you doing this. I'm sure you're tired and have some things that you want to, attend to. So thank you very much. How would you describe the night and the fight and the performance? When I ask you about it, what comes to mind?
It's a big blessing. It was a big blessing. Like, the knockout was just crazy. Man, I don't even know. I'm speechless because obviously I thought I could do it. I just didn't think it was going to be like that, especially against Jermaine Franklin. You lot can't do me with that hairline picture like that. Oh, it's terrible.
What's wrong? What's wrong? What's going on? You don't like?
There's so many great pictures on the internet. You lot use the worst one.
Golly, guys, why would you do that to Moses? He's kind enough to do the show as he walks in, and you're giving him that picture. Okay, we're just going to use the picture that's on the screen here because you look fantastic here. How many times have you watched that knockout?
It's not even about the knockout. I've watched the fight like so many times. I'm happy I was able to like please, I guess, everyone. I pleased myself. I pleased my team. I pleased the crowd. Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy. And if I didn't please you, then I guess tune in for the next one, innit?
I have a feeling everyone left very pleased. I heard the commentary team say something in between one of the later rounds, if you will, but I didn't catch it, so I wanted to ask you if it really happened. Did you tell your corner, hey, I need to slow down a little bit, that you felt like you were moving too fast and going for the finish, in the first or second round?
So no, what happened was basically when the first round kind of obviously took off, like, I was boxing to the tactics, but I was just thinking to myself, like, do you know, if so I'm just trying to that'll do. When I was boxing to the tactics, but I was just thinking, like, okay, like, it's a 10-round fight. I have time. I was trying to prove a statement with trying to like knock him out in like the first or second round, and like he just took like my best shots, and I was just like, okay, I'm gonna slow down now because like it doesn't look like he's gonna be going anywhere.
You looked so composed out there. I love the feints. I love that you were showing him upstairs, then you went downstairs, showing him downstairs, going upstairs. It every time I see you fight, what blows me away is the speed, the power, and just sort of like your ring IQ, the way in which you work out there. Like, to be 14 fights in, and I've heard you say it's happening a little bit quicker than you thought. You look like a 30 to 35 fight veteran out there. It's amazing.
No, thank you very much. I think like that the preparation that I have, it's kind of hard not to be confident. Like, and I believe like my team with Ben Davis and Lee Wiley, I think we have a solid team. So obviously, if your preparation has gone well, your team's obviously on point. Everybody's being accountable for their own jobs. I think it's hard to not put on a good performance.
We've talked about how calm you are. This one, big fight, Manchester, close to home. Were you nervous beforehand? In the changing room, during the walkout?
Do you know what? My trainer, one of my S&C coaches, or my S&C coach said to me, he was like, you know, Rico or Moses, before the fight, I started getting nervous for you. And I was like, why? He was like, I never get nervous. So I started getting nervous. And I was like, why is that? It was like he said that you was too relaxed. It seemed like you was just going in for sparring. And I guess my mentality is like I train as hard as I possibly can, and when we get to the arena, when we get to the fight night, it's like the hard work's done. It's the easy bit now. So I was like, there's no point getting nervous now. I'm like, if you don't win, God just didn't want it to be that way, because obviously if you've ticked every box off and you don't get the decision, like it just might not be on that, and you can't really do much about that.
You mentioned something in the post-fight press conference about Lee Wiley. When you went to the back, he showed you, I guess, some of the footage that you guys worked on, some of the game planning. That sequence in particular, is that I think I deciphered it that way. Is that what happened? He showed you some old stuff, and you actually you nailed it to a T?
No, so with every fight, I get a what do you call it? A scouting report. So before every fight, you get a scouting report, and then once you start sparring, you start tailoring things down to the opponents. And like, so for example, when you start camp, you might get like a scouting report that has like 5 things, and he'll be like, I'll look for or capitalize on these 5 things. And then as you start training, as you start sparring, like he'll narrow it down to 2 things. And then you just like focus on them 2 certain things. And obviously during the fight, I did. And then after the fight, he showed me a clip of the scouting report and then fight night. So yeah, I boxed to the game plan. And he's done that with Dempsey McKean, with Mike Balogun. He's done that with everyone. So yeah, it's a big blessing being part of the Ben Davison stable, because I like to. If I be completely honest, like I say Dempsey McKean is my favorite knockout, because I feel like it was a Moses Itauma knockout. You can't like compare that to anyone. But I'm just doing what I'm told. I'm just doing like I'm boxing to the instructions. So yeah, like I said, I got I guess show appreciation to them guys, because it's not just me. There's a whole team behind me.
To that point, afterwards, you said, quote, "I got the knockout I trained for, not what I deserved, but what I trained for." Which, again, you don't hear this type of stuff from any 21-year-old athlete. I'm not trying to glaze, as the kids like to say, but like this is very profound stuff. Why don't you feel like you deserved it?
I don't like to use the word deserve, because it's just I don't like to use the word deserve. Like boxing's a numbers game. It's about getting lucky, and the more you train, the luckier you get. But there's always a night that you can just be unlucky. So with just that found, I say, okay, like I've trained so hard that the odds are in my favor. So I guess I trained so hard that I feel like I should win the fight, not deserve, because I feel like a lot of people, they feel like they deserve something when they haven't put in the work, you know? So I just like to stay away from the word deserve.
That's fair, and I respect that. What about this story that when you were 11, you won your first national title in Manchester, and then here you are 10 years later selling out an arena like that and doing what you did to someone like Jermaine? That is crazy.
Do you know what? I'm going to put an Instagram picture up soon. I'm going to look for the golden gloves that I won when I was in Manchester. I was 11 years old. I was 70 kilo. So now I'm going back to Manchester with a sold out crowd. Yeah, I'm gonna put a picture up soon.
That youngster, what were his dreams? Like, were you thinking of things like this, or was this too far fetched?
He didn't have a dream like that. I promise you, like even now to the day, like the future, like I don't feel like it exists. Like the reason why I do boxing isn't to like, I guess, kind of sell crowds and be an entertainer. Like I actually genuinely do boxing because it keeps me sane. Like it's a habit that I've done for like since I was 9 years old. So if you used to take boxing away from me, like I don't think I'd be calm. I don't think I would be sane. So I do boxing for them reasons, and I guess it was the same when I grew up. Like as I was growing up, it was never oh, I want to be this, I want to be that. It was more of the fact that like I was just in the gym and I was just training, and then I happened to enter the national titles, and then I happened to win this and win that, and then yeah.
And so, considering how it makes you feel, and as you say, it keeps you sane, that was your first fight since August. Are you hoping to come back quickly so you can make up for some lost time and not go insane?
Whether I'm boxing or not, I'm always in the gym area. So
okay. You're able to scratch that itch regardless.
100%. Like even though I wasn't, obviously, although I didn't box since August, I started training again end of November. So even though I haven't boxed for what's that, 6-7 months, I've still been training for 4 months, 5 months. So that's why when I do get competition, I'm ready.
It is a different kind of itch though, right? Being in front of all those people, winning the way in which you do, than being in the gym.
It's more of an itch when you get the money, Ariel.
How is the money these days? Are they compensating you well?
Of course. Let's not talk about that.
Fair enough. You did mention Filip Hrgović, and just a day before your fight, we find out that he's fighting, or maybe on the day of the fight, that he's fighting Dave Allen. Would you want to wait for that fight to play out, or are you not interested in that?
No, we just got to go back to the drawing board. Like, every heavyweight is right now occupied. Obviously, Lawrence Okoli's boxing Tony Yoka. Adji Kabayel just fought. Uzyk's obviously boxing Rico. Tyson Fury's boxing Makhmudov. Hrgović is boxing Dave Allen. Every heavyweight's occupied. So we kind of just got to like go back to the drawing board and just see what's best. Best for my career, best for my development, and obviously it's going to get me to the world title. So I wouldn't rule out any fight. I think I ticked off a lot of boxes for my coaches, so I don't think they're going to be shy about putting me in with anyone.
There are a couple of names you didn't mention. Anthony Joshua seems to be coming back. I doubt that happens.
I think obviously. I didn't want to mention his name because obviously he's in his grieving period. But I don't know if that's a fight to make. That's a fight to make. So yeah, obviously I've got a meeting with Frank Warren this week. So we just go back to the drawing board and see who's available.
Deontay's fighting this weekend as well if he wins.
Yeah, Deontay. Yeah.
That could be interesting. There are options out there for you. I think it would be a travesty if you don't fight for one of the major titles by the end of this year.
Oh, 100%. I agree with you. Being a world champion at 21 would be good, isn't it?
Yeah, it probably could have happened already. But we don't have to lament that. You're ready now. You could beat these guys.
You say it, I have to do it, innit?
Sure. The one issue is the Wardley one. That's the only issue. The other ones, it's wide open.
Of course, like, I think I've said it before, Ariel.
Yeah.
Like, it's boxing, unless you're like Anthony Joshua, Tyson Fury, Floyd Mayweather, XYZ, you kind of just, you're like a bounty hunter. You just kind of get given a name and you're like, yeah, this is who you're fighting. Whereas obviously when you are at that sort of caliber, that sort of level, you pick your own fights. And at the minute, I guess I don't get to pick my own fights. So when I am at the level of Anthony Joshua, Tyson Fury, XYZ, then you lot can put the blame on me. But as of right now, like, I'm doing my best with what I got.
A video emerged of you seeing Mike Tyson, I think it was like 2 years ago in Saudi when you were just starting out. I think you were 18 at the time, so maybe 3 years ago, and you were telling him you want to fight 8-9 times and a year, but you don't want to fight bums, and then he's telling you, hey, everyone's dangerous. You remember this, right?
Of course.
Was that your first time meeting him?
That was the first time meeting Mike Tyson, correct.
What did that mean to you, that interaction? What do you remember from it?
See, I don't want to come across as arrogant or big-headed or anything, but like obviously, apart from success at a young age, like me and Mike Tyson really didn't have much in common. So I never really looked at his career, if that makes sense. I guess I was more appreciative when I was able to kind of, I guess, speak to people that are in similar boats as me, like Anthony Joshua, Tyson Fury, XYZ. Like Mike Tyson, yes, obviously he's a legend in the sport, and I guess it was an honor to be in his presence, but it was just also a fact. It's like I don't even know the words to use. Like I was appreciative to be in his presence, but like I don't really have that relation with him. If that makes sense. So it was kind of don't know.
You weren't starstruck. You weren't moved by it because you didn't grow up watching him. You grew up watching some of these other guys.
Correct. There you go. You said what I'm thinking.
I get you. Okay. No, that makes total sense. He's not from your era. You know who he is. You respect him, but you don't have memories of sitting, in your living room watching him.
Exactly. And I guess that's why when I met Nassim Hamid wasn't my era, but he was kind of one of the people that I was watching when I first started boxing. But obviously Anthony Joshua, Tyson Fury, even to be honest, Derek Chisora, I know he's a madman. But yeah, these are the people that I kind of grew up watching. And I was just like, I always ask them, what do you think about this? Or what do you think about that? And like I said it multiple times, and I say it again. When I was training with Tyson Fury in Malta, in Saudi and in Morecambe, like the biggest blessings was like not sparring with him, but being able to learn from him. Because a good man learns from his own mistakes. A great man learns from other people's. So being able to like be with Tyson Fury and like train with him, speak to him, we spoke about everything. We spoke about like relationships, money, religion, legals, loyals, like so much stuff. And like that was more of a blessing than sharing the ring with him, if that makes sense, because he's done what I'm trying to do. And it would be foolish for me to not ask the men that have walked my path. And obviously, like I said, same thing with Anthony Joshua. Obviously, he was at the Ben Davison stable and able to, I guess, pick his brains on certain things. And it's funny because even though they're both from two different backgrounds, two different parts of England, they both gave me the same advice. So it's something like, okay, bank that and like let's put it to work. Do you know what I mean?
Can I ask what's the best piece of advice that they gave you? Are you able to share? That stuck with you?
The best piece of advice the one thing that I took from Anthony Joshua that I said it all the time, and it's on my Instagram as well. You are a citizen of the world. Don't tie yourself down to one entity. And with Tyson Fury, man, we spoke. If you was to add up all the times we spoke, we'd have like 3 days worth. What did Tyson tell me? Focus on your boxing and put people in the right position to like do the jobs that I guess you can't have your 100% mind on.
Okay.
I've actually got a whole list of things on my phone.
Wow.
With what Tyson Fury said. But yeah, it's like I said, it was a big blessing being with them.
It says a lot about you that you would take those notes. My son is 12. He's not a big boxing fan or fight fan, but he loves watching you fight. He watched the fight in August. I told him, hey, your guy Moses is fighting. He sat there, watched the whole thing. And when he saw you do the little bow, he said, that's aura. This guy has aura right here. And I feel like considering your age and the way you conduct yourself, you are going to bring up, people talk about influencer boxing. You're going to bring so many new fans to the sport in the UK and around the world. And it's just a pleasure to watch you do it, so early on in your career and the poise that you have. It's really a remarkable thing.
Thank you very much, Ariel. I do appreciate it. The one thing I must say is that I guess this probably goes to what Anthony Joshua said. Although also I'm a citizen of the world, I don't tie myself down to one entity. I also don't want to appeal myself as a boxer. I am a young man, I guess, kind of walking this path, and like I guess I kind of wanna be able to show people or show the younger generation that you shouldn't use an age as an excuse to not do something. So there's a lot of people that would have said like, oh, obviously I just turned professional. I'm 21. I shouldn't be taking this fight. When I was 20, I shouldn't be taking that fight. But like, if you're capable of doing something and you know you've done the work to achieve it, like, go do it. Like, don't, especially don't let fear, I guess, kind of contain your potential. So I just kind of want to be that. I wouldn't say role model because that's a big pressure on my shoulders. I guess I kind of want to be that example of chasing your dreams or walking your path.
You're well on your way, my friend. You really are. So well done. Congratulations. And again, thank you for jumping on right as you came home. I really do appreciate it. We're going to let you go now and enjoy your time with your family. But
thank you very much.
What a pleasure.
Thank you.
And
everyone, soon,
yes,
soon, I promise, I'm going to come to New York.
We're waiting for you, my man. We're waiting for you. Can't wait for it.
I'm going to come to New York and we're going to do live in the flesh.
I would love it. I would love nothing more.
100%. Well, thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Same to you. All the best, Moses, and congrats again. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
What a guy, Moses Itauma. Remember that name. We're going to be talking about him for a very, very long time. Let me just really quickly here try to end this with Arman because it's going to hang over my head, and then we'll get to our next guest who's patiently waiting. Oh, there he is. Arman.
Hello.
We didn't get to say goodbye.
You're on the live or no?
We're live. I called you.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Arman.
Hello, everybody.
Arman, we have our next guest, actually, Alex Pantoja, ATT legend, waiting. So I just wanted to say bye and thank you. I don't like saying goodbye to people.
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting. It was a pleasure to talk to you. And now I'm busy.
Yes, say hello to Nina for us.
She's here.
Oh, hello, Nina. How are you?
Hi, Ariel.
Hello. Wow, this is
I'm doing great. Thank you.
This is an exclusive. What a collab.
Let's clip this out of context, why don't we?
No.
We're going to film a video.
Okay.
Yeah, we're filming a video.
All right. Well, you guys enjoy. You guys enjoy.
Why do I say anything?
For UFC.
Sure. Well, thank you.
UFC number one.
Yes.
Number one UFC. Okay, see you guys.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Bye, guys. Take care. Thank you. All right, there he is, Arman Tsarukyan. Golly. All right, let's move along now. Our next guest is waiting. Don't want to keep him waiting any longer. I've been bothering this man and his team for quite some time. I have essentially been bothering them since December, and it took a minute, but we are here. We are actually here. I'm sweating. Golly. We are here, and it's a great pleasure and privilege to be joined by the, at least for now, former UFC flyweight champion, but I have a feeling he's going to get another crack at that belt in very, very, very short order. He is Alexandre Pantoja, and he's kind enough to join us right here and now. Hello, Alex. How are you, my friend?
Very good. Thank you too. Waiting my interview, Ariel. I promised to you, I've talked with Pahumpa about that. I wait a lot of time to talk about because I need to understand what's happening, lose like that, it's very hard for me, in that day, I'm so ready to fight and I show everybody and show to myself about my level,
Okay, so first of all, thank you for doing the first interview with us, and I completely respect and understand that you needed some time. I was bothering Pahumpa a little bit, and he always told me, he's asking you in due time, and this seems like a good time with the flyweight title on the line in 2 weeks. But I want to go obviously all the way back to December, and even leading up to that fight. Were there any health issues, arm issues? Were there any issues whatsoever leading up to the Joshua Van fight? Obviously, we saw what happened, and we'll get to that. But just curious if there was anything leading up to the fight that may have caused the injury.
I I don't have any problem with my arm. I have some another injury in my body, but it's very far to my arm. I make a MRI to check. And that point, it's not serious. I keep training. Yes, I think nobody fight 100%. It's very hard to go to UFC in the octagon and fight 100%. But in that day, I'm very good. I can tell Ariel. I try to figure out that so many times, and what's happening there is something to I'm learn about my ego, about my goals and everything else. I separate this performance versus Josh Van to myself. I train very hard to complete that that fight. And all the time I'm in my training camp, I think after this fight I want to rest. Because I'm training so much, 2 years, be a champion of the world, training to exhaust all the time, 5 rounds. And what's happening, I very believe in God, in everything God talked to me. I hear. And next day, the fight, I'm back to home, back to Florida, and start to training because I need to recover my arm. If I'm not back to the gym, I'm lose the time. If I think I can rest for 1 month, I'm gonna lose a lot of time. And what's happening is after my injury, I'm back to the gym, I'm back to training. I talk about my ego. I don't know. All the time, I want to be the best fighter of the world. I want to be the pound for pound fighter. That's my goal. I think that's a good key. You have something to catch, and I'm the champion of the world, and now I want to be the best fighter of the world. I want to be the pound for pound, and then I train very hard to this moment. To fight with Josh Van, to make a very good fight, and I want to show my strike to everybody. I'm glad because Josh Van is a strike fight too, and that's happy. I think there's only way to Van win this belt in that night, and his destiny win this belt, because when Manel Kape pull out of the fight with the rival, Josh Van go to the fight, and in my vision, Josh Van win that fight versus Royval in less 10 seconds. In the last 10 seconds of the fight, Josh Van connect a good punch in Royval, and then he won the fight. And then he come to fight with me, and that's happening. That's injury happening with me. But I know 100% that's the destiny of Josh Van win this belt. And I know when I hurt my arm and he stopped a little bit, he know I hurt my arm. And then when he understand, I'm start to put my arm back to the fight, and then he understand I need to try to punch Pantoja because Pantoja come back. But in that point, I trained MMA all my life, and I know if I try to fight with my arm dislocation like that, can be worse to me, and then I'm gonna take a lot of time to be back, and then I say to stop the fight. And the time I say to stop the fight, my arm back to the position, and I say, oh my God, why I stopped the fight? And that's what's happening, I think Josh Van feel my kick in the head, and he make a good movement to try to catch it and put me out. But I know 100% his celebration because he don't fight with me. I don't know, 99.9% in my soul believe I'm beat Josh Van that night. But that's what's happened.
Wow. Okay, so I'm processing all of this because, again, this is the first time we hear from you.
Sorry, my English, Ariel.
No, it's perfect.
Everything
No. It's perfect. No apology. Could I ask, first things first, in the initial aftermath of the fight, on the broadcast, they said it was an injured shoulder. I heard it was elbow. Could you tell us exactly what you injured?
Yeah, of course. Everybody see the what's happening, you know. In the moment I try to put my hands in the octagon and back to the fight, because I know he feel my kick, and what I try to do is like a back to the fight very fast to finish my job. But in the same time, I try to, like a cat, put my hands in the match and back. He give me a little bump, and then my arm go too far, and that's what's happening. I put all my body in my arm, and dislocation my elbow. But the doctors say I make a very good job when I put the elbow back, the bone back to the place. Because if I don't put back in the right way, it's gonna be worse, you know. And that's what's happening, you know. Make hemorrhoid, see some ligaments, some tendons, a lot of mass, but no surgery, you know, no stem cell, no nothing, you know. Just training very hard, and I love to training, and that's a very good thing I do. Is I start to training with just one arm, and in my first month is very hard. Second month's better. And in 45 days, I'm back in the gym, you know.
Do you regret saying, stop the fight? Now, 3-4 months later, or even in the aftermath, do you regret saying what you said to the referee?
It's hard, Ariel, you know, because if it's like a 5 seconds, you know, I say to the fight, hey, I need to stop the fight because I see my bone out of my arm. And I try to put back all the time. And when the bone is back, I read saying, but, you know, I'm believing God all the time, you know, maybe it can be worse, you know. Maybe I can fight with one arm, but my arm's gonna be so much mess after that, you know. And I'm okay, Ariel. Like, God gave me a gift in that night, you know. What opportunity I have right now, you know. I know it's a lot of hard work I need to do right now, because to make this gift a dream, I need to work a lot, you know, because that's my life, you know. Because everybody can say, yeah, Pantoja come back to the belts, and that's gonna be a very beautiful history, you know. But I know I have a lot of work to do, because in that night I'm the high level, and now I try to go to that same zone, you know. I have a lot of a mountain to climb, you know, and I know I can be that guy again, you know. And but I'm okay with everything, you know. Take time. That's a great opportunity for me. What I think is that, you know, I have a great opportunity in my hands. God give me this blessing, a beautiful history to make, you know, and that's it. I'm feel blessing.
How did you deal with it in the immediate aftermath? Like, here you are, a champion, your career is going so well, you're confident, as you say. What were those days, the Sunday, the Monday, the Tuesday, when you realized what happened? It was one of the freakiest things that we'd ever seen in the UFC.
It's so hard. It's still hard to thinking about that, you know, because I'm loose, you know. That's hard. And I'm an athlete, but I'm a man too. Like an athlete, I know I'm loose, because that's a part of the sport. You know, if you get injury, something like that, you lose the fight. But like a man, I'm not lose that fight. You know, I'm 30 seconds happen, and I feel I can destroy Joshua Van. You know, my first kick, he turned. You know, like I see now, man. I'm going to smash this kid. You know, I'm very, very, very good shape. And now, like, I need it back all the way, you know, injury. I can lift with my left arm for 1 month. I lose a lot of muscles, a lot to figure out, you know. And something I talk about my ego too, like I never get a KO or submission finish in my career. And I'm love that. I love to see that. Nobody can finish me. That's so nice. But now I see in my record have a TKO. And that all to learn. Ariel. That's so hard to learn when you're old. But we'll still learn a lot of things.
Was there any specialist or doctor that you saw after that said that you should have surgery? Sometimes when there's a dislocation, now all of a sudden, it becomes susceptible to more injury and it's loose. I don't know the medical terms, but you know what I mean. Did anyone try to say it would be better to have a surgery?
You know what Vini Panzenza say?
Yeah.
You don't know how man I am. You don't know how kind of man I am. No, but like some doctors say it's better if I make a surgery, but one doctor is my doctor Gelb. He say you don't need, because if you open your arm, it's gonna be more injury. You good. You recover fast. Do your therapy, and I believe in him. I work very hard every day. That's why I can come to this zone. Be a champion of the world, and I'm still working. I'm glad to be part of that. I have amazing training partners. I have amazing people on my side, and make all that happen for me.
So right now you will not have the surgery, right?
Yeah.
How does it feel?
I think we can talk about that. UFC asking me about the fight, but if I can remember, this is like a last days from January, and in that time is like a 2 months ago. I say no, maybe I can fight in June, but after that, after 1 month, like last days in start February, March, beginning of the March, I think I'm ready to fight. If a guy asks me, maybe I'm ready to fight in Miami, but that's okay. I can enjoy watch the fight. I think for that fight, that's the real chance to Joshua Van prove he's the champion of the world. That's the real fight for the belt, because with me don't have a fight.
So you're saying that event, are you talking about the event at the end of January, the Paramount Plus debut? They were asking you if you can fight on that one?
In April.
Okay, they didn't ask you to fight in January.
No, I can't.
In January, they asked you if you'd be ready in April, but it was too soon.
Yes. In that moment, like I'm very for.
Sure. Now that we're so close, do you think you could have fought in April or no?
If the guys maybe call me right now, say, hey, someone's out.
Yeah.
Maybe I say I'm in. But no, I respect the game. I respect the game. I respect myself. I know I take 10 days off in Brazil, and I respect myself. I respect all the fights. I know you go to, especially in my division, Real. People don't realize that, but in my division, it's a more technique division in UFC. The guys have amazing cardio, have good all the wear, and something happened when I lose my belt. Is like everybody from my division have a chance to be a champion of the world. Nobody respect Josh Van. Everybody say, hey, I can fight for the belt. And this is nice in some point, because we have so many attention right now. Flyweight is on fire, bro. You have so many good names. Kyoji Gucci come to the division. You have Manel Cape, you have Rival, Taira, so many good names. The guy fight with Moreno, I forget his name. He's a very good kid.
Kavanaugh.
Yeah, we have so many good names now, and that's amazing time for flyweight. I'm very glad to watch all that. And but that's nice, I think everybody have to pass for that, Pantoja injury, lose to myself, lose to something happen. Josh Van have the opportunity right now to prove to everybody he's the champion of the world with a very good opponent, Taira. Very young too. Yeah, we want to talk about that. That's the first title fight with both fighters born in 2000. That's nice, man. The UFC prove a lot of things with that. I see so many fans right now. Special young kids. That's amazing time for UFC. I love to be part of this. Uh, yeah, and I'm just wait for my time. That's nice. That fight is here in Miami. Miami. I have 1 hour to drive to go to the fights. I'm there. I will watch the fight and see who's my next opponent. If I have a rematch with a Josh Van, or if I have the opportunity to fight with a new blood, very good Japanese skills, Taira.
Have you been told that you are fighting the winner?
I hope so. I hope so. I think that's the best for the company.
Sure, you should fight the winner. You deserve it. But I was wondering if they said this to you or your team.
I'm not sure. Maybe talk with my manager. Or something.
Okay.
I'm just I'm the athlete. A business with the business guys, and I'm thinking about myself business. Training very hard. I want to be ready when the UFC call me. That's something good. Both guys very young. Maybe we can make this fight like very soon.
Do you have a preference? Would you prefer if Josh wins so that you can get the revenge?
I think everybody wants to see me versus Josh Van. That's very interesting. But like a UFC fan, that's a nice thing to watch. But Pantoja, myself, I don't care. I just want to fight with the best fighter of the world. That's why I'm here. I have this opportunity. Ariel, I training for like maybe 1,000 gyms in the world. I have like 10,000 training partners. I have the opportunity to train and fight with the best fights all the world. I just missed one, is Demetrio Johnson. I hope I can train him in the future. But I train and fight with everybody, Henry Cejudo, I have Davidson Figueiredo, I have in my gym Kyoji, I have Manel Kaip, I have Adriano Moraes, I have everybody, I have the opportunity to train and fight with everybody, I have been training with Mohamed Mokaev, I have training and fight with everybody, for me, doesn't matter who's gonna be, I want to be ready and fight with the best fight of the world.
Some fans online were upset by his celebration, by Joshua reacting the way in which he did. Were you upset?
That's the only way to him, Joshua Van win this fight. The only way. His celebration, of course, he win the belt, but he win opportunity to don't fight with me. The first 30 seconds of the fight, I scored him so many times. He tried to grapple with me, and that's what's happened. I think his celebration to all that, but I'm not judge, I'm not judge because that's the dream for everybody, and like I say, in his destiny, have this belt, and now everybody have opportunity to see if Josh Van is real champion of the world, or if he just like a ticket from Willy Wonka fabric,
A lottery ticket.
Fuck, man, that kid is very lucky, man. I can tell. Like Manel Cap is off. Brandon Rival need the opponent. Joshua Van coming, win the fight in last 10 seconds. Fight for the belt, win this belt like that. Like he did fight, If you can, like, I'm not gonna say because I know in the future I have opportunity to fight with him again. I don't know if it's gonna be the next fight, but he's very young, he's very competitive, and that's something I want to see. What's happened with him? If the belt making him more cocky and selfish, or if he see this fight like a real opportunity to prove everybody he's the champion of the world. Tair is very good fight too, he beat Moreno in the very beautiful performance, but that's a very good fight. I'm very happy to watch the fight and the opportunity to fight with both guys.
Does your elbow feel 100% now? Does it feel back to normal or not quite yet?
Ariel, I have just one point. I feel uncomfortable, but I lift the same weight I lifted before, and that can prove a lot. Of course, I have some movements I take care about. Like this is like my inconscience, like try to hold me.
Yeah.
But I make it sparring, I make it wrestling. Guys throw me in the floor a lot of times. I lift with the same weight. And I get, oh, look this guy. Yeah, I haven't been work. These are just a pads, like I don't know, 20 days ago. Feel amazing. That's a great opportunity, training America Top Team with Kyoji Gucci, with all my teammates. Adriano Moraes have a very good fight right now with Mokaev. That's a very, and Kyoji see my style, like I see I try to recover fast, and I think this is good for him. And I tell Kyoji all the time, if he need a training partner to that fight with the Manel Cap, he can pick me. We can train together.
Wow.
100%. I can train with Kyoji when he fight with me.
It's amazing. All the top flyweights at ATT over there. I saw Mokaev there with you guys.
But Kyoji have a different feeling. I think he have a different feeling. Like he don't like too much about that because he feel uncomfortable. Because I learned so much with him, Ariel. I learned so much with Kyoji. When I'm starting training America Top Team, he beat me all the time. And right now it's a little bit different, but he's still so competitive, and that's amazing to have a training partner like him. And I tell to him all the time, if I have this belt, because Kyoji helped me to come to this level, this level of the fight. He showed me the level.
When you're at the gym, when you're grappling, are you thinking about the elbow a lot? Are you finding yourself doing things to avoid posting up, landing on it? Is it still in the back of your mind?
No more.
Okay.
No. Yeah, I'm feel so comfortable right now.
Look at you. You're a beast.
Yes.
You're a beast.
That's the guy. Yeah, and that's what's happening, Ariel. I think I take a couple of months off after my fight with Joshua Van, but after my injury, I see I can't take days off, because if I do that, I just back to the fight in the last year, in the next year, and then I figured out that's very very soon. I need to take care about my injury and back to training, back in shape. I don't have time to lose. This is the first week after the fight.
You didn't stay away for a second. Like we were seeing these a couple of days later.
Especially in that division, we need to be good. You need to be in good shape. You need your condition. I don't like to tell bad things about another divisions from UFC. But some guys win the belts. You can defend. I see couple big guys have opportunity to fight for the belt because he talk good or something like that. In my division, especially myself, I need to train hard. I need to train hard every day. Everybody go to the gym, training very hard with me. And that's the level, and I want to show that for everybody. You go, have a lot of difference to the top 100 to top 15, to top 15 to top 20, to top 20 to top 10, to top 10 to top 5, and to be the number one.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of training. That's a lot of sacrifices, a lot of details. Everything counts. Every inch. And I paid the price, and I'm still here to pay the price. And I want my chance again.
What is your message to Joshua Van? This is the first time we hear you speak since that fight. What would you like to say to him?
Ariel, I don't have a message for him. Maybe be your best. I want to have opportunity to fight with the best fighters of the world. And the day I fight with Joshua Van, if he win the fight, I want to fight with the best Joshua Van ever. That's what I want. I make my own way. I don't talk about the life about anyone. That's your life. Do what you want to do with your life. I just talk with about 2 lives, my 2 kids. My 2 kids, I can say something. But everybody else, do what you want. Your freedom. That's the God message, like livre arbitrio. I don't know say that in English, but you're free to do whatever you want. And who is myself to talk about something about everybody? But I want to be the best fighter of the world. I'm still here. I know it's very far right now to be the pound for pound number 1, but I'm still here. I know, especially because I'm in the flyweight, it's hard to go to the top, but I'm still, brother. Everybody in my gym see how much I'm training, and how much I see everybody training in this, make me inspiring every day. Glad to be part of the American top team, but everybody know how much I want, how good I am. People maybe don't realize, but I have very good striking. Of course, my grappling is another level, and I want to show to everybody I'm the best fighter in MMA.
By the way, I didn't ask you specifically, but do you think Van wins the fight against Taira?
It's hard. He Joshua Van beat all the Japanese. Ray something. He's a wrestling, very good wrestling. I forget his last name, but he fight with a very good wrestling kid from Japan. But of course, it's different. Taira have good grappling. It's not just wrestling. He very strong, very tall guy for flyweight division. That's a good matchup. And that's what I say. That's the opportunity to Joshua Van prove to everybody he's the champion of the world. I not can pick someone to. I think both in the same level. And I want to be that guy. I want to be my best version and my best high level. I know I can beat both guys.
Well, not that long ago, he entered the cage after one of your wins. Maybe you can do the same on April 11th if he wins.
Yeah, maybe if Joshua Van win the belt, I can do that. But maybe if Taira win the belt, maybe UFC ask to me. But we respect the moment. That's a beautiful moment. It's part of the show, of course. In my moment, that's okay for me because I'm in that time I defend my belt for the 4th time. But if you are first time win this belt, if Taira wins this fight for the first time, I'm not gonna be very comfortable to go there. If he open, if he feel free to do that, but I respect his moment. That's win the UFC belt is special for me. I win this belt when I have 33. It's a long journey, Ariel. To come from Brazil to this moment right now, to shopping in the public's market. That's very far away, that's very far away from I'm from, and people don't realize that how much work we did to make this happen. But we did it, we make it, and I'm gonna make again.
Well, I can't thank you enough for coming on, Alex, because I know you could have talked to anyone. So thank you so much for coming on. I understand why you wanted some time. I can't imagine what you went through back in December, and maybe it's good to have that distance between the accidents. Because I'm sure that felt horrible, and also internally your heart was maybe broken as well. So I'm sure there was a lot of emotions happening at the same time. But it's great to see you smiling, great to see you in good spirits, great spirits, and I look forward to seeing you at the event in Miami, and I think you should be next. So I can't wait to see you back in there and see a proper conclusion to this fight, you versus Josh or Tatsura for the belt. So thank you so much, and all the best to you.
Appreciate you, Ariel. Give me a good energy, ready to go. Now I'm feel 100%. Thanks so much, brother.
Welcome back, Alex. It's a pleasure, and we'll talk to you soon. All the best. There he is, Alexandre Pantoja, the now former UFC flyweight champion, suffering that awful accident, that injury back in December, but clearly in great spirits and should very well be next. Flyweight, very, very, very interesting right now. Probably more interesting than it's ever been. Obviously, when DJ was the man, and congratulations to him. We're going to talk about him back into the show. It was interesting, but there's so many good guys with Horiguchi coming back, and Manel and Kavanaugh look great. Moreno's still a force. Obviously, Tyra and Van Pantoja. So it's a great weight class. But I'm happy he's back, and he should be next. All right, still to come, Michael Chiesa and Casey O'Neill. But let's talk about the man who headlined UFC Seattle and was victorious in doing so. He had that headliner a few years ago against Jack Hermanson. We've talked to him about it. Didn't go his way. He righted all of those wrongs and then some with the performance on Saturday's second round TKO win over the former middleweight champion Israel Adesanya. He is the one and only Joe Pyfer, and he is kind enough to join us right here and now to talk about it all. Hello, Joe. How are you, my man? Congratulations.
Hello, Ariel. How are you?
I'm doing great. What's wrong? Is everything okay?
Of course. Why wouldn't it be?
I don't know. You seemed a little subdued there. I was expecting like fired up Joe after a win like that.
Nah, man. I meant when I said when I really found God, and I really have changed my ways. And yeah, there's no high to ride. I'm very grateful that I won, and it's one for the history books. I'll always remember. It was a special moment. The walkout, the fight week, the fight, the respect between me and Izzy. I've written it better if I tried.
So you didn't feel a euphoria unlike anything you felt in your career, considering the stakes, the platform, the main event, the opponent. You seem very chill, very subdued, like we're just catching you, in between fights or something like this, not on the Monday after the biggest moment of your career. It didn't feel that way to you.
No, I think when this is obviously going to be a pretty faith-based talk for me.
No problem.
So you got to bear with me. When you find what I have found and you feel what I feel, it is something that I. Uh-oh. You guys lose me?
It's a little frozen and choppy, but I can hear you. But the picture is choppy.
Yeah, I'm not sure why. I have could be just I'm sitting out in front of the outlets. But yeah, no, it's I found my faith in everything, and I feel like it's not going to be something I ride a high on because nothing is. There is no high anymore. I'm living the high every day with my faith and with my connection to God and Jesus, and just burying myself in that and the trust of his plan. So I feel like that's the only reason I had victory, because of the life changes that I've made and the trust that I put in him, that whatever is supposed to happen was supposed to happen. And luckily this time, God was with me.
I'm fascinated by that. I love religion as a topic, so I'd love to ask you about that in a moment. But first, can I just ask, I did see a picture of your hand. I think you posted it yesterday. I think this is it. Is it broken?
I'm not sure. I'm getting an X-ray tomorrow to find out. But yeah, I'm not sure if it's broken. It hurts.
Okay, now your audio sounds like you're underwater. Now we can't hear you anymore. The picture is great, but the audio got all messed up. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound like you're underwater too.
Okay, maybe we'll reconnect with Joe, because the picture is great now, but now it sounds like he's robotic or something like that. So maybe we'll reconnect with Joe here momentarily and get him right back. I am fascinated to get into it with him, so stand by for more from Joe Pyfer, who did come onto the show when that fight was announced, and yeah, it seemed like there was a lot of respect, a lot of mutual respect leading up to the fight week, press conference, weigh-ins. There didn't seem to be all that much bad blood, and truth be told, even in the immediate aftermath, in the cage, post-fight press conference, it was all very respectful. And when we spoke to him, when was this fight announced? Maybe 2 months ago or so. When we spoke to him about it, we didn't talk a lot about faith and religion. And so all of this seems to be a relatively new chapter in his life. And I'm always down to get into that sort of thing. So we'll reconnect with him in a moment and get into it. Like I said, Casey O'Neill and Michael Chiesa still to come. This is the UFC Seattle portion of the show. We've talked about RAF. We've talked about the boxing, Moses Itauma. obviously the return of Alex Pantoja, but we'll get into the UFC Seattle portion of things, which was a tremendous card. And tomorrow on the program, we'll talk to other people who were victorious. But for now, Joe Pyfer, number 14 in the UFC's middleweight division. I suspect that is going to change come tomorrow. I think they come out with this on Tuesdays still. The question is how quickly does he climb the ladder now? Like, does he go into the top 5? Hard to argue against it. When you beat someone like Israel and you do it in that fashion, and like we said at the top of the show, Izzy didn't look bad. A common theme as of late, the Strickland fight, not so much, but then the DDP fight and obviously the Imavov fight, and then this one. That's 4 in a row now for Israel. And it's tough to see. The sport can change very, very quickly, and it feels like, the guys from 19, 20, 21, you hear Arman talking about Max Holloway and these guys. Puts into perspective how good Alex Volkanovski is, that he's still doing this at this level at his age, being the very best in the business. Joe Pyfer winning a performance bonus, his 5th in the UFC. First time that he ever fought against a former UFC champion, just his 2nd UFC main event, 10th career knockout/TKO finish, and now tied with Gregory Rodriguez for most finishes in the UFC middleweight division since 2022. That's 6 in the last 4 years. And like I said, that was Israel Adesanya's 4th straight loss, and obviously that's a first for him. But he says he has no plans of retiring anytime soon. Did see an amazing moment between Izzy and Demetrius Johnson. Izzy's walking into the cage. Earlier in the night, they had announced that DJ was going to go into the UFC Hall of Fame, which is long overdue, and I'm so happy. He's not the best of friends with the UFC, but he's not an enemy per se. They did trade him, and, he's somewhat critical and whatnot, but it was just so great to see DJ, who, if there ever was a surefire, first ballot, whatever you want to say, Hall of Famer, I know those things don't exist, it should be him because of what he did for that company and for the flyweight division in particular. Izzy's walking up the cage, sees DJ, and then goes and gives him props, which is an amazing thing. Here it is, showing him love. Come on now. That's pretty damn cool. So, everyone respects DJ, and it was so cool to see him get that moment in Washington. He's another proud Washington resident/native with his family, 2 kids, I do believe, his wife there by his side. Was so happy to see him get that moment, and so happy to see him go into the Hall of Fame. It's really it's an amazing thing, and he certainly deserves it. Okay, I think we got Joe back. Let's see if we can reconnect with him. Is he there? Yeah. Okay.
2 time.
Okay, there he is. Sound great, look great. What were you saying about the hand?
Yeah, no, I don't know if it's broken. I got to go to the doctor tomorrow to go get an X-ray. It definitely hurts. So yeah, hopefully it's not too bad though.
Okay, I want to ask you about the faith. When we spoke to you like 2 months ago when this fight was announced, and none of this came up. So this is relatively new. What was the turning point? When did this all happen for you?
February 7th was a very dark day for me, and but it was also one of the most rewarding things that happened in my life. It just took a little time to see. And I struggled with some mental health stuff and contemplated my life and things like that, and just from the mistakes that I had made. And I'm ashamed to say it, honestly, but it's a part of what happened. And I feel like God came to me in a dream and was able to give me this outer body experience where I could see who I was. And I was disgusted, and then I was able to see what I really wanted and who I really wanted to be, that my soul was still pure, my love was still real, and then I was able to see my girlfriend now of 6+ years as the mother of my 2 children, something I've always kind of been on the fence with having. And I couldn't see their faces, but I could see hers, and it was a very powerful moment. Then I was drowning, and I feel like I saw Jesus's hand, and I took it, and I woke up, and I feel like my entire life just transformed. And I couldn't even tell you how I said most of the things I said of the past or felt the way I felt of the past. It's almost like whoever that was died.
Wow. And so on February 7th was the dream, the day you had the dream?
Yeah, no. So it was like February 7th was the final straw of me being a piece of crap. And then about 2 days later, I had the dream.
Okay. And since you bring it up, you can tell me to take a hike. What happened on February 7th? Can you tell us?
You're going to have to go hike.
Okay, fair enough.
I just said that I want to give you guys as much information on it as possible, but there's some things just out of...
I respect it.
Just out of, respect for myself too. It's just... Yeah, I shouldn't talk about those things, but just now I had some mental health problems and I needed to get through it. And about 2 days later, I had this dream, and then that's when the real journey started.
You alluded to stuff in the press conference, and you don't have to be a rocket scientist to understand what you're talking about, relationship issues.
Yeah. Well, one of the issues just in general that I wasn't happy with, this wasn't something that happened that day, but just like the problem with women and the problem with just validation and insecurity and all these things, man. I had developed such a bad habit of coping through women, to be honest. And it was very hurtful to a lot of people that love me. And, not just my girlfriend, but just everyone around me, they hold me to a high standard, and I just kind of wrote everyone off because I'm like, this is my life. I'm Joe Pyfer, and I don't have to answer to people. I need to do what's best for me so I can survive, so I can live and be happy and all these things. But at the end of the day, I was unfulfilled, and I had some demons in my soul that I had to cleanse and get rid of. And I've been able to do that and come back a better man for it. And I think that the victory of what I just did with the opportunity that I was given because of Israel was also placed in my life because God wanted me to go through every single thing that I have gone through, good, bad, breaking the arm, almost losing my relationship, and just all this other stuff. Man, it all came to one beautiful moment to show that no person is too far gone if they turn to Jesus and God.
You mentioned in the post-fight interview with DC that just a couple of weeks ago you contemplated taking your life. You said February 7th. Did more stuff happen in between February 7th and a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah, so about February 7th to about February 16th was a very, very dark, almost 2 weeks for me.
That's when you were dealing with everything and trying to figure out how to move forward.
Yep.
And are you and your girlfriend back together?
Yeah, our hearts are. We're taking our time and doing things the right way and putting God at the center of our relationship and repairing it. But she doesn't want anybody else. I don't want anybody else. And I think she needed to see what I could do with my change. She had already seen it. She already saw my face. We'd seen each other before the fight and everything like that. We were in a good spot, but I think she really needed to know how much I loved her because I really didn't show it. I've always been somebody that doesn't know how to take love very well, and she loved me unconditionally and never spited me, never was vengeful to me, never abandoned me, man. That girl is what brought me to where I am now. And I believe that wholeheartedly because I believe God put this woman in my life for a reason. And I think it was to bring me to who I am now as a man, as a true man. I wasn't a man before. I was a fallen man of the evil of the world. And, for a long time, I think I was just so angry and so damaged and traumatized from things that I developed these coping mechanisms that just slowly were taking pieces of my soul away and my happiness. And fighting wasn't it. I made fighting it. I made it all or nothing, and it still wasn't bringing me happiness. So I had to really... And the greatest thing she ever did was let me go. Because she loved me so much, so that way I could work on my relationship. And if I was going to come back and be a better man, the only way it was going to be possible was through repentance and forgiveness and just surrendering everything at Jesus's feet, man. So that's what I did. That's what I worked on. And it was very tough to do because every day I had to get up and go train, and I didn't want to, and I didn't have the best camp. But God willed it, and I got up and I kept going and I kept pushing through. And here we are, the biggest win of my career in the top 5.
Tough question to ask, and I'm sure to answer as well. I know to answer as well, but how close were you to actually going through with those thoughts that you were having?
Very close. Very close. Matter of seconds.
Seconds?
Yep.
And how did you not go through with it? What stopped you?
Felt like I had a calling in my head. I felt like that's not what I wanted to do. But I was trying to escape again, like I've always done, which is run away from pain and trying to bury it in something. And for once, I finally faced it, and I just cried out and asked God to save me and bring me to Him and trust in Him. And it's probably the hardest thing I've ever done, because quitting is easy, and I know there's a lot of things that come with proclaiming your faith to the world, and I'm okay with that. At the end of the day, I have a very clear understanding of what matters to me in my life and what I'm supposed to do now. And I see very, very clear the path that I'm on. And so it was a matter of seconds, and that prayer is what saved me.
Did someone
last ditch effort?
Did someone here save you as well? Did someone help? Did you call someone? Was there a friend that came?
No, there was people that definitely have helped me and guided me and been there and supported me through it. But no, that was all God.
You're a public person. You're well known. To the best of my knowledge, your girlfriend isn't. Is she? Now, you may not know the answer to this. Is she? You're putting your soul out there, right? You're kind of putting all the cards out there and letting people in. You don't have to do that. Is she comfortable with this? Do you know if she's okay with you talking about what happened over the last couple months?
Yeah, she's only okay with it if my change is real, and she knows it's real. So she knows I want her for life. She wants me for life. We're not going anywhere. We're not leaving each other. We're going to work on it. So I would say that we are back together. The only reason I was hesitant to say if we're back together is because we went from living together and everything like that. We don't live together right now, and I think it's for the best. And we want to do things the right way with getting married and then moving back in and just really following in the ways that we're called to live. So, basically, we just started over. This is a clean slate. I feel like a different person. She can see it. Everybody I don't even know that well has said that they feel like something on my face has changed, or just like even looking at me, something's different. And and it makes me feel very proud of myself because I feel different and I think different, and the way I'm approaching everything is just graceful. And so I think she's comfortable with it because she knows who I am now.
Some people might have this internal struggle between being so faith-based and feeling the way in which you do feel now and hurting another man, fighting. Do you have that struggle as well now? Do you feel that way?
No, I think that's what everybody, that's one thing I did notice, because I wasn't on social media hardly at all. But one thing I did notice when, my teammates or coaches or whatever would show me certain stuff, it was, I couldn't help but see how many people kept saying, like, oh, because he's, faith, it takes away that edge to hurt somebody and this and that. Like, not for me. I was born a fighter. Like, I'm a bad person by nature. I think all people are bad by nature. And that's why we need, it's why we need God. It's why we need to pray. It's why we need something bigger than ourselves, because humans' natural tendencies are to take, judge. Like, we think that we can judge the whole world, including myself, So having that humility to constantly come back to the center and realize that vengeance isn't mine, and this is about, this life is a trial of faith. This isn't the end all be all. There's life after death, and there's also punishment after death. So that is how I am trying to approach everything that I do, and I will fail and I will sin again and I will mess up again. But there's certain things that I will never do again, because I understand how upsetting they are, not only just to God, but to the people that love me and care about me. And, you know, if I truly have repented and been forgiven, then who am I to go and do those things again in ignorance? So, yeah, no, going in there is easy for me. I felt very at peace. I think if you watched the fight, which I assume you did, I think I showed poise, maturity, respect, kindness, love, and a relentless pursuit of victory. So, you know, I am fighting now for the glory to give God and the love of my woman. I looked at her many, many years ago, since before I was ever in the UFC, and told her I would change our lives, and this kind of fight will change our lives. And, you know, I am a man of my word to a certain extent of the past, and now I'm 100% a man of my word. So, yeah, man, that's why I didn't want to talk about the fight. Even on here, I don't want to talk about what's next. I want to enjoy this moment. I want to enjoy this victory. We can talk about this fight all we want, but I'm not going to taint a victory with the human mind of constantly consuming what's next, what's next, what's next. God gave me this victory, and I have a lot of rebuilding to do in my life. I do have some injuries, and I'm going to take a few months to get my life right. Or maybe not get my life right, but get my life in a better spot than where it's been. You know, this was a lot on me. And so I'm just grateful for it, Ariel.
Considering all that you've been through over the course of a month and a half or so, did you consider pulling out of the fight?
No. No, I think one thing I knew for sure, because I definitely had some injuries going into this fight. I didn't have the best training camp, but I trained my ass off, and I knew I had to go out there and do this regardless of how I felt or regardless of what was bothering me. And, you know, I had a strong mind going into this, a strong will. And, yeah, I think this was God's opportunity given to me to show what kind of man I am. And I think I passed it gracefully. And that's why I was so respectful to Izzy. You know, there were certain things of the past that I probably would have tried to been a little bit disrespectful or whatnot, but you know what? He's a living legend. He's the greatest middleweight of all time. He's been nothing but kind to me when I've seen him, as I have been to him, even when I was my old self. And yeah, you know, I really wanted to share the cage with him and make it something that was memorable and special, and I feel like I got to do that. We got to compete and see who was better just that night, and I just happened to be better that night. But I have a lot of respect for that man, and I think what he's done is elevate the sport, and he's one of the greatest of all time, no matter who he loses to now. I can never take away the legacy he's built.
It was, and again, I appreciate you talking about all of this. It was startling to hear you in the post-fight interview in this great moment. I'm thinking you're going to get on the microphone, go crazy, whatever it is. You're like, you just won your Super Bowl. This is the biggest fight of your life. And when you mentioned that, you know, that you were considering taking your own life a couple of weeks ago, was extremely startling. And I was just curious if, once you explained it more at the post-fight press conference, what I wondered was, this is a very heavy thing to talk about in public. Did your girlfriend know this? Or was this the first time she heard about it? And if yes, how did she react? And if no, how did she react back then?
So I just seen her the first time I came back. I just got back yesterday, so we'd seen each other, and it was beautiful. And no, she didn't know it. It wasn't something that I was proud to tell her while I was going through this. You know, it wasn't something I wanted to put on her. I'd already done enough damage to her. And the last thing I needed her to worry about was that. Yeah, that was the first time I had said it. I didn't say any of that to my friends. I didn't say any of that to my coaches. It wasn't something I was proud of, but for whatever reason, in the moment, I felt like it was something I needed to share, because I really feel that without this faith journey that I've been on, I wouldn't have been there. And it's a tough thing to say publicly, but it's not really that tough to talk about right now, because I could never fathom doing something like that again. And it hopefully will be the last time I ever have to talk about something like this. So this is me putting it out there because I want the world to know that we're just people. I'm just a human. I breathe air. I bleed blood. I feel what you guys feel. I feel what every person has felt, of doubt, of disgust, of happiness, of sadness, of suicide, of depression. And it's a very selfish thing. to feel and to do. Because even if there's just one person out there who cares about you, it's not worth doing it. And if there's nobody out there, it's still not worth doing it, because we're all children of God, and we all deserve the chance to be happy. And if you get right with God and you get your life right with the way that we're commanded to live, you will be rewarded. And I think I'm a clear example of that, because probably on any other night, I wouldn't have beat Israel Adesanya, but I did. And I'm just a kid from the sticks of Vineland, New Jersey, that had a rough life, not even close to the roughest life of some people. So I'm not out here, proclaiming that I've had one of the toughest journeys. I haven't, but look at the beauty I was able to create through my pain. And it's only because I surrendered.
How did she react when you guys met yesterday and you told her all of this?
Well, that wasn't the first thing I had told her. I just told her I loved her, and we cried and we hugged each other. And yeah, that's really what it's been lately. It's just looking at each other and welling up and just crying. It's like the love has been restored. And just, I don't know, I feel like we're more in love with each other than we've ever been, even after 6 years. Like, it's never felt this strong. It's crazy. And it's very fast, This has only been a change where February 7th, those things happened. And then, like, maybe February 16th, 17th on is when my life change, like, really, like, happened, where I felt compelled to be completely different. And because even after I had the dream, I still tried to fight it a little bit, still wasn't willing to accept it. And then then I finally accepted it and just gave up and was like, hey, whatever you have planned for me, I'm just going to face it. So yeah, the interactions have been amazing. She obviously cried when I said that, because why wouldn't you tell me, type of thing. But I don't feel like that was something, while she's hurting and trying to heal herself, that I should have put on her. I don't think that does her any good. I don't think it does me any good telling her. Yeah, I don't know. I felt ashamed to tell her.
And so how's your life different now? Like, when you say, like, it's one thing to talk about finding God and whatnot, but, like, do you feel like you live a different life? And if so, how?
Yeah, man. Understanding the importance of marriage, something I was on the fence about. Understanding the purpose of having children. That's my true legacy. It's not going to be anything I do in fighting. How I love my woman, being Ashlyn, and how I treat her, how Jesus treated the church. And so, yeah, it changed every single thing of the way I live my life. Not being hyperactive or hypersensitive to everything that makes me upset. And, being a strong man is having patience and slow to anger. So, but, like I've tried to say, there's times and places for the anger is needed. If someone disrespects my woman in public or tries to hurt me or tries to hurt her, you're going to have a side of me that you wish you never met. But, I pray for those things not to happen. And that's the only time I will warrant violence in my life, is if you threaten me, where I feel like I have nowhere to go but through you, or if you threaten her, where I feel like she's in danger. That's a man you're never going to want to meet. So those are the only two exceptions. And so, yeah, the way I live my life is I want to be peaceful. I want to be graceful. I want to have respect for everybody in my division, in life in general, in public. I just, and also my calling to try and bring as many people to Jesus as I can, because there's a lot of people that are going through what I'm going through. Look at the world we live in, Ariel, with all the pornography and all the pedophilia and all these things that are actually going on, all the seclusion from each other, and the division and the politics and this and that. And then people are so divided these days. And I just want to be just a little glimmer of hope to say, hey, we all bleed blood, we all breathe air, and we're all children of the same God. Whether you believe that or not, that's fine. That's just what I believe. And yeah, I think there's an insufferable amount of information that can prove that is true. So yeah, I don't know. So yeah, it has. It's changed everything. It's changed literally everything that I do, because everything I do, I want to be God honoring.
Did you watch her fight on Saturday?
Of course.
Okay.
She was in a puddle of tears.
I can imagine.
And even the song I came out to.
What was the song?
It's called Hurts by Eben. I don't know what it is. Eben, and it's called Hurts. Hurts. It was a song that when everything happened on February 7th, I was writing her a letter, and I was sitting in my game room at my computer, and I just had music on as I was writing the letter, and I was crying, writing the letter and everything. And this song came on, and I was like, man, it's not a very happy song. It's a very sad, emotional song, because it's basically like a woman singing about how she loved this person, and she promised, like, I promised change, but I didn't change, and then the love faded away and all these things. And it was just very, very strong. And that's why I came out to the song, because I just wanted her to know that I recognized what I have done. But I choose her, and I choose her every day. She's never not chosen me, even through all the bad things. She still prayed for me and still wished it to be me. And so that's what we did. And I put that song out there, and we went through that. I'm on an interview. Sorry.
That's all right. Bye.
Back in Philadelphia, where the crackheads come up. But even that, that's sad. It's like, what did she do, But yeah, so no, I came out to that song, Ariel, and it was just, I felt like if she could sing me a song, that would be the song at that time. And so I used it as something to be powerful, and I think that really struck her heart in a good way, in a loving way, an emotional way.
I noticed a very nice moment between you and Izzy right after the fight. Can you tell us about the words shared there?
Yeah, I just told him, I said, hey, who cares about what happened tonight? Like, nobody can take away from anything that you've ever done. And in my book, you're still the greatest of all time. And I love you for giving me this opportunity. Like, you're changing my life. And, he told me that, they need me, and I'm here now. And, go take it. And, so that's what I plan to do. But I also told him I would love to, train with him and pick his mind. I think he could really help me and sharpen my skills. And, yeah, man, he definitely has an aura about him where he's got an attractive personality as far as somebody who exudes good energy, and I think a lot of people are being really hard on him. It's really upsetting to see, like, all the comments, It's kind of weird, Ariel, because I think that's a part of why I'm not, like, super excited, is because, and one man's victory is another man's suffering. And, I know Izzy's set for life, but, like, all the people that are saying negative stuff about him, this guy should just retire, this and that. The guy had a competitive fight with me. I'm 29 years old. I'm young. I'm one of the hardest hitters in the division. I'm not a small guy. I'm a very powerful dude. And he did very well. And it's like, he looked good. Mm-hmm. He looked hungry. He looked like he wanted to be there. Like, the walkout, the presence, the aura, all the stuff. Like, he did a great job. It's just, when you're fighting at this level, anybody can win. And so I'm more or less, like, not on the high, because one, my faith keeps me here, so I never make something bigger than God or anything like that. But at the same time, it's like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, yeah, man, I listen, I'm very happy. I beat one of the greatest people of all time in my division. That's great. That's awesome. But at the same time, you got everybody ripping Izzy and saying, this dude lost to a no name and this and that. So it's like, I'm not even getting praises or respect for what I just did. And people are still attacking the guy. I just feel like it's like, man, you guys don't understand that this dude was one of the best of all time. He still is competing at the highest level. The only guys he lost to before me were the top guys in the top 5. So give the guy some grace, you know what I mean, man? He's got other endeavors other than just fighting. So it's really rubbing me the wrong way, and it's just sad, man. I wish the fans would show more love than they do hate. It's easy to say what everybody's doing wrong. It's not easy to stand by the people that are doing wrong.
No, I agree with what you're saying because I think he is still a UFC fighter. Like this idea that he is washed or anything like that is absurd to me. You know, he's.
Did he look washed to you?
No, not at all.
To me.
Not at all. He didn't look washed in the Imavov fight either, or in the DDP fight. These are tough fights, and things that are happening at the end might be an indication that he's getting up there in age, but he can still hang. Like I mean, and we've seen guys who have had 4, 5, 6 fight losing streaks who have not looked good. That's not Izzy.
Yeah, I won't say names, but yes, that's not Izzy. He was doing good, man. It was a competitive, fun fight. It was a good fight.
And so, in the end, now it sounds like you want to take some time off. You want to, get healthy. You did mention this August potential Philadelphia, but that's down the line, and I'm not even going to ask you about who you want to fight or anything like that.
Yeah, listen, I'll fight anybody. This is what I will say because I want to give you something. I would love to headline the UFC Philly card. If Sean wins, I consider him our team captain. So if they want to headline him, I know the UFC doesn't care about my friendship with Sean, but in my book, Sean's the general. So if me and him could headline it and he's healthy, depending on how the fight goes with Buckley, I would love to headline the August card against anybody. I'm not afraid to fight anybody. I don't care who they want me to fight, as long as I'm getting paid, and as long as I'm healthy. That's what matters, and that's why I want to take this time. I walked into this fight with some injuries I really need to fix and make sure they don't keep reoccurring. I've had 5 surgeries in 5 years, and that's going to be my biggest problem in my career is overcoming these injuries. So I've had 4 elbow surgeries, 5 elbow surgeries, a back surgery, and just my body's beat up. So unfortunately, I'm young, but I have a lot of miles on the clock. So, I would love to headline the Philadelphia card.
Last thing, Dana White was asked about what you said in the post-fight press conference or post-fight interview in his post-fight press conference, and he seemed startled as well by the statement. Have you talked to him afterwards? Did he reach out?
Him and Hunter Campbell both came up to me in the back, and we didn't say much, but I could see the emotion on his face. I don't know if that was after he found out or before, but either way, he seemed like he was pretty tired, but he was very I could feel the energy of it being very, very genuine, that he is very genuinely happy that I won. And I think even Hunter Campbell, I think a lot of people didn't know that I was capable of beating him. I think they thought I had a puncher's chance, but the way I beat him, I don't think people really expected that. So, they said some really nice words. I'll keep it between us, but it was very, very genuine to them. And even at the weigh-ins, when I thanked Dana for the opportunity, he said some words to me, and he was just very genuine. I think Dana really I don't want to say cares, but I think he does care about me as a person. So, that's my statement. As I actually think Dana White gives a shit about me a little bit.
I think he has shown that since he first met you, and obviously, uttered that phrase, that famous phrase. So I'm not surprised to hear that. Very, very happy for you, Joe. Thank you for jumping on. Really appreciate it. Congratulations on the win. I hope everything works out and that your hand heals up soon, and obviously your heart and your relationships and everything works out for the best. And I know it is not easy. We did talk about this earlier, but it's not easy to talk about personal things like this in front of the world, and your willingness to do so is appreciated, and we thank you as always for coming on and talking to us after a big win.
Of course, man. Thank you for having me on the platform. Thank you. Even if you don't agree, I don't know what your stance is, but thank you for allowing me to talk about it. I am keeping notes of the people that allow me to talk about my faith. I don't want to do platforms that don't allow me to talk about my change in my faith. So thank you. And thank you to Israel. And the only thing I'll say, Ariel, is I just reshared my one buddy's post that I don't even know where he got it from, which was me as an officer locking up Izzy, and I shouldn't have shared it. I was a little irritated at that, but I didn't mean it in that kind of way. I was just sharing my buddy's stuff and everything.
Oh, the question that I asked him?
Yeah, so if that was offensive to people and that was offensive to him, I apologize. I did not. I probably shouldn't be making light of resharing stuff where people are calling me body cam off, because, there has been problems with that stuff around the world. So I retract that, and I apologize for that to you, to Israel, and to the world.
I'm okay with that, and I didn't mean to offend you, and I wanted to know what he thought of it, but appreciate you bringing that up and wasn't trying to like stick it to you or anything like that. I will say happy Easter to you and your family. I hope that it's a great holiday for you guys.
Thank you, bro. Thank you, Ariel. You're always a pleasure, brother. Thank you.
Thank you. There he is, Joe Pyfer, kind enough to join us after a massive, massive, massive weekend for him, and talking about a lot of the things that he's been through. Appreciate that very, very much. In a matter of moments, we're going to be joined by Michael Chiesa, who also had an incredible weekend, and it's like I said, one for the scrapbook, if you will. It's the stuff a fighter's dreams are made of. Every fighter dreams to retire in their home state, in their hometown, in front of their family, in front of their mother, wife, friends. That was it. In a fight like that, clean, 63 seconds, getting the package, getting the moment on the microphone. You literally couldn't have scripted it any better. DC said it in the cage. Even the guys who write movies don't even dare to do this. And Michael Chiesa got that moment, and he is so very deserving of that moment. And now we get the opportunity to talk to him about that moment. He is kind enough to join us right here and now, the one and only Michael Chiesa, the now retired Michael Chiesa. Golly. How are you, sir? Congratulations on everything that transpired this weekend.
Oh, thank you, Ariel. Man, what a week. What a week. It's something that I kind of said, especially after the fight, where, if there's any question that I would ever come back, there's no way. It's like after how the whole fight week went, having my friends, my family, getting to retire at Climate Pledge Arena, Jackson Smith and Jigba coming in the octagon after the fight. Come on. It's like there's no reason to come back to fighting. This was for me, it was perfect to get the win. I'm at a loss for words.
I want to ask you about that in a moment, but I also want to ask about how you are feeling 48 hours later. I heard Alan Jouban ask you this on Saturday, but here we are a little bit removed. Like, now you're back in normal life in society. You just had one of the greatest send-offs ever in your hometown, essentially, home state, home arena for the hockey team and all that stuff, and soon to be, hopefully, the Sonics coming back as well. How do you come back down to earth? Are you even back down to earth? Like, I could hear it in your voice. It sounds like you're lacking a little bit of sleep. How do you even process all of this on a Monday afternoon?
No, I finally got sleep last night. Ever since The Ultimate Fighter, I've always had this problem. Like, I get done with the fight. It was the Justin Lawrence fight in specific where, man, I just get done with the fight and it just takes me a couple days to unwind. It's and there's a lot to digest. I stayed up kind of late last night. My wife, her and I, we ordered some Mexican food and we were just laying in bed eating. And when she fell asleep, I kind of started watching some of my old fights and just kind of reflecting. I'm proud of my body of work. I spent the bulk of my career chasing a world championship. That was always my goal. And I always felt like if I never got to the pinnacle of the sport and got, gold wrapped around my waist, I feel like I spent a lot of my career thinking that it would be a failure, that all this would be for nothing. And as time has gone on and I've learned about what's most important in life, I won. This all wasn't for nothing. And I think the most important thing is the relationships I've made along the way, the memories, all of that means so much more than what I thought was the most important thing, which was becoming a champion. And I really got to experience that on Saturday. Just that's like the number one feeling I've felt, this last week is just so much love. I'm so blessed to have the respect of my peers, the respect of my colleagues, the UFC staff. That means so much to me. And I just was overwhelmed with so much love this week. And I got to get right to work. I got UFC BJJ on Thursday, and then I'm flying straight to Philly to do CFFC BJJ. So there's really not a lot of time for me to just kind of sit and bask in this win and bask in this moment. Like, I want to hit the ground running. I want to get right to work. I'm retired from competition, but I feel like my career in the sport is just starting.
Okay, I'm curious about this scene last night. You're in bed with your wife. You guys are eating, whatever. She falls asleep, and now you're looking at old fights. What are you searching for? What are you watching, and what are you experiencing as you're watching this?
Just kind of like each fight takes me back to a different chapter in my life. And there's been some really good chapters in my life, and there's been some really bad chapters in my life. And I think that we all go through that in our lives, each in their own way. And it's not a cliche thing when I said, my post-fight speech didn't go as well as I wanted it to. I was, it's hard to encapsulate everything into words when you're overwhelmed with the emotions of the win and the crowd, and there's so much going on. But you know, I just have a lot. I can't. I'm not exaggerating when I say like my wife saved my life. She came into my life at a time when maybe there's parts of fighting that can get the best of us fighters, and we've seen it time and time again. And a lot of that has to do with the glitz and the glam, and maybe not the best decisions you're making in your life. And 10 years ago, she came into the picture and changed everything for me. And I think as I was laying there next to her with a belly full of Adelanto's Mexican food. I just got kind of worked up because the woman laying next to me is solely the reason why I'm here. I would never have been able to get myself to have the character to get myself into the broadcasting space and to pull myself up and kind of revamp my career. And even had some tough fights along the way, and just having her to motivate me and just kind of give me a bigger purpose other than myself. It's a big reason why I'm here, and I owe all of this to her. I really do, and I tell her that all the time. And sometimes maybe she thinks I'm exaggerating, but I truly mean it. Like, I would not be here talking to you. I wouldn't have been able to have this moment that I just had this last week. I owe it all to her. She's an amazing woman.
I love that they allowed you to go outside of the cage and embrace her, your mom as well. I mean, like, all of that stuff. How many times have you watched all of this? Like and by the way, I thought the post-fight interview was great. I thought you nailed it. The whole thing was great.
You.
Well, I mean, what could you want?
only get one chance to do it. So
yeah.
Obviously it's like, there's so many other things I wish I could have said, but it's funny you bring that up about, getting to have the moment to run over and hug my mom and things like that. I talked to my Uncle Joe about the fight, and I feel like every time I come on your show, I'm always bringing up Dr. Corella.
He's the man.
He's had a huge impact on my career as well. So Uncle Joe said, well, Nico's a friendly guy, and we're kind of high-fiving, and I'm having all these great things happening this week, and I'm just so happy. He also wanted me to remember that, like, don't go into this like it's your last fight. Go into it like it's this fight. Like, make sure it's this fight, because every time it's this fight, the next fight, you are focused, and he didn't want me to kind of get off my game a little bit. He wanted me to stay focused. So as I'm going through the course of the week, specifically, ceremonial weigh-ins and then the fight, it's like, I didn't really take time to enjoy too many of those last moments. Take time to enjoy the walkouts, enjoy my time on the stage. Like, I wanted to just go about it like it was just another fight. But once the fight got over, I'm so thankful that the UFC was gracious enough, and probably helps we're streaming on Paramount. We're not on some time constraints of being on a channel. They're gracious enough to let me have my moments, jumping out of the octagon, hugging my wife. They're actually guiding me towards Rub, one of our producers. He's guiding me towards where my mom is at. So he's pointing me, telling me where to go. So for them to give me the time after the fight to really bask in those moments where now I can approach it like the last fight because it's over. So for them to let me have those moments, they were very special to me. My family's been along the ride for this journey, and fighting is a very, very selfish sport. Any athlete will tell you that. This sport requires so much selfish attention, so much sacrifice and time away from the things you love, the people you love, the things you want to do. It requires so much sacrifice to compete at a high level. And now I'm excited that they can get the best of me. They can have all of me now. The last 18 years has been a very selfish journey, and they have been by my side the entire time. And now I'm excited for these next years going forward that my family, they get the best of me and they get all of me now.
I love that advice from your Uncle Joe, but as you know, sometimes it's hard to put that into practice. So are you telling me when you're walking out there, on Saturday night in front of those people, you're not thinking this is the final walk? You are able to block that out until the very end, until it's over?
100%.
Wow.
100%. And I'll remember it. I'll remember it. That's another thing I kind of said this week. That's why I wanted to make this the last fight, because I want to remember every single moment. Because when you fight so many times, like, certain fights start to overlap each other, and you start to forget certain things. Like, you'll be like hanging out with your coaches and your teammates, and remember the time we did this at UFC 173, and you're like, that was so long ago, and I've had so many fights since then. You lose sight of some of those memories from the past. But this one, I'll remember everything. But I wanted to make it a point to not let my emotions get the best of me in those key final moments, like the walkout. I don't want to stop and pause and maybe I start to cry and get those emotions to come out of me. I got to stay locked in. I have to walk to the octagon to get locked in a cage and fight somebody that wants to take my head off. There's no way that I'm going to stop and let those emotions come out when I need to stay focused on the fight itself. That's what's most important, because listen, what happens if I pause and kind of marinate in the moment of the final walkout and I go in there off my game a little bit. Nico Price knocks me out. Well, we don't have this fairy tale ending anymore. So it's best for me to just go about it like it's just the next fight, just to maintain that focus and maintain that intensity that I bring to the octagon that's given me the success over the last 18 years.
And so now here's the thing. All of this sounds incredible, Michael, and it is a storybook, and it's the stuff fighters dream of and don't even dare to dream of, dare I say. But here's the thing. You know fighters. You know the fight game. You've won 4 fights in a row, 3 of them by finish. That last one on Saturday, you sliced right through him. You know how fighters are. No one walks away. And there's always that thought in the back of your mind, like, I could win 6 in a row. I could go on a run here. What is going to happen inevitably in 6 months when you are tempted, when you have that itch, when the thoughts in the back of your mind say, you still got it. No one leaves on a winning streak.
Dude, it's funny. That's what's going to happen.
Yes,
I know.
It's inevitable.
I've been around this sport long enough to know that that's what's going to happen is, look, the fight just got done. I have work to do. You know, I got obligations. I got a busy month ahead of me. But it's always, you know, the struggle's going to come when I get the itch. Here in like a month or 2, you know, I'll get back on the mats and start training. I love training jiu-jitsu. I love training my young guys. I'll get back on the mats. I'll start training. I'll get the itch, but I have way too much respect for the game to come back. I do believe I could come back and compete at a high level. You know, I know I can. I know it. I know how this camp has been. I know how to prepare. I know how to train. I have so much knowledge in the sport and how to approach it now, but I have way too much respect for the game to come back and let the sport retire me. This is, you know, I like listening to Andre Ward when he said, like, why do I have to come back and fight Canelo and fight these best guys, you know, when I can go out on top of my game feeling like I could still win 1 or 2 more fights. He felt like he could probably win a couple more world championships, and everybody knew he could. He was still in his prime. I don't think I'm still in my prime. I think I'm on the back end of it. But I would like to retire on a 4-fight win streak, having that last fight be such a good memory, then roll the dice, come back, get a loss, and then guess what happens? Then I'm going to get in this chase of wanting to get that loss back. And we see how that ends up for a lot of fighters. This is just the way for me to go out, dude. My body's intact. I feel good. My brain's intact. That's what's most important. And, you know, I talked about this week. My hero is my grandpa. My grandpa Daryl is the reason why I have the competitive nature within me to do what I do. I was not born a tough kid. I wasn't a varsity athlete. I got picked on. I was frail. I was fragile. You know, last time we talked, I kind of brought up my childhood a little bit. But if it wasn't for my grandpa, I wouldn't be able to compete the way that I do. But ultimately, competition took his life. You know, at 67 years old, he died racing his motorcycle in a race that he wasn't supposed to do. You know, my family, every weekend, I would go to the racetrack with my grandpa. I was a grandpa's boy. I didn't have friends. I just wanted to hang out with him, and that's all I did. And this was the only time that my grandma and my mom would not let me go with him to the track because they didn't want him to race. And that was the race where he ultimately died. Look, I know I'll never die in the octagon in a fight, God forbid, but I don't want to stick around too long doing the thing that I love the most and then have parts of me taken away that I'll never get back. And that's not what and the repercussions really, it's not what happens to me. It's what my family has to deal with, you know? So I have too much respect for the sport and too much respect for my competitive nature to let it get the best of me. So this is the right decision. Go out on top, 4-fight win streak. Maybe there's some people out there that are going to be wondering the what ifs, and that's fine. But I'm going to stick with my decision.
And by the way, I'm not trying to convince you otherwise. I just been around this long enough to where you start to see someone say like, you know, I could do this and that. I don't blame you. I think you should never compete ever again. You'll never top that moment. Like, is it possible no jiu-jitsu matches, no grappling, no wrestling? This is it for you because that is the ultimate.
No, I'll still compete.
Okay.
That's something I'm also very excited about as well. You know, when I first got into MMA, I was more infatuated with grappling, obviously, and you can see in the way that I fight. You know, that's what drew me into MMA was I loved grappling so much. And I always dreamed of like wanting to try to, you know, go to the ADCC trials and try to compete for ADCC. And maybe I won't do that. But I do want to compete in jiu-jitsu. I would love to compete in RAF. You know, there's fun little side quests that I can still go enjoy because I have enough tread left on my tires to ride to those side quests. My tires aren't bald. I can still do something with my body. You know, I'm still fresh. I still feel good. I'm always going to want to compete. I feel like I'm going to be like that psychotic 70-year-old guy that's at like Master Worlds for jiu-jitsu competing against other 70-year-old guys. Like I love competition. It's just in my blood. I always say that I'm not a fighter. I'm a competitor. I love to compete. So you can expect to see me on some side quests, and I think I could get myself into some fun wrestling matches with RAF. You know, I work with CFFC, and John Morgan's always said, hey, you ever want to do a BJJ match for us? They would love to do it. I don't think I'll ever do UFC BJJ just because I don't think they have any interest in a crossover between UFC athletes and now UFC commentators competing in the bowl. I mean, that would be incredible, but yeah, there'll be some side quests, but none of them involving these. These guys, they're retired.
You know, one thing that I always appreciate about you, I remember this, I don't know, maybe, oh gosh, almost 10 years ago now, you always said you wanted to get into the broadcasting side of things. And there was once a time where the UFC was like super selective, and you were maybe a former champion or Hall of Famer and you got that. And now obviously there's a million different places that you can hone your craft, and you really kind of like, you know, you put it out there, you manifested it, you scratched and clawed, and now you're one of the best at doing it. And so I'm wondering if for whatever reason that didn't happen, like you have set yourself up beautifully for life post-fighting, but if you didn't have the broadcasting stuff, what do you think this would have all felt like? And what do you think you would be feeling like if you didn't have that ready-made job and career just waiting for you, and you're able to, you're able to work like what, 2 days later or something like that?
Yeah. Look, I'll be honest. It kind of helped. It went into this decision. It helped me with my decision. It makes it a lot easier transitionally for me to know, like, I have something set up for me, and it keeps me in the sport. I think we've seen with not just with fighters, but with all athletes, I think the biggest struggle with retirement is losing your identity. You know, you spend so many years as an NFL player. Imagine being an NFL player. You play Pop Warner football, flag football, and then you play football through middle school, high school, college, NFL. You do this for so many years, and then you have to stop. And then it's like, what do you do? I've been a football player my whole life. Now I have to not only rediscover what I want to do, not only discover what I want to do for a career, but rediscover a new identity. That's really hard. So for me, I get to be a fighter for the rest of my life. You know, that made this decision very easy. But I will tell you this, if I didn't have commentating, if I didn't have broadcasting, the sport of wrestling and the sport of mixed martial arts has taught me something. And that is, I can achieve anything I want in life. Like it is, I was not supposed to do this. Fighting was the furthest thing from something I could pursue that was within my character and what I had physically, internally. I shouldn't be here. So the fact that I was able to get into a career that was so opposite of who I am and have success at it tells me and gives me the confidence I can do anything I want in my life. Like if I want to be the best real estate agent in Washington, you know, I feel like if that's the endeavor I had to get into, I would do it. If I want to start a business, I would succeed. Like I just don't think, and I say this humbly, I don't think I have the ability to fail at anything in life, because I have learned that I can, if anything I put my mind to, I've succeeded at. So for me, it wouldn't matter if I had broadcasting or not. If I had to, you know, find a new career and find a new path, I know I would do just fine at it. I think the only struggle would be loss of the identity. I think we have that with every athlete has to go through that. So I'm fortunate that I get both. And you never know. Maybe I'll get my real estate license and sell houses with my wife on the side. Like it's like the options are endless. I can do whatever I want, and I just don't think I have the ability to fail. And I say that humbly, but I also say that very confidently.
I spoke about this earlier, but I'd love to get your thoughts. This was also Nico's retirement fight. And I did see some people say that they wish he got 60 seconds or so on the microphone as well. This was obviously, centered around you. And my take on it was, in case you're wondering, you said this long ago. It's in your home state. You won the fight. You've been in the UFC longer. You've main evented. You've just had a better career, and that's just the way it goes. But I would have loved maybe if he had a moment to say goodbye as well, because it was the end of a long road for him. Your thoughts on that sentiment? Do you feel like that would have been warranted as well?
Yeah, absolutely, dude. I think that for one, I have the utmost respect for Nico. I think he's a fierce competitor. He's had some great performances. Just a fun fighter. One of those fighters that, whether it was in the prime of his career or the tail end, you tuned in for a Nico Price fight because he's going to bring some chaos into that octagon. And maybe if I had it within myself to maybe give him the microphone. Like maybe I should have done that. Maybe I should have.
No, I don't think
that
so.
wasn't a part of their plan. Like, maybe I should have at the end gave it to him, but I was so caught up in my moment that it didn't cross my mind. But he does deserve his flowers. But yeah, it would have been cool for him to have his 60 seconds for sure. But I just think it's also kind of hard with everything that kind of went into this fight. The week kind of being centered around me. Maybe if he wasn't coming in on short notice, maybe if it was like full camp Nico Price and he kind of told them he's retiring, and it was kind of like maybe if they knew more ahead of time, because who knows how much went into production headed into this fight. I don't know the ins and outs of it. He definitely deserved his moment, but this fight was about me. So I'm not trying to sound self-centered. I'm not trying to sound like a prick or anything, but I do feel like he would have deserved his moment. But March 28th was about me.
And it's not on you. I'm saying maybe, you know how this works, and I'm not trying to blame anyone. This was so much, it was just too perfect, and there was so much emotion. It's a retrospect type of thing.
Yeah.
And everyone's sitting at home playing Monday morning quarterback. It would have been nice, 100%.
Yeah.
And it's a tough thing. There's no right answer, but definitely not. You were probably on cloud 400, let alone cloud 9. Oh. You can't be thinking about someone else. I do want to ask, because it's out there today, have you seen the things that Kevin Lee has
Yes, I knew you were going to bring it up.
Okay, it's out there. Okay, please.
Let's talk about Kevin Lee.
Okay.
My goodness. Okay, for one.
Yes.
I'll just start, okay? Because I know where we're going. For one, Kevin, I saw the tweet saying I had a hell of a career. Whether he's being facetious or if that's the right word.
I didn't think so.
I thought it was genuine. But the comment where he said, I went into his locker room at the Apex and tried to fight him. So I'm going back and looking and thinking, like, I know he had 2 fights at the Apex. I know he fought Fakhretdinov and he fought D-Rod, okay? For one, throughout the course of my tenure with my beef with Kevin Lee, anytime we were around each other, a phone would come out. Anybody in the room, if we got into the same space, there is a phone coming out to film whatever the interaction is. So for one, if I ever tried to pick a fight with Kevin Lee, well, for one, while I'm at work, because I was working when D-Rod fought, or no, I wasn't working, I was cornering. I think I was cornering, I was either working the event or I was there cornering Brainy Heaston. I would never go into the locker room and pick a fight with somebody. Ariel, you know me. You've known me for years. Do I seem like the guy that would go into someone's locker room and pick a fight with them before they are about to get in the octagon and fight? You can be honest.
No.
Because if I would never do that. The other thing he lied about, and I've been sitting on this one for a long time, when he came out and made this big, long post about when I lost my opponent for UFC Miami, saying, I threw my hat in the ring to fight Chiesa, short notice in Miami, and he said no. Do you think I would ever say no at the chance to fight that guy? Like, we've squashed our beef. I'm like, me and Kevin are fine. We've made some funny videos at when we're at the PI around each other in like the training room. So this isn't me like coming at him with heat. Like, I still don't like the guy, but what a stupid thing to say. Why would you come out and say 2 stupid things that couldn't be any further from the truth? Because honestly, I could text Hunter Campbell right now and be like, hey, did you ever offer me Kevin Lee in a rematch? Did you ever offer me that fight? I could text Sean Shelby. I could ask them, did you ever offer me those fights? They would say, what the fuck are you talking about? So I could erase that one easily. I could bury that, and that was years ago. But for him to say that I would go try to pick a fight with him before he's about to fight, the only thing I did the night he fought D-Rod is went up to D-Rod and was like, yo, whoop that ass, have some fun out there. I would never go into a locker room and pick a fight with one of my former foes before they're about to fight. Do you think I'm that unprofessional?
No. Can I ask you about this? He says, I beat Chiesa in the most high-profile fight in the first round. He got a hero send-off in the UFC, fought another retiring fighter in his hometown. Mom, wife, everybody there to watch his life story. My last fight in the UFC was on the prelim of an Apex card during COVID against an undefeated up-and-coming Russian. Chiesa tried to fight me in the locker room before the fight. As you say, I didn't say a word. Cold game fam. And so he's saying, hey, I beat this guy, he got this, and I got nothing. Which... maybe not the time nor the place, right? I mean, a lot of things happened afterwards. I like Kevin a lot. But to me,
I like Kevin.
I retweeted the first tweet because I was like, oh, this is nice. It's nice to see, the former foes show love, him showing love to you in the moment. But then afterwards, I was like, I wish he didn't go there. And I can understand there's feelings, and I can understand maybe there's some upset and regret. But this is about you right now, and something that happened 10 years ago doesn't really affect what happens today.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. Like, for one, look, Daniel Cormier didn't even get a hero send-off. He had to fight his last fight at the Apex. And we're talking my favorite fighter, Daniel Cormier, my hero, the guy that got me into the sport. Like, yeah, he may have got his video package, but he didn't get a hero send-off. He had to fight at the fucking Apex. During that time, unfortunately, that's what we were kind of relegated to it. But I just don't remember Kevin Lee ever coming out and saying that was his retirement fight.
Your career was much different than his. You stayed in the UFC this whole time. He came
exactly.
You work for the company. It's a totally different. It's apples and oranges. It's just not.
Yes, and he's come out and said very choice things about the company. And I don't know what his position is like with the company. I mean, I'm not trying to take shots here, but if I'm just going to kind of sift through what the possibilities are as to why he didn't receive the treatment that I got. I know, for one, he hasn't been the easiest to deal with, so who knows what his relationships are like with the higher ups. At one point he failed a drug test, and that's not me taking a shot at him, but I'm just kind of breaking down the things as to why maybe you didn't get these certain things. You beat me in my most high profile fight, but I won the Ultimate Fighter, I have other things that you don't have. You have a win over me, but I stayed here. I stayed here for 14 years, okay? Kevin fought great guys. Kevin had big wins. He got into title fights. I would never say anything bad about who he is and what he's done as a competitor. He beat me, Was I stoked on the way he beat me? No, but we're not even going to get into that because it's irrelevant. But I approached my career a lot differently than he did, and I got what I deserved, And then there's the other people that are like, oh, Chiesa must have so much dirt on the UFC and they're just giving him cupcake fights because he didn't sue him, or the Dolly incident, all this fucking bullshit. And I'm just like, dude, you go back and look at my career. I fought hitters the entire time. Big fucking deal if I got to fight guys in my age bracket for my last 4 fights. Sorry I didn't fight Jacoby Smith in my send-off fight. I don't feel bad at all. I reserved the right to, once I got out of the rankings, I reserved the right to take a step back, just fight guys in my age bracket. Enjoy the last few fights of my career. So what? I don't give a shit. But these people that think that, I have dirt on the UFC and I could have sued him and the Dolly incident and all this bullshit, that they think that that's why I am where I am as a broadcaster, all these things. It's it just kind of falls in line kind of with what Kevin's saying. Everyone's wondering why I get this special treatment. I'm not getting special treatment. Okay. I fucking fought my last fight in Seattle. Whoop-de-doo. I love.
You have nothing to apologize for. You have nothing to, but it's every
I just
single
love how
fighter
put their
would
tinfoil hats on and just think that why didn't Kevin? Why didn't I get this proper send off? I was on the prelims in the Apex, and then there's the other people, all the other fans clamoring about all this other stupid shit.
Screw that.
Screw off. I feel like Blake Bortles, suck it, nerds. Sorry I got to win my last 4 fights and I didn't fight all the young up and coming guys on my way out of the sport. What do you fucking do? I am where I am because I work hard. I've maintained good relationships with the sport. I've taken advantage of the opportunities. I've treated people with kindness and respect. And, I earned everything I have. Nothing has been given to me. Everything I have has been earned. So that's how you earned your last fight, Kevin. This is how I earned mine. So.
Well said, and congratulations. I won't say goodbye or anything like that because we'll be talking to you and seeing you on the broadcast and all that stuff, but what a career, man. Hold your head very, very high. It's been so great to cover you from Tough Live all the way up until now. And you mentioned peers, colleagues, all that stuff, and more, media as well. You've always been great to the media. You've always been open and gracious and all that stuff and more. So thank you so much for everything, Michael. Congrats. Enjoy every second. Congrats every component of all of this. You deserve it. You earned it.
Thank you.
You earned it the hard freaking way. And it's really been such a pleasure. You got the Seahawks win. You got the send-off. Now we can just get a Knicks victory and all ride off into the sunset. It'll be tremendous.
Hey, playoffs are coming up.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I think maybe you and me might have to catch a game, and maybe
I don't feel good, but we're not going to talk about that right now.
Interview if I make it over to New York. So
that would be incredible.
The one last thing I'll say,
please.
Is that, every last moment I have to say thank you to somebody or someone. Obviously, I want to thank you for the way you have covered the sport, the way you have respected us fighters, and at times you're an unsilent majority for us. And I feel like you've been such a great advocate in not just supporting us, but standing up for us. So I appreciate you, Ariel, very much. Your work, it's incredible, and it's an honor to call you a friend. And us fighters are blessed to have a guy like you in our corner. So I want to thank you for your contributions to the sport as well. And I love you, brother.
Thanks, man. Love you too. That really means a lot. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you. You're a mensch. You're one of the original mensches, actually, I might say. I remember you coming up to me actually at a media day saying, am I a mensch? I was like, wow, Michael Chiesa definitely doesn't know what mensch means, but wants to be a mensch. That's incredible. I love that. That's incredible. So yeah, man, thank you for all the memories. Amazing stuff. And I can't wait to see where you go from here. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
There he is, the one and only Michael Chiesa. Wow, beautiful stuff there. Love that, and very much appreciate the kind words. What a career, what a send-off. He has earned that, my friends. He did it. He did it the hard way, and yeah, he deserves it and earned it. All right, one more guest to go, and it was a lot of feel-good moments on Saturday. Chiesa getting his moment was beautiful, but what about earlier in the night? Casey O'Neill coming back after the long layoff, after everything she's been through. Incredible to see her get a win like that, a dominant, decisive first-round victory like that. Let's not keep her waiting any longer. Here she is, back in the mix. King Casey O'Neill. Yes. Welcome back, Casey. How are you?
Thank you. I'm good. It's good to be back.
Congratulations. How does it feel?
Thank you. I don't know if it's like fully set in yet. I feel like the whole week was kind of like a bit of a fever dream. Obviously, like you said, I've been out a long time, so I was waiting on this comeback. I've been dreaming about it. I've been thinking about it. So yeah, it feels like on cloud nine at the moment.
But it's one thing to come back. It's one thing to get a win. It's another to get a win like that. When you were dreaming about it and thinking about it, were you dreaming of a win like that, like a decisive first round finish like that?
Yeah, I thought I was going to win decisively because, I finally feel like I've found my stride again, like even in training and stuff. But I didn't think I was going to knock her out in that way. I thought maybe a ground and pound finish was sort of what I was envisioning and what we had been working on. And that was the game plan. But I hit that hook and I seen her feet do the wobble. And I was like, oh, just go, just go. I could actually hear my coach saying, patient, patient. And I was like, no way. I'm not being patient.
I love the reaction afterwards. It felt like you weren't quite sure what to do. Can you describe what that feeling was like?
Honestly, like, I really need to start trying to, like, calm down after fights because I just let emotion take over. And I always end up doing something that I look back on and I'm like this, At least this time it wasn't the dancing, but the screams, I think that was just like raw emotion, I don't want to like be all woe is me, but I actually did have like a pretty hard year and a half, a pretty hard injury to come back from. And there was a couple of moments mentally where I wasn't sure if I was ever going to come back. And the buildup of emotions as the fight got closer to realize that I was actually going to be back and I was going to fight on like Saturday night, it was like 5 days, 4 days, 3 days. There was a lot of emotions playing in my brain. So I think finally having it be over, that was just like me letting it go.
So just for the timeline's sake, your last fight and your last win was August of 2024. What was the injury you suffered and when did you suffer it?
So I kind of haven't really talked about it publicly, but I will now. So I beat Luana in August and then was booked to fight on the Sydney card in January of 2025. Or no, I can't remember what month it was, but I was fighting on the Sydney card. And then on January 8th, I actually completely blew my right knee, ACL, MCL, LCL, my medial meniscus, lateral meniscus, and I fractured my tibia all in one go.
Jeez Louise. In training.
So Yeah.
What were you doing?
Yeah, in wrestling. I was wrestling. Yeah. I wasn't, and even when it happened, I was sort of like, nah, like this isn't real. Like, because obviously I've been through a knee injury before, so I was like, there's no way that this happens to me twice.
Same knee?
Other knee.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. So when it happened, I just sort of was like, no way. And then obviously, I was in Arizona when it happened, and I just got straight in the car and drove the 4 hours to Vegas to see Heather and talk to Heather and figure out what I was going to do. And I will say that, like, no matter what, Heather was a voice that kept me solid. Like, she was like, this isn't the end. Like, we're going to come back from this. And she really helped me get through it, a very dark time.
That's Heather from the PI, Heather Linden, I believe.
Yes.
Yes. So shout out to her. And you had already been through it, and for lack of a better word, survived it, came through. Yeah. At the very beginning, knowing what would be required of you to overcome it, that must have been daunting, right? That must have been a very scary thought.
The beginning was a bit easier than the middle.
Okay.
Because I sort of like obviously had been through it. So I knew like I was strong enough to get through it. I had done it. I think the hardest part was this time around. I think obviously it was a worse injury. And I had to spend 3 months on crutches. So I couldn't walk for 3 months. I was non-weight bearing on my knee. So I couldn't put any weight in my leg. I couldn't drive. I couldn't like walk to the kitchen and get myself a coffee and sit back down on the couch. I couldn't carry anything. I couldn't be on the phone and walk. So it was very like back to the beginning. And then, there were some hard times there, but I just kept reminding myself, like, you've been through this before. You can do it again. And I just, that was playing in my mind constantly. Like, I've been through it before, I can do it again. And if it is the end, like, I'm going to try my best to make sure that it's not. But if it is, then, I need to know that I've done everything I can to come back.
You had mentioned in the cage with DC that one of your surgeon said, maybe you will not fight again. When did you hear that, and how did you process that when you heard it?
There was a few doctors that told me that, that it could be, a career-ending injury. If, I think that, I don't know, I think regular doctors look at people the same, whether like your athletes or just a normal person. And I think that maybe they thought you shouldn't want to do this again, like with what happened. I'm not 100% sure, but so they told me that. And then obviously I told Heather that, and she was like, fuck that. Like, we'll find somebody else. We'll make this work. So I really just put like my trust into the UFC and to, everybody that mattered to get me back. Like the surgeon that I ended up working with did a great job, obviously. And Heather and Ryan and Bobby, Jenny, everyone from the PI did a great job. And then one of the guys out in Arizona, Austin, took over at one point as well. So I had like so many people behind me, pushing me to come back and like giving me their time day after day to come back. So,
In those moments where fighting in a cage against another human being couldn't have felt further away, how did you get over those moments? Was it Heather? Was it someone else? How did you get over the hump? Because I'm sure there's moments where it's like, this feels like a million miles away.
Yeah, I don't know if I did get over it. I think I did feel like that for a long time. Like, I think maybe 4 or 5 months I was like, I might never do this again. Like, not because of my brain or anything. And I was on the right path and doing all the right things, but I knew that I couldn't like stop focusing on rehab. So every time that I watched the fights, I didn't really picture myself in there. And I think that was a hard thing. Like, it almost became a little bit of imposter syndrome again, because you are so far removed and you are just like, I'm fighting in the UFC, I'm the top 15 in the world, but I can't walk right now. Like, I'm learning how to walk on a treadmill. So it's hard, but I just kept telling myself that if I can get through this, I can get through anything, and a fight would never realistically be as hard as 9 months of rehab and getting yourself back to the position to fight again. I think that's what kept me going.
Were you able to watch the sport? Was that painful? Did you need a break from it all?
No, I kept like a very, very close eye on it. Like I watched everything that I could. I watched
wow.
everybody that I could, and I really kept a close eye on my division because I think, like, obviously I came into the UFC, I won 4 straight fights, and I had a lot of momentum. And then with my first knee injury, I did a lot of things wrong. Um, just out of like I think being young and immature and also like having never lost. So then when I fought Jennifer Maya after the first one, it was 9 months after surgery and everybody told me to wait a little bit longer and that I would feel a lot better. But I was like, no, 9 months is what the doctor said. I'm doing it at 9 months. And in hindsight, looking back, it was too early. But I think that learning all those things then, this time around, I was a lot smarter with it. I was like, yeah, I'm not going to rush it. I'm going to wait till I feel good because I know how good I am and I don't want to give anybody the opportunity to beat me because I'm not 100% of where I can be. So this time I waited it out, and I think that those past experiences helped me out. And this time around, I knew I was 100% ready to get in there.
When did you feel like you were 100%? How long ago was that?
I felt like I was 100% around September last year.
Okay. So what took so long?
Yeah. Other life stuff, and then just training, and then like wanting to figure out where I wanted to be because I knew I didn't want to train in Arizona anymore. I wanted to leave that team, and I was figuring out the logistics of getting back to Thailand and being with the guys at Bang Tao.
Your original team.
Yes.
So when did you go to Arizona?
I was in Arizona for the whole Luana fight.
Okay, so you weren't in Vegas anymore.
No, I was there for like 7 months before the Luana fight, and then I fought the Luana fight there a couple months after the Luana thing, and then left when I hurt my knee.
Okay, and so you went to Thailand. How long were you there for?
I was there since January 2nd this year.
Oh my! So what?
Yeah.
2.5 months or so.
Yeah, pretty much 2.5 months, and it's pretty crazy because I went there and said like, okay, I know the UFC will be calling me soon for something. They had called me, and I was considering Sydney, but it was still just a little bit too early. Me and all the guys decided it was a little bit too early for my knee. So I went there, and I knew they were going to call again soon, and then they called me, and I was there, and I was like, let's do it. Let's go.
You were in Vegas for a long time. Why did you leave?
Yeah. I originally came to Vegas just because of COVID. Like, that's why I left Thailand in the first place. I couldn't get back in. And I love Vegas. I still, like, I'm here right now, probably for a month or so, and it will be always my second home. But I just feel like the relationship that I have with the guys in Thailand is like something really special. And I've not been able to recreate that with anybody else. Like, they just understand me. They know how to coach me. They know how to push me, and they know how to make me better. So I need to be with them when I'm fighting.
Will you be living there full time now?
I'm not sure at the moment. I'll definitely be there for my next camp.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm hitting you with all the life questions here.
Yeah.
Golly.
At the moment, I think there was a lot of things that I just pushed to the side in order to get back into the cage. Like, first I was just worried about my knee, and then I was worried about just fighting. I found out about fighting Gabriella, I think on like the 15th of January or something like that. So I knew I was fighting her for like a really long time, and I was just focused on that. And this week I have to go and renew my driver's license, go renew my car registration, go do like all these adult things that I just pushed off to the side. So as far as life questions, I don't have a lot of answers at the moment.
What about getting your Instagram password back?
Yes, I did. I finally got it back.
What's going on here? Your sister locked you out. Why?
You know what? It was great. Like, because people on the internet suck half the time. I'm like very grateful for all of my fans and everything like that. But sometimes people just say the most ridiculous things because there's no consequences. And I was already in a heightened state. I was coming back off a 1.5 years off. There was a lot of questions, and I was just trying to stay focused and locked in. And my sister just said, you know what, like, give me your phone. I'm locking you out. You're not going on Instagram anymore. And it helped me a lot. I didn't go on at all. So
for how long?
I felt really, really locked in. I don't know. I think it was pretty much the whole fight week.
Okay.
Yeah. So she was still like, I was going on there and posting, but I was doing the whole like post and ghost, and then I was completely locked out once I put the post up.
There's probably a great feeling of freedom that comes with that. Is there any part of you that says, maybe I stay off longer?
Yeah, but I want to have like an interaction with the fans. All the like the good fans and stuff shouldn't suffer from like crappy people. So I definitely want to get on there and like interact with everybody who's awesome, but I just need to do a better job at like not giving a fuck what people say.
Sure.
And I think that is something that I'm actually getting a lot better with now. I think I was in the UFC really young and immature, and I let a lot of it get to me, and I, maybe reacted in ways that I kind of regret now. But yeah, I think that there's a lot of power in not having that social media constantly. You get dopamine from other things. Like my fight gave me the craziest rush of dopamine ever. And maybe that was also because I hadn't been on social media for like a week, so.
I was looking at you as they announced you as the winner, and the referee holds your arm up, and I can't imagine what that felt like considering everything you've been through. There was probably a part of you at one point that thought you would never experience that again, that dopamine. So this, of all your victories, must have felt the best, I would imagine, right? Must have felt the most rewarding.
Yeah, it definitely did. And I think that even out the back, I think the whole week I wasn't like super nervous, but I think out the back, I don't want to say nervous, but I was just like a little bit more on edge almost. And I was like, just go out there and do what you can do. Just go out there and do what you can do. I just like kept like talking to myself. Maybe it just because it had been so long, it felt like my UFC debut all over again. But as soon as my name got announced by Bruce Buffer and then we went, I just felt like I was like on, I felt like I'd been training so hard for this, and I felt like this was inevitable. Like I was going to make sure that I got the win, no matter who was standing in front of me. And I think that it was actually my best performance yet. I felt really composed in there, and I felt like I was seeing everything, and I felt really sharp. So I was really happy.
And what about this fun maxing that you're talking about? What is the...
have you seen the girl? She's a figure skater. I forget her name.
Elisa Liu.
Yeah. So she did... I watched some of her interviews and stuff, and it was awesome. Like she retired at 16, I think, from a lot of like, I don't know if it was like internal pressure or whatever, but yeah, she just didn't want to do it anymore. Wanted to live a regular life. She went out and lived a regular life for 3 years and came back to do it for the love of the game. And, everybody said she wouldn't win, and then she won. So I took a lot of inspiration from that too. And I think there is like a lot to do with the sport of like just having fun, like it's why you start doing MMA in the first place. You don't just go to a gym and start getting punched in the face because you want to be like stressed out or something, right? Like you do it because it's fun. And then like as the stakes get higher, obviously, and the risks get more, you start putting more pressure on it. But once you come back to like the fun of it, it is a lot of fun. So I did have a lot of fun on Saturday night.
And so she obviously rose to prominence during the Olympic Games, which was about a month and a half or so ago. And this is as you're gearing up. So this probably really spoke to you as you're trying to get mentally prepared for this return, right? Getting into the right mental place.
Yeah, she has like a really good mindset, especially for being, I think she's only like 21 or something, or not even 21, but she has a really good mindset for sport. So I took a lot of inspiration from it.
What about the hair? Are you into the hairstyle or?
Yeah, I mean, look at my own hair. Everyone keeps telling me to cut my hair. I'm like, no. So I think she's someone who's really good at expressing herself and being free. I like her hair.
As do I, by the way, just for the record. Can I ask you about the co-main event, your weight class?
Yeah.
That's one of the, I said earlier, I was mesmerized by what Alexa Grasso did. From your perspective, what did you see there, and were you impressed with how she did it?
Yeah, it was kind of unbelievable, to be honest. Like I was sat in a bar like across the road from the arena watching the rest of the fights, and when it happened, I was just like, oh my God, well, there goes my bonus. Like I knew straight away that she had went and out there and won up to me. So yeah, no, she looked good, and it was a crazy finish. And yeah.
Knockout or submission?
Oh man, I don't know. I think it has to be a knockout, and I know that I'm probably the minority here, but she was already like out before the choke went in, so there was no way to tap or anything like that. I think that Beltran just didn't have the opportunity to get there. Like she was just too quick. So
I think you're actually the majority. I think most people are saying knockout.
Oh, really?
Yes, yes.
Okay, yeah.
Shows how much you're reading online.
I'm trying not to be on there. Yeah. So yeah.
Even after the victory, you're not going on and trying to get like that affirmation?
No, I went on and tried to respond to as many people who send me messages as I could. I want to say that too, like, and the year and a half that I had off, there was actually a lot of people who like stood by me and had my back and sent me messages of encouragement a lot. So, yeah, I went on there to, show my gratitude for that. A lot of them kept me going, whether they know it or not, like just kept me going on hard days. So yeah, I wanted to go and show gratitude, but I'm trying not to read the dumb comments because there is just people who are like unhappy with their own lives and want to, shit on people. Winning or losing in the cage, I don't feel like anyone deserves to be shed on for putting themselves out there. So I try not to read that stuff.
Yes, great advice. Considering the layoff, how quickly do you want to return?
I definitely want to be active. I feel like I've spent enough time out of the cage over the last 4 years. I've been signed to the UFC for 5 years and I've only had 7 fights. So I'm like, let's get the ball rolling. I'll talk to Tim and I'll see what's next. But, he was very excited on Saturday night and he told me let's give it a couple of days. It's been a long time. Soak in your moment and we'll talk about what's next during the week. So we haven't spoke about it yet, but something soon, I'm sure.
Is there anyone that comes to mind I have to ask?
No, I want to see that. I think this month, there's so many 125 fights. Like there's a lot of girls in the top 15 that are booked at 125. So I want to see how these fights play out. There's a couple. I think there's one next week or this week. No. When is Canada? Whenever Canada is, there's the Jasmine Jasdovicius, Karini Silva fight. Yeah, there's a couple of people that I have my eye on. And obviously I was watching the co-main event as well on that night to see. So we'll just have to see what the UFC has planned.
I believe Canada is April 18th, if my...
April 18th.
Yeah, so not too far away. How is my favorite Australian promotion doing, Eternal MMA? How are things over there?
Yeah, it's going great. I think my dad has a show again in a couple of weeks. He seems to have a show every weekend. And actually, my little sister, not sure if you saw, but she fought 2 weeks before me and got a second round knockout of her own. So yeah, the O'Neill clan is doing good.
Okay, amazing. We wrote a great feature on Eternal MMA on Uncrowned. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, I did see it.
I think I sent it to you and you gave me the old double tap. So I was like, okay, maybe she didn't like it, but...
less time on my phone, Ariel.
All right, listen.
Less time on my phone, yeah.
We don't forget over here, though. You're still here, Casey, even though you gave us the old double tap.
I was wondering.
Here you are. Here you are, still here.
I was wondering. No. I was looking for it. I couldn't see it.
Yeah, it's on the corner, in the corner there, because we wanted a nice little spot for it, but we haven't forgotten about you. So maybe others, jump off the bandwagon, not us here.
Yeah, I'm very grateful. You definitely stood by my side, and I'm grateful to be back. Hopefully we get on the show a little bit more with some more activity. Absolutely. We look forward to that. For now, though, enjoy this victory. Congratulations. Welcome back. So happy for you. It was amazing. It really was amazing to see, and just knowing everything that you've been through, and even a part of it, not all of it, it really warmed my heart. So I hope you're able to enjoy all of this, and we get to see you more in 2026 and beyond. Congratulations, and great to have you back. Thank you, Ariel. Appreciate it. There she is, Casey O'Neill, King Casey in the house. I'm going to put the picture back here. Every time I put things or take them off, I'm reminded of how dusty it is. I was wondering if maybe Frank could come by or something. Maybe Eric when he's back.
What did you do? I was saying goodbye to her.
Oh, sorry.
What
wants to get you a
Did you
Swiffer,
switch it
man?
to members only again? Or?
On a Swiffer?
It's
Or
been
was
such a stressful day.
Yeah.
It's been a stressful day.
How's it been back there?
Easy breezy, man.
Shut the fuck up and watch the fights.
I wish he had said watch the stream. And then
Gosh. Seeing the stream and Arman and...
Who gives a shit?
Everything gets delayed. Everyone showed up, though.
Oh, wow. Congrats.
Yeah, we got him there, man.
Oh, my gosh.
What are we going to do about the double video?
That's just what it is. You
Who
know?
the fuck is we?
Part one, part two?
he doesn't have to worry about it at all.
Lots of engagement on that first video.
Have you gone? Let's go back and read some of the comments. Yeah.
What do we have over there?
I'm sure Frank was blamed several times throughout the course of it.
The amount of fired Franks, I
feel like not a lot of blame for me, even though I am the sole person who should be blamed.
Because I think they were commenting not knowing yet. Because remember, once you hit it, we were off, so the explanation didn't get seen. Yes, New York Rick is gone for one day and this happens. That's the top comment. Need an in-studio view of the panic ensuing right now. Tony Ferguson must be in studio and just tripped over the wire.
Come on. That's not nice.
UFC said, shut it down. Damn, I'm never going to hate on Rick again. Rest in peace. New York Rick is really the GOAT. Episode was a little short today. Good one, Bill Starr. Good one, bro.
Golly.
Man.
What do we do? Do we put the full one in the comments and maybe pin it or what?
We'll figure it out.
A little pin action. Link here, a link there. We just got to eat it. We got back up to 5K with Arman, though.
Yeah, it's tough when EP Rick is gone. Right?
Someone said, miss you, Rick. Like frowny face. Frank's fired. Ariel must have pushed the red do not push button.
It was pretty much that. I was like, oh, wow, a members only chat? They didn't tell me that it changes the whole freaking thing and turns it off.
The problem is that when you were alerting us to it, you were DMing me directly, and I thought it was going to everybody. So I wasn't telling them what was happening because I thought they could see it. So for a few minutes there, I'm just working on it silently.
Someone said Frank's Revenge, NY Rick the Glue. GC and Rick come back from vacation and wreck the show.
It was all my fault, guys. Although, I just got a crazy text from Casey O'Neill. I'm calling her back. Stand by.
What is it?
It's already a weird show. 1 second.
You don't know the half of it, bro.
Hello, Ariel.
Hello, Casey. We're still on the show here, but that text was very weird, and I'm an inquisitive mind. So do you mind me saying this?
No, I wanted to talk about it. I actually completely forgot. But when I got out the back to take my photos, we realized that both of my gloves were left-handed gloves. So I somehow fought in 2 left-handed gloves.
What? How does that happen?
Yes. I don't know. They said it's never happened before because they usually come pre-packaged. So I guess that might be my new thing now. I'm going to fight in 2 left-handed gloves every time.
But isn't there like a thumb part? Like, wouldn't you have noticed?
I had no idea. I hadn't fought in a long time, remember? We just put them on and we went out there and
wow.
And then when we got out the back, we realized.
Well, that makes the win
Somebody messed up, but it made me win better, so we're okay with
and
that.
maybe you should keep fighting with 2 left-handed gloves if you're going to fight like that.
Yeah, there we go.
Wow. Okay. Well done. You should put those in the UFC Hall of Fame if there ever is one. First ever fight fought in 2 left-handed gloves. Unbelievable.
Well, I've kept them, so
okay.
I can.
Well, thank you for that. I just wanted to get that story out there. That's incredible. Well done.
Thanks, Ariel.
All right. Talk to you later. Casey O'Neill fighting in 2 left-handed gloves. That's pretty incredible, right?
Do you want to show the picture, Dan?
Oh, do we have it?
Dan?
Dan, are you there?
Yeah, look at it because you see how there's a white spot where the thumb usually comes out.
Okay, well that's one. That's the actual left hand.
Look at her right hand, and you see where the thumb would normally be. It's like obviously the pinky hole that her thumb is out of.
Tough.
Wait. On the right-handed glove, how can you tell?
Yeah, how can you tell?
You could see where she's punching her underneath her chin, right?
All right, so on the right-handed glove, the right hand looks somewhat normal, no?
I stand corrected.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tremendous story. It's a tremendous story.
Would the letters look different on the?
They did say they're using AI, you know. So.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Anyway, let's continue with the program here because we do have a lot to get to. I talked about. Oh gosh, where should we go? We've got so many different directions. E. Gary is still waiting for a call from the UFC. We talked about Islam Makhachev and a potential return in August. Here he is, tossing and turning. He's going nuts. It's always old school phones, huh? Last time it was like a really fat cell phone. It's always old school phones. I'm told that there's new Conor McGregor training footage. Is that accurate? Oh, yeah. I wonder why he's training. Looking nice on the heavy bag. Okay. Bing, bang, boom. Bing, bang, boom. Bing, bang, boom. And those are the non-championship shorts, right? Those are the just the sort of B-side, if you will. John Jones has been out there. He was in a what was he in a bit of a fracas, in a bit of a brouhaha. Here he is, IBA bare knuckle. He's the man in the middle. Now here's the question here: push, work or shoot? At first I thought work, but now it seems like it's wait. What happened? Okay, wait. There's a whole part afterwards. Oh, but are we going to get the whole part afterwards? Because now there's a kick. Okay, there's a kick here. Look at this. Woof. That seems legit. Right? GC, work or shoot?
What Frank said earlier? I think they shooted themselves into a work.
I think they worked themselves into a shoot.
Yeah, I think this is real at this point. You can't be throwing punches and kicks like this and not be real. I mean, the dude with the red hair got like smacked across the head.
What is IBA bare knuckle?
Isn't that the Russian bare knuckle promotion that John Jones is like?
And Yoel competed in.
Yeah. He's
Okay.
like a part owner of or something.
So there's an actual Russian bare knuckle promotion now.
Yeah, I think so.
Crazy. Wonder what he's getting paid to just like stand there.
Hopefully the arena's close to his house in Chechnya.
Right. Do you think that's? I forgot about that. I forgot that he's a resident of Chechnya.
Yeah.
Imagine you're at the grocery store in Chechnya and John's just there getting his produce.
Yeah, I don't think that's how it works.
Yeah, that's a good point. That is a good point. Dana White was asked about John Jones and the negotiations. This story will not go away, but there are some new developments every time he speaks. I do want to say, I find it amazing that Dana has yet to be asked about anything Ronda Rousey said at the press conference a few weeks ago. He's yet to be asked this, but he continues to be asked about John Jones, and these are very fair, pertinent questions. So you saw what Dana said about AI, who gives a crap, who gives a shit, just watch the fights. His mood, very similar regarding John Jones. Here's what he had to say.
Just one quick one for me. Hate to bring him up, John Jones. I know he was never in contention to fight on that White House card. But he did say that he was offered $15 million and it came down to money. Is he lying when he says that?
Who gives a shit?
Let's pause right there. What do you mean, who gives a shit? John Jones is saying he was offered $15 million. You, Dana White, are saying we never negotiated with him. John Jones's team is saying, hey, we were open to maybe not the $30 million that we originally asked for, but somewhere in between. This kind of matters. This is John Jones. This is John Jones refuting everything that you have been saying. So I guess to answer the question, who gives a shit? We give a shit. The media gives a shit. Your fans, the paying customers, the ones that, helped make UFC Seattle the highest gate in fight night history. Every time he says, who gives a shit? The answer is very simply us. Fans, media, people who've been watching, people who buy tickets, people who show up, people who buy X, Y, and Z. That's who gives a shit. I don't understand this who gives an F mentality. And so you could say, as he says later on, he knows the story, whatever. That's fine. He doesn't want to go into it. I get it. I understand why. Ultimately, you don't want to tell the White House you couldn't get a deal done with the biggest American star out there. But the who gives a shit is such a cop-out. It is such a cop-out because we could rifle off a lot of people who care about this story, including John Jones. We continue.
Did the negotiations just fall out over money, or was he not?
I've already talked about this a million times.
Not wanting to answer.
John knows what happened. Okay. John knows what happened.
Yeah, and John tweeted about it.
I don't know. So, first of all, leading up to this, whatever this is, all I do is John Jones the GOAT, he's the greatest,
and everybody's talking about how I'm blowing John Jones all the time.
This has nothing to do with
Now
anything.
this falls out. What, I fucking hate John Jones and I'm trying to destroy John Jones now or whatever?
You could
John
come to a
Jones
deal.
knows exactly what happened. And this happens every week at the UFC. There's all kinds of negotiations going on.
Negotiations? I thought there weren't.
You think John Jones is clamoring to fight? Like John Jones is like,
yes,
we have to give this guy 3 fights a year if he really wants to fight.
Oh my God.
Legally, we have to give him 3 fights a year if John Jones is chomping at the bit to fight.
He wants to fight on this card. You negotiated with him.
And
You
if we
couldn't come to a
don't,
deal.
we have to pay him.
No, you don't. You don't. Because are they offering Colby Covington 3 fights a year? I mean, like, how many guys don't get offered 3 fights a year? This 3 fights a year thing, which no one challenges them on, is such hogwash. Such hogwash. Jon Jones couldn't be more clear about the fact that he wanted to fight on this card. Now, if what you're saying is, hey, we didn't want his services on this card, but we did offer him 3 other fights on this date, that date, and this date, all right, cool. Have they offered Conor McGregor 3 fights a year for the past 5 years? Something tells me they haven't. What about Colby in the last year or so? What about Jorge Masvidal, who came out recently and said, yeah, I got offered an MVP fight, and they said no? This 3 fights a year thing is such nonsense. No one's fighting 3 times a year. Are the other guys who aren't fighting 3 times a year? Izzy hasn't fought in the last year. Is he just turning down fights? Like, well, what's going on? What are we talking about? How many times have we heard from fighters now saying like, hey, I want to fight, I'm ready? So that's silly, and this who gives an F thing is silly. That answer comes when you don't have anything else to say, when you don't want to get into it. Just like the AI thing. Nothing to say, don't want to get into it. I know there are very smart people who run the UFC, who are in the day-to-day grind of the UFC. This is their life. And I know they see this and say, this is so crazy to speak to our customers this way. These are our customers. This thought of like, just watch the stupid fights. No, that's everything that is wrong with the UFC. We felt the way in which we felt about Saturday's fights because we know who Izzy is. That made us feel something. We know who Michael Chiesa is. That made us feel something. We know who Alexa is and what she's been through. That made us feel something. It's not just watch the fights. Because I tell you what, if it's just watching the fights, then it's all about those crappy Apex cards that you put on that no one's watching. These reports came out about the pay-per-view numbers that were tanking, and why the deal was so good for Paramount and not good for ESPN anymore is because people aren't just willing to watch the fights. They want to care about the fights. And he knows this. I'm not telling him something he doesn't know. He's in the caring business. He's in the emotionally invested business. He's in the business of prize fighting. This is a cop-out. I don't even know, like, what's the point? I don't even know what's the point. And I have to sit here and dissect it because this is the job. We make you care about these fighters on this show. And we'll talk about the good and the bad. And 95% of today's show has been the good. But we'll also talk about the bad. This is embarrassing. Like, okay, Jon Jones, your biggest star, came out and said he was offered $15 million. And he feels disrespected by it and he wanted more money. You said recently he was never going to be on the card and you guys didn't offer him anything. Well, who's lying? Jon Jones knows the story. Yeah, the story he told us refutes your story. These are all very fair questions. Dana, as a company, you've never used AI before, and we have noticed a difference. Is this a new approach? Mentality? How do you feel about this? How do you feel about certain fans who feel like a company that is as big as the UFC should have higher standards than using, as the kids like to say, AI slop? Right, Frankie? Is that what they call it?
Exactly what they call it.
These are fair questions. Now, would I ask Dana White about AI if I had the opportunity to speak to him? Probably not. Not top of mind for me, but I know there's people who care about it. It's pertinent. And his response is, hey, AI is coming. We like it. We want to use it. If you don't like it, I'm sorry. That's fine. But like, hey, who gives a crap? No. I mean, at least one person gives a crap. The guy who asked the question. And I know others do as well. It's just weird. It's just weird. It's just weird. I don't understand the approach of telling your fan base, your consumers, yeah, we don't really care what you think. Because I know he doesn't truly feel that way. And I know the people in the UFC don't truly feel that way. So why say it in that moment? Other than you feel a little defensive, you feel like you're being threatened, and this is the best way to shut people down. Because you know everyone turtles up when he says that. What else are you going to say? You're in a freaking UFC press conference. What are you going to be like, well, start arguing? No, it's not going to happen. Speaking of weird, Khabib Nurmagomedov was asked about women's MMA. Let's play the video in its entirety, the answer in its entirety, and react. Here it is. First, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Valeria. I'm a real estate agent at IPG Property. Would you be willing to come with me to look at properties and buy real estate? Okay, that's a weird question. Second question. No problem with that. The second question is actually serious. Okay, it was a joke. There are a lot of men in this sport. What is your general attitude? Maybe you could give some advice, your view on the development of women in MMA. Can you pause it for a second, Andy? Obviously, I'm going off of the subtitles here, and so I'm taking a leap of faith that this is all accurate. I don't speak Russian, and so I do want to say that because, I hope that everything is translated correctly, but we know that there are times where things aren't translated correctly, but I'm going to trust, because this has been out there and hasn't been refuted for several days, that it is accurate. Okay, we can continue. About women. How do you feel about getting hit in the face, he asks. You personally. Can I just say something? Can you pause? Sorry. How do you feel about getting hit in the face? Why did that elicit that type of laughter? Like, he is a fighter, and the idea of women fighting isn't like an old sort of unique, weird thing. Like, I don't understand why that response to that question. Should women feel differently about getting punched in the face? They have been fighting for a long time. Anyway, we continue. The most precious thing on our body is our face, right? Every day we all look in the mirror and we want to look good. Men maybe once, but if women have a mirror with them, they look 1,000 times a day, at least 100. Okay. How do you personally feel when you go to the gym and get hit in the face? You haven't been hit. But you don't need that. There are women who choose the sport. It's their choice. They choose it. If you ask me, I wouldn't choose the sport for women. It's brutal, even for men. First of all, for women, I don't even consider it. If they want to come to the gym and train to be able to defend themselves, there are women who think they can come train, and if someone attacks them, they can defend themselves. Well, there are such women. Let them go and train, no problem. But for me, it's still something wild when a woman gets hit in the face. Whether it's a man hitting a woman or a woman hitting a woman. Okay, let's pause it right there. Man hitting a woman is like a completely different thing. Woman hitting a woman, does he have an issue with it because he's saying women care about how they look and they don't want to get their face messed up, or they can't take that type of pain? They don't know how to inflict that kind of pain or absorb that kind of pain? I don't really understand it. Man hitting a woman is crazy. That's physical abuse. That's assault, brother. That's a totally different thing. There are no men versus women fights. Women versus women is very common and happens all over the world, including in the UFC. Is he saying it just because of a sort of vanity thing, or because he feels like physiologically they can't handle it? Is this like another Lou DiBella thing where it's like, hey, they can't last for more than 3 minutes in a boxing match? I'm not sure. We continue. Especially if a woman is a mother or has a couple of kids. She spends the whole day getting hit in the face and then comes home. Where I grew up, I didn't see anything like that. Every person in life has a mission. For a man, it's to raise children, take care of the family, take care of loved ones, neighbors, relatives. There are very few women who take on big responsibilities. It's very hard for them. Let's pause it right there. Again, I'm submitting to the fact that this is all accurate. Women don't take on big responsibilities is an absurd statement. First of all, you just said in the previous statement that they take care of the family, the kids, the home. That's a very tough job, if not tougher. There are times where I come home and I feel guilt because I see, my kids are acting up, especially when they were younger, everything's in chaos. This job is a breeze compared to that job, even when I turn the stream to members only and guests don't show up. So what does that even mean? They can't take on big responsibilities. There's a lot of women who are moms and CEOs, run companies, lead businesses, lead groups. This is, listen, I understand that religion comes into it when it comes to certain ideologies and ways of life. But the way in which he is setting this up is hard to come to terms with. And I'm trying to keep my words very succinct and precise because I don't want to get things misconstrued here. I respect every religion. I respect everyone's decision to live their life the way in which they want. and their families live the way they want. And there are some people who say, I want to do X amount of things so that my family and my wife and my partner doesn't have to do certain things. That's totally fine. But to have a sort of blanket stance that a woman can't, she cannot assume certain responsibilities. She does not want to get punched in the face because she is vain or looks at the mirror and doesn't like how she looks afterwards, can't handle these certain things, to me is just, it's just very old-time thinking. It's prehistoric. It's not who we are as a society in 2026. It just isn't. And I don't care where you come from. That shouldn't be the way it is. Let's continue. It's not without reason. Even God created it this way. A woman is weaker, a man is stronger. People want to change and mix all of this. I don't know how you feel about it, but I like when a man does men's work and woman does women's work. Can we pause right there? Man versus woman. Obviously, the man is stronger than the woman historically. Woman versus woman is equal. So what does that mean? What does that mean? We continue. I don't know how you feel about it, but I like when, can we go back? Sorry, I just want to, can we just, I just don't want to lose that last thing. I don't know how you feel about it, but I like when a man does men's work and woman does women's work, okay? So you're not kids, decide for yourselves. I'd love to know what the woman who asked that question felt about the answer. I don't want you to just hear from me. I'd love to ask Andy, who is a woman, how she feels about hearing one of the greatest fighters of all time speak about women this way.
Disappointing, but not unexpected, unfortunately. I feel like a lot of people still feel this way, and it's simply wrong. Like, to your point, it's dated. Like, if we can birth kids time and time and time again, don't tell us we can't willingly decide to go fight, period. I feel like childbirth is one of the hardest things that anybody would have to go through. And if we can go through that, we can certainly choose to be in a sport where we know we're going to get hit in the face. We know we're going to break our bones. We know all these things are going to happen. This is just dated. And people who use, in my opinion, people who use religion or anything like that to make it sound more reasonable, like, revisit your books. A lot of this is stuff that was interpreted to begin with. There's tons of women in religions who are deities, who are seemed like way more important than even like a male figure in some religions. So like, this is just interesting to me how people use it as a reason. I think we talked about this briefly once, but when we were talking about the amount of rounds that women's fights should be in, like, why can't we, if we're already stepping in there, why can't we decide? That's also like another part of this. Like, why is it that men have to control or are trying to control what we want to do with our own bodies? And the thing about looking at a mirror 100 times, what is that? Right? Like the level of vanity that we're being held to when clearly there's so many, like, look at the women champions that we have right now. Kayla's a badass, show it to Habib. I would say, like, show some respect to the sport, man. Like, these are your colleagues,
Very well said. And especially you come off a weekend where Alexa Grasso did what she did, where Casey O'Neill did what she did. Look, if someone would have said to him as a religious person, hey, how do you feel about coaching women? And he said, look, for me, I don't feel comfortable. There are certain things that I believe in, and I have nothing against women's fighters. I wish them all the best. I may enjoy it, I may not. But for me, as, a practicing Muslim, I don't want to do that. If that would have been the answer, I wouldn't have had a problem with it. I don't have a problem with it. But to now say in 2026, after, women's MMA has been in the UFC since 2013, women's boxing has really become a very, very popular thing since 2012, since the Olympic Games adopted women's boxing. To say that now, after all the great things that we've seen women do, where do you draw the line? Like, can women not play hockey? The Olympic hockey tournament for women was phenomenal. Can women not, do track and field? Can they not do pole vault? Can they not do hammer throw? Can they not do all these things? Like, where are you drawing the line? Is it because they get punched in the face and you think that they just care about their looks? And so you think that, hey, I'd rather not? Because like all this is sort of mixed up. On the one hand, you're talking about the looks. On the other hand, you're saying that men are stronger than women. It's It's deflating and disheartening to hear this. Imagine, to me, it's the same way. I don't view it like this. Maybe I'm naive. I don't view it like punching. This would be the same as Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant saying WNBA players shouldn't play basketball. And the great thing about what happened to Kobe at the very end of his life, may he rest in peace, is that he really fell in love with women's basketball. And it was because of his daughter. And you would see him there with that orange WNBA sweatshirt. And it was so amazing to see a guy who was such a hero and legend in the sport of basketball in the NBA embrace the women who are trying to make a name for themselves. It was amazing to see. And so when you see strong leaders, men, go out and say, no, they deserve just as much love and attention and pay and limelight and spotlight as we get, that's incredible. That's progress. That's evolution. That's change. That's leadership. To hear this is not. It just isn't. You're telling me Ronda Rousey shouldn't be in there? Again, if he says it from my perspective, I don't like watching it. It's not my thing. I don't like coaching women. It's not my thing. Different strokes for different folks. But what he's saying is like, at least that's the way I'm interpreting it, is like women should not be in the cage because they should be at home cooking and cleaning and doing women's things and not even having jobs. Just don't agree with it. Just don't agree with it. And he is such a role model and hero for so many people. I know this puts me out there. Trust me, I know. But I don't even know how this can be an argument. I don't even know how this could be an argument, especially after this weekend. I know it's the cool thing online to rip on the women and say women's MMA ain't shit. You just got here. You haven't been watching. Look up Hook and Shoot. Look up Elite XC's Strike Force. Look up these UFC fights from the early days, from 13 years ago. And look at what a lot of them are doing now. You just pick and choose because the standard has gone down. But the elite are incredible. Valentina's elite. Kayla's elite. Amanda's elite. Zhang Wei Li is elite. Mackenzie is elite. Speaking of Valentina, she took exception to this. She's one of the few that I saw. Maybe I'm wrong. But she said, women are weak. Tell that to my sister, an airline captain, or tell it to the Night Witches, the all-female bomber regiment of World War II who dropped bombs under the cover of darkness with their engines off, then landed in pitch blackness without landing lights. For this, they earned a reputation for being elusive and deadly. Go ahead, tell them who is stronger. It all depends entirely on one's upbringing. You can just as easily raise a man to be a helpless milksop who is incapable of doing anything. Martial arts represents a warrior tradition where there is no distinction between man and woman. There is only the art itself. That is precisely why people train, to become more graceful, stronger, and wiser, and to ensure that no one gets the chance to punch them in the face. And to his credit, he did say, hey, if someone wants to come to the gym to learn how to defend themselves, he's not precluding that. But I think he's talking about it from an actual like prize fighting competitive standpoint. And I just think, as Andy said so very well, it's a dated mentality. Now, I'm not trying to sit here and, stand on my soapbox and say, I'm just saying when I saw that, I was like, and not the first time I've heard him say it, as he alluded to as well. I know that there are a lot of fighters, up-and-comers, prospective fighters, who are women who really admire and respect Khabib and what he's done, as they should. And that's got to be disheartening and deflating. Don't worry, there are a ton of other fighters who are tremendous legends who do feel like you belong and should be able to pursue a career just like they did in the octagon or any other promotion. But for someone of his stature to say that, it's with some old time ideologies attached to it is a bummer.
The most disheartening thing for me, if you notice at the very end of the clip, is all the clapping.
Yeah, what is that about?
Yeah.
And that's why I said I wonder how the woman in the room who asked the question felt about all the clapping.
Yeah, I mean, I bet you not very good.
Yeah, because they're all just saying, yeah, we agree with you. That's what I assume the clapping meant. Like, what is this, the Phil Donahue show where everyone start clapping when you say something? That's an old show. Frank may remember it.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, bit of a bummer. Not everyone has to agree. I get that. But I don't know how you could be a female fan of the sport and not feel some sort of way about it. Speaking of Kayla Harrison, a fan on X sent me this video. He saw her at the PFL Pittsburgh event this weekend, and she dropped a little nugget for him. Let's take a listen.
Kayla!
comes. Here she comes. Let's go.
Let's go.
Kayla offering it up. He says, Kayla, let's go. She says September. Kayla in September? Can't wait. Let's go. Movsar Evloev is waiting for the call. My understanding, everyone, is that they're going in the Movsar direction. That it's going to be Movsar versus Alex. That's my understanding. That's what I've heard. And that's the right call. Here he is, training, doing some rope technique. What is this? This is absurd. Upside down. That's got to hurt the feet, right? The rope burn. Whoop. Touching the top and then back down. No socks, no shoes. So that is my understanding. Movsar versus Alex. I'm not saying breaking news is that, don't get crazy, but my understanding is that is the direction that they are leaning towards, and that has been expressed. Right call, right, guys? That's the right call, right?
1,000%. 10-fight win streak.
Yeah.
Undefeated. 20-0.
What are we doing?
Give him the title shot. Alex is calling for it. Jean Silva can get it next.
Wait or have him fight someone else?
Have him fight someone else.
Right.
He is coming off of a loss to Diego Lopez before his last fight.
Right.
It's not like he's on a long win streak.
Hamza Chimaev is fighting on May 9th in New Jersey, Newark to be exact. Sean Strickland. Look at this training technique here. The medicine ball to the freaking stomach and kind of to the ribs as well. Like right there, that shot was to the ribs. Golly. This is craziness. They're not holding back. Oh, especially that dude on the left. He's loving it. You ain't going to be loving it when he breaks a rib. This happened to someone, by the way. Someone broke a rib doing this. I remember it. I don't remember who it was.
James Tahuno?
No, it wasn't him. I didn't show this to Arman because we, the whole thing, but he got a haircut recently. Guys, what do you think of this technique here with the haircuts? He's in the chair, and some people do it. I'm not a fan. In the chair with the phone. Okay, yeah, here we go. All right, with the phone is a good technique. I mean, people do it. I'm not a guy. What about getting the beard trim while looking at the phone there?
Unacceptable.
Unacceptable, right?
I wish the barber had stepped in.
Yeah.
I'm not a phone during the barber guy, but I mean, I'm exclusively getting the beard. Obviously, nothing to cut off the top. I'm not on the phone. I'm letting the man work.
Yeah. See, that shot I've seen. This shot I've seen, right?
Yeah, this makes sense.
I still don't do it.
I'm also not a top-tier content creator like Arman is.
But the phone in the hand while getting the beard trim is, I mean, it's just, I'm not judging. It's just not a technique that I've seen before.
We're judging.
No.
We're judging.
Connor over there is judging, not me.
That's a bullshit.
Yeah, it is a bullshit. It's a great look.
The coif.
Ever since he went to the coif,
yeah,
I feel like the aura has gone up plus 5,000.
Yeah. I'd pay good money to have a coif like that.
He's phenomenal. What a guy. And he did call us back, so it was nice to reconnect with him. A lot of people shared this video, guys, on Saturday morning. This is Fox News reporter Abby Hornacek and Kennedy Blades, tremendous freestyle wrestler, part of RAF. She competed on Saturday and won. Look at this scene over here. She's doing a little like morning Fox News thing and saying like, hey, there's RAF tonight in Tampa, and these gals really know how to wrestle. By the way, tell Kennedy Blades she shouldn't be in there, huh? Tell her she's not good enough. She's not strong enough. Look at this suplex. But also, everyone went crazy over it, and rightfully so. Look at the way in which Kennedy protects Abby Hornacek, daughter of former New York Knicks coach and, more importantly, Utah Jazz and Philadelphia 76er legend Jeff Hornacek. Look at the way in which she protects her here with the landing. Let's take a look. Here's Abby, okay? Boom! The way she turns at the last second.
Signature move. It's called a suplex. Let's try
Look at this. Look at this.
All right.
This is wild.
How does this work? Okay.
So
what do I do?
Tie up on me.
I'm so nervous.
Okay, it's okay. Just breathe. All right, here.
She's got her here. All right. Bang! That is impressive. Do you see the way in which she turned there at the last second?
I don't think I can be a wrestler. All right.
A lot of
I think
pressure
I'm
on
gonna stay
on
out
Kennedy in that moment.
off the mat
Teams
from
looking
now
back,
on. I just
freaking
gotta
out.
say, that
Fox
felt
News.
Like being thrown off of a skyscraper. And I don't know if I want to do that.
Golly.
Are you okay? I feel great. I feel like $1 million.
Frank, you were watching that on Saturday, right? I know that's part of the
Absolutely.
routine.
It is.
Fox News in the morning.
Got to see what's going on.
That was amazing. Great job by Kennedy. Great job by Abby. Great promotion for RAF. I'm telling you, man, RAF's got something. Scary stuff. You guys think Kennedy's tough?
Yes.
Or do you think she should be at home, barefoot, making paella or some shit? I don't know.
That's a bullshit.
What was that? Hey, can we show some love to DJ? DJ gets into the Hall of Fame. That was amazing. Love DJ getting that announcement. Incredible stuff. We talked about Izzy showing him love, but I did want to mention it again. I was so happy to see that. I was so happy to see that. And hopefully we'll be able to talk to him. He's a very busy guy. He's gallivanting all over town, but I was so happy to see that. Really, really warmed my heart because I thought it would be one of those where it's like, oh, is he ever going to get in? This guy deserves it. He absolutely deserves it. A lot of fighters like to go to Bruce Lee's grave when they go to Seattle. It's just outside of Seattle. Did you guys go, Rick?
Nah, not as big of a Bruce Lee fan.
What's all the laughter about?
I'm not certain.
You asked Rick if he went.
No, I meant like Rick, GC. Did you guys go? Like I was talking to GC. If you were, yeah. Hey, Rick.
Did you go?
How are you? Anyway, Israel Adesanya went, as did Navajo Sterling. Some really cool pictures here. Also, that's Brandon Lee, buried next to his dad. What's this? Joaquin Buckley went too. Let's see his tribute to the great Bruce Lee. Oh, okay. Bit of a different vibe, right, Frank? What do you make of this vibe?
It's not really my vibe.
Jeet Kune Do was one of the first things as a young martial artist that I read about that really introduced me to what mixed martial arts was. Jeet Kune Do stands for the intercepting fist, and it literally means, right, intercepting somebody's attack, right? In between every explosive blow and every explosive maneuver that you stop with your own, right? Bruce Lee was one of the best instructors when it comes to the philosophy of mixed martial arts, and I truly believe that without Jeet Kune Do and Bruce Lee's impact to martial arts, that the UFC wouldn't even exist. So with me being here, me being able to just really be able to be surrounded by his presence, right, at his burial, I feel like, man, I done completed something that's only gonna level me up now, so it's a beautiful thing. Respect to Bruce Lee.
Can I just say something real quick? I saw a lot of people clowning Joaquin for that, because it was so different than Izzy's. But I'm happy we played the whole thing because I do think that was heartfelt. I do think that was his way of paying homage. So, yeah, I'm happy that we played that. Everyone has their own way of paying respect. Maybe some people vibe more with Izzy's approach. But he very clearly knows a lot about Bruce Lee and Jeet Kune Do and his mentality, his body of work. Not as bad as just playing the clip of him shadowboxing next to the grave. So, you know what, Frank? I think you should take that back.
I do take it back.
Yeah.
Once I saw more context, I was like, you know what?
This is why I wanted to play the whole thing. This is why I wanted to play the whole Khabib thing, too.
Maybe just a small suggestion.
Okay.
Start with the homage and then say, and in respect to that, I'm going to do this thing where I'm shadowboxing next to his grave.
It's very fair.
To put a cherry on it?
Just start with the story.
Yeah, or even just introduce it. Or like, hey, I'm Joaquin Buckley and I'm about to shadowbox next to this person's grave and his son's grave out of respect, and I'll cover why I'm doing that once I'm done shadowboxing.
Yeah. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that constructive criticism.
Thanks.
I think that's good. Context is everything, as they say in the business. Did want to mention that Alex Pereira is en route to 250, 265 maybe. Here he is showing us how he's looking. He was in Seattle, shaved head, rumors of him being on the next UFC. What is it? UFC 5, 6? GC definitely knows.
Yeah, UFC 6.
Yeah, there it is. What do you think of heavyweight Alex Pereira?
Fuck, man. He was scary when he was in the low 200s. Now he's 245. Are you kidding me?
He looks
svelte. He looks big. He looks ready to go. We're only like 2 months away from that now.
Golly. Less? No. A little more, yeah. By the time we come back, we're going to be 2 months away.
Crazy.
Amazing. Speaking of crazy, what about this boxing match that was announced over the weekend? Tommy Fury versus Big Eddie Hall in a Misfits boxing match, June 13th, AO Arena. What are they calling it? Beauty versus the Beast. This is some face-off right here. You in?
Sure. What is it? Boxing, yeah. Boxing.
Yeah, it's boxing.
Sure. Yeah. No. I'm in. Yep, I'll be there.
Eddie Hall will be on the show tomorrow, the Beast himself, to talk about this and why he's doing it. Maybe that's not your thing, and I can understand. If you're a boxing fan, this is definitely your thing. It was announced this morning that Xander Zayas is going to be going up against Jaron Boots Ennis, June 27th, New York City. To be exact, Brooklyn, Barclays Center, big-time fight, unified super welterweight fight. This was the fight that was supposed to be Virgil Ortiz against Boots, and that's a great fight. But I got to say, just like I said to Todd DeBoeuf, this is a tremendous plan B, and perhaps the first byproduct of the top-ranked DAZN deal. Xander Zayas versus Boots Ennis is amazing. Huge step up for Xander Zayas. Obviously, big-time fight for Boots, which people have been clamoring for. 154 pounds. What a fight. We going, guys? Road trip?
The road trip, bro. You can crash in my crib.
How far are you from there? 20 minutes?
I mean,
walking distance?
20-minute walk. Yeah,
oh my gosh!
We if we catch an Uber, it's 8. But we can hop on the subway, man. We can hop you back on the old MTA.
That's a tremendous fight. I love that fight. I love everything about that fight.
I'm there. I'm not kidding. I plan on being there. Xander Zayas is our guy. He's a boy in the back after the Super Bowl.
Unbelievable.
Got to be there to support.
All right. Do we have any super chats, Mr. Frankie?
Super chats. I think I saw one or two.
What do we got?
First one.
And I do want to say, sorry for going a bit long. This is more for the crew. You know, we're taking some time off, and everything got screwed up with the stream. No fault of my own. So
who the fuck is we? We go a little bit longer.
You know, this is old school. There was once a time Rick and I were there till like 7:38. Just want to let you guys
We're coming up on that.
Yeah. All right. What else?
That was only one day a week. Classic.
Walked up the hill.
Both ways.
Yeah. What else, Frankie? What else?
What else? We haven't even started.
Okay, sorry.
Shout out, Ariel. Go Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Oh, yes.
Hoping they get it done tomorrow against Italy and punch their ticket to the World Cup, not just for the team, but for all of my Bosnian family and friends. Ariel, if Bosnia gets the win, I'm inviting you to the Bay Area. Bring the boys, too, to come and try my mother's authentic Bosnian food. My house is open.
Are we going?
Well, Led, thank you for that invite. We do appreciate it. I'd love to try your mom's Bosnian food. I will say, though, full transparency, I was rooting against you on Thursday. Bosnia was playing Wales, and I love the Welsh team. In particular, Brennan Johnson, my guy, Nico Williams, Nottingham Forest. Both of them missed back-to-back PKs, guys. Oh, it was tough. At the same time, you guys were locked in on Ireland. I couldn't get the Ireland stream, but I was feeling for you, and I was watching the commentary on FOTMob, so it updated in real time, and both teams that I was rooting for in PKs both lost. Obviously, I was gutted for PT. Very disappointed for him. It was awful. But Wales was up. They were up 2-1 in PKs, and then here comes Brennan, and then here comes Nico, and they both missed. And then Bosnia wins. Great story for Bosnia, rooting for you guys. In fact, if you win, by the way, I just want to let you know, I'm pretty sure the winner of Bosnia-Italy is playing Canada in their first game. I'm pretty sure it's like June, it might even be June 14th, to be honest. I'm almost 100% certain. The date I'm not certain of, but I'm pretty sure that you're playing Canada in Toronto in that first game. So good luck to you, but then to hell with you, if in fact you pass. I do think it would be their first time in the World Cup. I'm almost 100% sure. So amazing stuff. What else, Frankie? What else?
Ariel and Boys in the Back, suggestion for a future fight feast. Next time UFC goes to Canada, why not visit a Canadian institution? That is Tim Hortons, eh?
You're always on point, Jake. In fact, wasn't it just last week, guys, that I brought some Tim Hortons Timbits?
You certainly did.
And you guys mocked me, bit them, started chewing, and then spit them out vociferously.
Someone almost broke a tooth.
They were a couple of days old, but I thought that they were...
David, it's the proverbial, is this members only chat going to affect the stream situation?
Yeah. Gosh, I'll never forget that moment.
We'll never let you forget that moment.
You'll never forget the Timbits or that one time you
The stream.
Yeah.
What about the Timbits? Have you guys ever tried actual fresh Timbits?
I have, and I love them.
They are good. Tim Hortons coffee, tremendous too.
It's
Way
great.
better than Dunkin'.
Yeah, I've been to Tim Hortons in the city before.
Not the same.
I've been in Canada as well.
Same. What else, Frankie? What else?
PFL Pit was fire. Kayla Harrison was so nice.
PFL Pit was not bad. It was a nice little tight show. I'm going to talk more about PFL tomorrow. I'm going to save it for tomorrow. I have some things to share regarding the PFL, but yeah, I thought it was a nice show. Johnny Eblin looked great. Impa looked great. I felt bad for Dalton. Brian Battle debut. Ariane Lipsky debut as well. Was it her debut? She did win.
PFL, yeah.
Yeah. What else, Frankie? What else?
Why do reporters ask tough questions, and as soon as Dana gets angry, they shrink in a shell? Not trying to be negative, but come on, they could do better sometimes.
It's intense. It's
Give me a fucking break.
It's intimidating. It's intimidating. I don't know.
I'm too hungover to deal with these people tonight.
That one comes in really hot.
It's the favorite part about
Who gives a shit?
I'm too hungover for this shit.
Gosh, how many do we have of Dana at this point?
Too many.
Do we have a Dana?
It's a great point.
Yeah.
He's so droppable.
What else, Frank? Yeah.
That's fucking illegal.
Yeah, that's an old school.
Federal fucking prison.
I used to have the Jake one. I don't know.
Yeah. What are the three from Saturday?
Oh my gosh.
Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up and watch the fights.
Yeah.
Give me a fucking break.
Yeah. I think the middle one is my favorite.
Shut the fuck up and...
Yeah, that one. What else, Frankie? What else?
Can we get Nico Price on for a proper send-off? UFC did him dirty, not letting him say bye on the mic. Dog won me $500 versus Tim Means 2019.
Wow, is that the only reason why you care for him? And by the way, I don't mean to speak over you there, but
I think you did.
You're right.
I am right.
You were there. Like, I don't want Michael Chiesa to feel like I should have done this and that. There are people with, earpieces on. Hey, go over to Nico. I don't know. It's a tough spot. I'm not going to sit here and be like, they should have done this or that. That was the Michael Chiesa retirement fight.
Yeah. And also remember, it wasn't supposed to be Nico Price. It was supposed to be Carlston Harris.
Right. Yeah.
So, I mean, like, Nico Price just happened to come a part of it. Yeah, maybe, like, one question. He did have, like, 20 UFC fights.
There's just so much going on, right? There was the video package and the guy. And
there's a lot going on.
Where do you squeeze it in?
I feel like there was one moment that I thought I saw. I can't say if I was certain, but it felt like he did, like, was like, yo, DC, let me get a question.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like, I saw from the above view, and then he walked out during the
That's tough.
package.
Also, I've been there before when someone's like,
We know, yeah.
You saw that? They're telling you in your ear, like they turn off the mic. I'm like, I don't know what to do. It's very awkward.
No, you're on fucking global television, and there's a producer in your ear screaming to get off.
They're telling you if you ask a follow-up, you're dead.
Yeah.
2 questions. Don't ask a follow-up.
And those are producers you actually have to respect, not, me and Rick.
Yeah, no, that's crazy. By the way, I did get a picture of Casey O'Neal's gloves because maybe she heard you guys. Here we go.
Yeah, I actually grabbed one from the portrait to show that it is the 2 left-handed gloves as well.
Let's see. Oh, we don't have that. Okay.
Oh, we had it at one point. There it is. There it is.
So what? Oh, yeah. Can you tell?
I actually can't.
Oh, okay.
Neither can I.
Okay.
I just
It's
wanted to
obvious
prove
here.
that those are the 2 gloves she was wearing. And then here they are, the 2 lefties.
Yeah.
Actually, how can you tell?
Probably cut her another thumb hole, I'm sure.
I was trying to see them from...
Yeah, that side angle. Can we rotate?
I believe her.
Rotation?
I believe
Of course.
Oh, what else, Frankie? What else?
Grasso hit DJ's move right in front of him in Seattle that he was finally at because he wasn't there at the first Seattle card. What are you doing?
This is more of a joke, right?
It has to be.
What part? The super chat or Frank reading an entire paragraph and then you being like,
You even read it?
What else, Frankie? What else?
Shout out Frank. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Love Frank.
We getting Dylan Dennis back on the show before his match with Arman?
That's a bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, according to Arman, it's not a done deal. So, what is that? What is that? What was that? Did you
why
mean?
did you do that?
What was that?
Did
Were
know
you
your
trying to
mic was
say
on?
something or what? Did you just snort? What's going on back there?
He let out a big sigh, but I don't think he knew his mic was
Is it because
on.
it's 6:03 and you've got plans or something?
It's just the whole Dylan Dennis thing.
Oh, what? Tell us.
Nah, it's just, will we see him on the show again?
Oh,
Who's
right,
to
right.
check?
Who is to check? What else, Frankie? What else?
In regards to the Macy KO, considering her history, I'm pretty sure what she was having was an absence seizure. You should get Brian Sutterer on to discuss.
I know. I thought of that as well. There's just, it's a shortened week and there's so much to get to. I mean, we could do that. I can ask him. But I did think of that as well. In the moment, I thought, this isn't good. It was not good. After the fact, people can make memes and joke about it, but it was scary. I've never seen someone out there, eyes open after a combo like that, getting rocked and then getting choked out. Like, think about what the brain is going through in that moment. The KO and then the strangulation, essentially. What else, Frankie? What else?
What do you think of Mike Beltran's timing on the Macy KO / sorry. Also weird that the doctor didn't touch her for a while.
Yeah, I'm not going to pretend to be a medical expert, and I didn't think that Mike was like super late or anything like that. It all happened so fast. I had no problem with it. What else, Frankie? What else?
Shout out to the boys in the back. My buddy and I were able to get a pic with them. What a way to cap off a great night. Thank you.
You know Seattle's finest?
I don't know if I do, but
were you guys getting a lot of love?
Yeah, definitely some love from the fans in Seattle. All of them super nice, fun to talk to. I mean, we had some people come to the shoot, come to the muck, baby, and hang out for a little bit as well at the sports book there. Yeah, everyone that came up was super nice.
What else, Frankie? What else?
After some Googling and some quick math, at his current average fight time, McKinney would need to fight 171 times to match Edgar's octagon time.
Wow. Let's start with a bonus, huh? For goodness sakes.
Give me a fucking break.
What else, Frankie? What else?
Dana's answer to the AI art is one of the reasons why I love the UFC. Ariel only makes a huge deal about it because he's a pro wrestling fan. Chill, bro.
Really? Oh, this guy again? What is it? What does being a pro wrestling fan have to do with just like a shit answer? How about that?
I mean, it's also just a shit take from this guy.
Shit take, shit answer. It's all shit.
That's why I love the UFC, because they're low effort. And they don't care about.
Or because like the owner swears and he like doesn't give an F. It's very edgy, you know.
There is something about that, right? Like even like my brother-in-law, like, oh, I don't really watch UFC, but that Dana White, he's something else. And I'm like, okay.
What else, Frankie? What else?
Was telling my boys all week I just wanted to find Rick and GC in Seattle, and wouldn't you know it? We were there sitting at the same gate. I manifested this.
Ryan is the man, longtime friend of the show, and he sent me the picture, actually.
This is the guy that fought and
Yes.
the Who Me?
Yes.
Yeah. He came and said what's up. Yeah, it was amazing.
Legend of the game.
He said he's recovering from a shoulder injury, and he should be back soon.
Ryan is a very loyal viewer / listener, and he sent me that pic. Another thing that warmed my heart on Saturday. What else, Frankie? What else?
That was actually the last one.
Oh, okay.
It was very super.
Wow. You don't usually...
Yeah, I usually would hear when someone says it's the last one, but I was too busy talking. So.
Okay. I wanted to show something real quick, but maybe you guys didn't get the message. Or maybe you did?
No, we're efforting.
Okay.
Let me just circle back with you.
Yeah. Anyway, tomorrow on the program, actually, it's a very interesting day. Working on some other guests. I hear his microphone, by the way. Maybe it's...
we're just efforting back. Okay. Hold on just 1 second. We'll circle back.
Eddie Hall is going to join us, as I said. Johnny Eblin is going to join us. Lance Gibson Jr., the man who put the Muckleshoot Casino and Resort on the map, is going to join us. Perhaps one or two others. And also, very interesting chat in studio. We will have Vladislav Heraskevich. This may not be a name that you know off the top of the dome right away, but surely you have heard of his story. During the Olympic Games, he was the Ukrainian skeleton racer who had the helmet with pictures of fallen Ukrainian athletes, and he wanted to honor them, and the IOC said, you cannot do that. He was banned from competing. He is in New York. I spoke about him. It kind of went viral. He's going to be joining us in studio. I look forward to that chat so very much. I'm really, really looking forward to that. Others potentially joining us as well. I did want to also mention soon to come on arielhelwani.com is the merch that we've been speaking about for over a year. Do you have it? Yeah. Look at that. Uncrowned merch. It is here. It has arrived. Hopefully by Monday, it will be up there. If you want to represent the #1 unbiased team in all of combat sports, grab yourself a hoodie. Grab yourself a shirt.
Is that fire or what?
Yeah. How's it feel? How's it feel? You just put it on, right?
Yeah. Cozy.
Cozy.
Comfy.
It's like a nice hug.
Bit surprised you weren't wearing it all day over there.
Frank? How many times?
Yeah.
It's actually warm, man. It's like 72 outside. I don't even know if we got the AC going. You were sweating earlier in the show.
I was sweating.
What was going on there?
What was going on?
There was a bit of a glisten. I was like, is the AC on in there?
No,
Because he realized he screwed up the stream.
Oh, it was the
and
stream. It
started
was the
sweating.
stream. Yeah. Me screwing up the stream before an Arman interview is an all-time blunder. But we survived. And we've got hoodies and shirts, and also an old school shirt is coming out as well. The original Helwani No shirt. That's soon to come, arielhelwani.com. I think we're at 20% off on the site. That might be old, that might be new. Anyway, check it out and get yourself one. When it's out, I'll let you know when it's out. But I was very excited about that because I feel like I've been talking about the Uncrowned merch for quite some time. And, there was once a time that Khabib came in studio, old MMA Hour days, and we gave him an MMA fighting shirt, and he would wear that shirt all the time. So I'd love to invite him on. We could talk about all sorts of things, and he can wear the Uncrowned merch too. What do you guys think? All right, time to go, 6:09. What do you guys think Rick is doing right now? Do you think he's watching us? Can we put a code word at the end of this 5-hour show and see if he gives it to us like we do to Frank?
He is texting, man.
He is? Oh, what?
He is texting me about work-related stuff.
As we speak?
Rick, are you watching? Text, bro. Shoot a text, man.
Yeah, what? He's texting you about work-related stuff as we speak.
It's probably like, why is the video split in two?
That's did he ask that question yet?
No, I texted him and was just like, give me your thoughts on what we should do with the double video.
No, just leave it up.
Well, yeah, of course we're going to leave it up.
We leave up our warts for the world to see.
Just right now, they're the exact same name, thumbnail, everything.
I say just do part 1, part 2.
I say we do part 1, part 2, but we update the thumbnail on the first one, and it's you, and you're like,
Just write,
why the did I click that?
Ariel goes rogue.
Yeah, you smashing the big red button.
Sweating.
I'm telling you, the way in which they position it, it's so clear. It's like members only chat. It never says anything about like members only stream.
Right.
It doesn't make that very clear. I thought that was.
They do it on purpose.
Yep.
God, what a feeling.
Just glad it wasn't me.
Yeah, no.
Can you imagine?
When Ariel does it, it's shucks.
Oh yeah. All right. I'll remember
fire
this.
and brimstone that would have laid down
Wow,
upon us.
this is incredible slander. Thank you very much to everyone who joined us today. Arman Tsarukyan, Moses Itauma, Alex Pantoja, Joe Pyfer, Michael Chiesa, and of course, King Casey O'Neill. What a day it has been. Thanks to you. Thanks to them. Back tomorrow. Peace. I'm out of here.
What the hell is this?